Chapter 1, Martial Ancestors Divine Radiance. Please subscribe. Confused and disoriented. Lost in a haze. By the time Lin Yuan's consciousness revived, he found himself lying on a bed. It's a person, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. With the experience of his sixth traversal, Lin Yuan realized the vessel for his travel was not necessarily a human, it could be other species as well. Although there was nothing wrong with other forms of life, a human body offered Lin Yuan boundless possibilities. If he were to traverse into some special beings, he probably wouldn't even be able to practice martial Dao. My current situation, Lin Yuan began to sift through the original body's memories. He had successfully arrived in the spirit realm, currently in Shanyao City, Xuanwang Domain, Dongyuan Province. Dongyuan Province, Xuanwang Domain? Basic information about the spirit realm floated through Lin Yuan's mind. He learned all this from the Dao Immortal Sect. The spirit realm was vast and endless, and its most prosperous areas housed 3,000 Dao provinces. Dongyun Tao Province was one of these 3,000. Dongyun Tao Province encompassed more than 20,000 great realms, among which the Xuanwang Domain was one. Xuanwang Domain, Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. If he remembered correctly, the Dao Immortal Sect was located in the Xuanwang Domain, one of the three giants of this great realm. Didn't expect this kind of start, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Dao Immortal Sect here was naturally the force established by a true immortal ancestor of the Central Divine China's Dao Immortal Sect. Xianyao City, Lin Yuan's expression turned strange. The original body's memories revealed another name for Xianyao City, Wuzhu City. A city demarcated by a significant figure from the Dao Immortal Sect. Most of the cultivators in Wuzhu City didn't practice the immortal cultivation system, but the martial Tao cultivation system. Martial Tao? Lin Yuan was almost certain that this martial Tao was the one he had spread in Central Divine China back in the day. In dealings with Kongqing Immortal, Lin Yuan proposed that the martial Dao cultivators in the further ages of the Central Earth world, if able to reach the sixth stage, could also use the Ascension platform to ascend to the spirit realm. It seemed now that Kongqing Immortal had kept his promise. At least several 100,000 years have passed. GSS, GSSSSS, GSSSSSSSSS. After his sixth traversal, he had undergone his seventh traversal, and also practiced in the main world for some time, although totaling no more than 30 years. But those were 30 years of the main world, with the significant differences in time flow between the two worlds. No less than several 100,000 years must have passed in the Central Divine China world. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the emergence of the sixth-rank martial Dao, nor the founding of Shanyao City after ascending to the spirit realm. Shanyao City, Wuzhu City, Lin Yuan's expression turned strange. During his sixth traversal, he had spread martial Dao and was known as the ancestor of martial arts, in addition to being called Jun Xiaoyao. Lin Yuan speculated that this Shanyao City might have been established by a few disciples he had taken in back then. Otherwise, the coincidence was too great. Wonder if I can still see those old friends. Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted. According to the plans he had made before he left, it wouldn't be hard for his parents and elder siblings to attain the sixth rank. It's very likely they also ascended to the spirit realm. It's just unknown if they are still alive now, merely having sixth rank, refined void stage strength. They might not have survived hundreds of thousands of years. My current identity is the eldest young master of the Lin family, and the Lin family is a somewhat famous family in Shanyao City. Lin Yuan sat up from the bed and took a deep breath. Such abundant spiritual energy, chthenovelifier.net website on Google, to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan inwardly marveled there were no spirit veins near Xianyao City, as within this city, cultivators of martial Tao occupied a majority. The demand for spirit veins was not as indispensable as it was for those who followed the immortal cultivation system. Yet even so, the concentration of spiritual energy Lin Yuan felt was no less than that of Mount Morality Immortal, which occupied the largest spirit vein of the Central Divine China world. No wonder those ancient saints of refined void all yearned to ascend to the spirit realm. With such an environment for cultivation, Lin Yuan could not help but shake his head. This was just Xianyao City. If he were in those sacred lands of cultivation, the richness of the spiritual energy would only be higher. It would even begin to transform into a higher form of energy, the immortal Qi, only existent in the legends of Central Divine China. Am I also practicing martial Dao with this body? Lin Yuan carefully sensed his own body and concluded so. To enter the immortal cultivation system, one must have a spirit root, that is, an ironclad rule. But even in the spirit realm, the vast majority of beings still possess no spirit root, and most of those who do have a spirit root are of low quality. If they barely step into the Qi cultivation stage, at most they would stop at foundation establishment. This was the foothold for Xianyao City. The martial Tao cultivation system has no requirement regarding spirit roots. As long as your blood and Qi are abundant, you can cultivate. That brought hope to a significant portion of ordinary people without spirit roots. Even some cultivators with low-quality spirit roots, upon realizing they had significant talent in martial Tao, would switch their practice to martial Tao. Overall, today's martial Tao cultivation system is just a more niche system of cultivation, circulating only within the Xuanwang domain and unknown outside of it. That's quite normal. Although martial Tao doesn't require a spirit root, its upper limit is far below that of Immortal Path. Naturally, cultivators with potential would first choose Immortal Path, and only consider martial Tao after realizing there was no hope in Immortal Path. If one can cultivate immortality, who would practice martial arts? Before I left behind 12 ways to break through to the 7th rank martial Dao. These methods weren't perfect and could hardly compete with Dao integration stage of the Immortal Path, Lin Yuan silently thought. Currently, the 7th rank he was cultivating was the perfect 7th rank, integrated and perfected in the main world. Chapter 1, Martial Ancestors Divine Radiance, please subscribe. Much stronger than the 12 7th rank paths left in Central Divine Continent. And even so, the 7th rank is the upper limit on the martial Tao path, and naturally, it's far inferior when compared to the immortal cultivation system with its boundless potential. Xianyao City is under the protection of Daodi Immortal Sect, and there are many families within the city at present, but the strongest is still the Martial Temple. Swara the novelsyra.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Martial Temple is the sacred ground of Xianyao City, said to be related to the martial ancestor. At the founding of Xianyao City, several practitioners at the 7th stage of martial Tao joined hands to establish the Martial Temple, promoting the martial Tao cultivation system until today. Without the foundation of the Martial Temple continuously cultivating martial Dao cultivators, whether the martial Dao cultivation system would still exist is a matter of debate. What I need to do first now is to improve my strength, Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. This body also practiced martial Tao, but the realm was too low. It hadn't even entered the Grandmaster realm, not to mention stepping into the 2nd layer. There was still a long way to go to complete the 1st rank. After a brief cultivation session, having corrected many mistakes in the original owner's cultivation, Lin Yuan stepped out of the room. Martial Tao is not like the Immortal Path. It doesn't have an indispensable thirst for spiritual energy, but that doesn't mean that cultivation of martial Tao doesn't need resources. On the contrary, martial Tao has a great demand for resources, especially at the 6th rank, where one needs to open an inner world, consuming resources that can be described as vast as mountains and seas. Of course, opening the inner world at the peak of the 6th rank, Lin Yuan's creation of the perfect 7th stage path has led the martial Tao cultivation system in the spirit realm to stop at the 7th rank. Without Lin Yuan's further contributions, being able to stay intact is already good enough. The vastness of the spirit realm with the immortal cultivation system occupying the mainstream spot, alongside many other cultivation systems, makes the presence of martial Tao rather unremarkable. Lin Yuan walked out of the courtyard and was quickly spotted by a maid. "Young master, you're awake?" This maid had the strength of the foundation establishment stage and was cultivated by the Lin family from a young age. Even a family with roots in Xianyao City, like the Lin family, preferred the immortal cultivation system at heart. Soon, Lin Yuan's parents rushed over. "Cheng-er, are you all right?" A beautiful woman approached and, after carefully examining Lin Yuan, said with joy on her face, "How do you feel now?" "Not bad," Lin Yuan nodded. According to memory, the original owner loved the martial Tao cultivation system very much, but unfortunately, due to being impatient for quick success, he encountered problems during cultivation and fell into a coma. As a result, Lin Yuan's consciousness gradually awakened. "Cheng-er, you have a spirit root. Even if it's just a triple spirit root, you can cultivate on the immortal path. Why fixate on martial Dao?" The original owner's father, named Lin Jianping, started the Lin family from scratch and is considered a model of success in Xianyao City. With more than 10 branches of the Lin family business in Xianyao City, Lin Jianping was well informed and knew the advantages of the immortal cultivation system were far superior to martial Tao. Beyond the Xuanwang domain, among the 3,000 Dao states, the real stage is occupied by those proud children who cultivate the immortal cultivation system. Lin Jianping didn't have high hopes for his son, but at the very least, he didn't want him to suffer through martial Tao. Practicing martial Tao requires physical and body refining, and the torment suffered is definitely greater than that of cultivating on the immortal path. "I like martial Tao," Lin Yuan said casually. This was also the original owner's thought. Now that Lin Yuan's consciousness had awakened, he had no doubts about cultivating martial Dao. As for the immortal path, it could indeed be of reference later on, but his foundation would definitely remain in martial Dao. "You like martial Dao?" Lin Jianping was somewhat worried. His son was good at everything and had been extremely sensible since he was a child, but he was very stubborn. Once he decided on something, no one could pull him back. Most of those who practiced martial Dao did so because they either had no spirit root or their spirit root quality was too low, and they had no choice but to choose martial Dao. But Lin Yuan, though the triple spirit root talent was not strong, it wasn't weak either. With a bit of luck, he might well step into the golden core stage. Da. Lin Jianping raised his right hand, and suddenly a figure emerged from the shadows. Take some of those century-old, millennium-old blood spirit Ganoderma, white jade ginseng, and other spiritual medicines from the various branches, and give them to Chang'e for cultivation. In the early stages of martial Tao cultivation, the primary focus is on forging the body and blood, and this stage can actually be shortened through external means. Yes. The figure named Ada bowed slightly. Ada? Lin Yuan glanced at the figure standing behind Lin Jianping. Third rank of martial Dao, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In Shenyao City, the number of martial Dao cultivators is the greatest. Although Lin Jianping is reluctant to have his own son practice martial Dao, in fact, compared to the immortal path, the martial Dao cultivation system still has a significant influence in the Xuanwang domain. After all, it has produced several 7th-stage martial Daoists who can be considered on par with Unity Realm true immortals. Lin Jianping was worried that his son might neither understand martial Dao cultivation completely, nor ruin his health by practicing incorrectly. Son, ponder on your martial Dao well. Your father will find you a master in the next few days. Lin Jianping patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder, then left with the beautiful woman. Find a master? Lin Yuan thought about it and decided not to refuse. Given the previous instance where he fainted from training too hard, if he were to refuse again, it would probably cause his parents to worry. Lin Jianping brought the beautiful woman to a grand hall. The beautiful woman, Shen Zhen, gave Lin Jianping a sideways glance. What kind of master do you intend to find for Chang'e? In Shenyao City, although martial Tao cultivators are as plentiful as carps crossing the river, true martial Tao experts are scarce. Those of the 4th stage and above can be counted on one's fingers. If my son, Lin Jianping, wishes to practice martial Tao, he must certainly have the best. After contemplation, Lin Jianping made a decision. I plan to send Chang'e to the martial temple to experience the martial ancestors' divine radiance. Martial ancestors' divine radiance? Shen Zhen blinked, then quickly realized. All right, old Lin, are you really willing to part with that? Much? Undoubtedly, the place where martial Tao cultivators are most concentrated in the whole of Shenyao City is the martial temple. As the foundation for martial Tao cultivators, the few 7th-stage martial Tao experts who established the martial temple intended to ensure the continuation of the martial Tao cultivation system legacy and specially left behind several streaks of divine radiance. These streaks of divine radiance expound on the essence of martial Tao as understood by this group of 7th-stage martial Taoists, which is also associated with the mysterious martial ancestor. Hence, it is known as the martial ancestor's divine radiance. The martial ancestor's divine radiance serves 2 purposes. One is to let the experiencer closely feel the essence understood by the 7th-stage martial Daoists. The second is to determine which aspect of the martial Dao cultivation system the experiencer specializes in. Especially the first purpose, it's equivalent to receiving indirect guidance from those few 7th-stage martial Dao experts. 7th-stage martial Tao experts, shoulder to shoulder with Unity Realm true immortals, stand as significant figures overlooking the Xuanwang domain at this level, regardless of whether they are cultivators of the immortal path or not. Of course, to enter the martial temple and comprehend the martial ancestor's divine radiance, one must either possess astonishing talent to get the temple's attention, or otherwise, one has to find a back door. So-called backdoor entry essentially means paying an extra price to get the chance to follow behind a disciple with astonishing martial talent to also experience the radiance, to get a share of the remaining martial ancestor's divine radiance left by others. Still, with the Lin family's scale, for Lin Yuan to experience the martial ancestor's divine radiance even once would probably cost the family a significant portion of their wealth. This is still with the Lin family having established roots in Shenyao City for many years. Otherwise, outside forces would not even have the opportunity to find a back door. Name, Lin Chang, Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the door to the Myriad Realms gate-bound talent, heaven-defying comprehension, divine power, blood resurrection current status, consciousness descent remaining residence time, 920 years, in the room. Lin Yuan glanced at the ethereal characters in the bottom left corner of his vision. This stay is for 920 years? Lin Yuan was quite satisfied in his heart. Such a long time should be enough to nearly establish the 8th stage martial Tao. I'm still too weak now. To recover to the 8th layer level, I'll need a substantial amount of resources. Lin Yuan grabbed a large half-millennium Ganoderma and swallowed it, his body quickly absorbing the surging essence. From the 1st to 6th rank, there's no need to worry, but the 6th rank peak? 7th rank? That requires creating an inner world, and for that I must rely on a great amount of resources. In the main world, Lin Yuan had used countless tons of Scarlet Spirit liquid to create his inner world. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and continued his cultivation. Chapter 2. I am the martial ancestor. Feel the divine radiance. Please subscribe. Several days later. Lin Yuan was still cultivating when his mother, Shen Zhen, dragged him out of his room. Your journey continues at Empire Chang'e. I'm taking you to a good place, said Mother Shen Zhen with a hint of mystery in her voice. A good place? Lin Yuan felt quite helpless in his heart. Soon. The two of them went outside. Father Lin Zhenping had been waiting for a long time. His face was full of solemnity. "This time we are going to the martial temple," he said. "Cheng Er, once you're there, you must not cause any trouble," Lin Zhenping instructed. Although the martial Tao cultivation system was far less influential than the immortal cultivation system, in Xianyao City the martial temple was the only heaven, controlling everything, commanding everything. Even looking across the Xuanwang domain, the martial temple was one of the most powerful forces under the banner of the Morality Immortal sect, with several 7th-stage martial Tao individuals whose combat power was not the least bit inferior to ordinary Unity Realm true immortals. Schwarn the Neufire.yet website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The martial temple? Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly. He had long speculated that the martial temple must have been established by the disciples he had taken on in the past, such as Li Qing and others. Its purpose was to ensure the heritage of the martial Tao cultivation system, the center of Xianyao City, the towering Xiaoyao Mountain. This was the location of the martial temple, the very heart of the entire Xianyao City. Those 7th-stage martial Tao founders of the martial temple were often at war for the Morality Immortal sect, and the strongest within the martial temple were only at the 6th-stage martial Tao, but that was enough to look down upon the entire Xianyao City. Among tens of thousands of cities in the Xuanwang domain, Xianyao City ranked in the top 100, and that was because of the presence of the martial temple. Just then, a spirit vessel flew near. Lin Zhenping, Lin Yuan, and the others stepped out. "Elder of the martial temple, my son wishes to experience the martial ancestors' divine radiance." Lin Zhenping pulled out a token. It was bronze in color, with the character martial written on it. "Go ahead," said the guards at the entrance to Xiaoyao Mountain after scanning the token. They opened the great formation. Seeing this, Lin Zhenping once again thanked them and then led Lin Yuan and Shen Zhen inside. "Another one using connections," the guards sneered after Lin Zhenping and the others had disappeared. Ever since the establishment of Xianyao City, every so often, many would come to experience the martial ancestors' divine radiance. Among these people, a very small portion came because of their astonishing martial talent and were invited by the martial temple to experience the divine radiance, but the majority were there to freeload the divine radiance. The higher-ups of the martial temple did not interfere with this, first because it contributed to the income of the martial temple, and second because it had no impact on themselves. Once the martial ancestors' divine radiance was activated, the divine radiance would envelop the area for a fixed time, prioritizing those disciples with astonishing martial talent to experience it first. They would go first, and then the rest would follow. "Having connections also requires strength to use those connections," sighed another guard. "To experience the guidance of the martial ancestors' divine radiance, indirectly receiving the guidance of a martial Tao expert on a par with true immortals, wouldn't you want that?" said the guard, shaking his head. "Of course I would," replied the first guard after a moment of silence, admitting the truth. The guidance of a powerful figure was too important, especially since the martial ancestors' divine radiance not only provided guidance, but could also determine the aspects of martial Tao the experiencer excelled in, Xiaoyao Mountain. At first glance, Lin Yuan saw a massive mountain peak with thin strands of aura scattered throughout the air, clearly indicating that outsiders daring to intrude would be suppressed by forces from all around the very first moment. "Combining martial Tao methods with immortal Dao formations, this is interesting," Lin Yuan observed, discerning much of the essence of Xiaoyao Mountain with just a glance. "Cheng Er, don't look around so much." Lin Zhenping saw Lin Yuan's gaze and quickly reminded him. Inside Xiaoyao Mountain, figures from the martial temple would pass by from time to time. If Lin Yuan's gaze attracted the attention of one of these prominent individuals, it would be an unwarranted disaster. The group followed the path and soon arrived at a teleportation formation. Given the vastness of Xiaoyao Mountain, reaching the martial temple at the summit would take at least half a day, so there were usually teleportation arrays at the foot of the mountain. With an indication from a martial temple disciple, Lin Yuan and the other two stepped into the teleportation formation and in a flash arrived at the summit. "There are quite a few people here." Shen Zhen curiously looked around. She noticed many people gathered in small groups, conversing in low tones. In the distance, a massive wall stood erect. That was where the martial ancestors' divine radiance was activated. It was currently in a closed state, and no one was allowed to enter. "It's not just us who have come to experience the martial ancestors' divine radiance. Xianyao City is so big, many powerful families send their scions whenever the martial ancestors' divine radiance is activated," Lin Zhenping said in a low voice. The Lin family was only somewhat well known in Xianyao City, which was nothing compared to the real power players. For Lin Yuan to experience the martial ancestors' divine radiance just once, the Lin family had to spend nearly all of its wealth, but for those real power players, sending a group of clan members to experience it was routine every time it was activated. Lin Yuan just listened at the side. Most of his attention, however, was concentrated beyond that wall. Martial ancestors' divine radiance? Lin Yuan had some guesses in his mind. Before leaving the central divine China world, he had left behind 7 statues with engravings of brief insights into martial Tao. As Lin Yuan pondered, the large doors in the center of the distant huge wall slowly opened. An elderly man in a black robe walked out. The martial ancestors' divine radiance will soon envelop us. Those whose names are called, enter and experience, the black-robed elder said succinctly and directly. Hu Yang Song. The black-robed elder called out again. It's me. A young man stood up, striding into the door. Experience it well. The black-robed elder showed appreciation and advised. Chapter 2. I am the martial ancestor. Feel the divine radiance. Please subscribe. To Hu Yang Song. Is he the genius with the greatest martial talent in Shanyao City over the past 50 years? It is said that Hu Yang Song has comprehended the power of thunder, a force renowned for its lethality. Other people began whispering among themselves. Most of them had brought their descendants through back doors, none of whom could compare to Hu Yang Song in terms of martial talent. Atop Shaoyao Mountain. At another location. Several figures were sitting cross-legged, staring at the location enveloped by the martial ancestors' divine radiance. I hope that the opening of the martial ancestors' divine radiance this time can bring a few talented individuals to our martial temple. The leading figure sighed and slowly said. The martial ancestors' divine radiance contains the insights into martial Dao from 3 venerable elders, in addition to the interpretations of that martial ancestor. Any cultivator, as long as they cultivate martial Dao and experience the martial ancestor's divine radiance, will inevitably gain something, the second figure spoke. That martial ancestor, the other few, upon hearing these words, appeared slightly somber. Discover hidden stories at Empire. They had heard of the name of the martial ancestor from the mouths of 3 7th-stage martial Dao elders. The martial Dao cultivation system today, in its current scale, is the result of negotiations between that martial ancestor and a true immortal from the Dao Immortal sect. However, from the beginning to the end, all the martial Dao cultivators of the martial temple had never seen the martial ancestor. On the plaza below, the many who came through back doors to experience the martial ancestor's divine radiance start interacting while waiting. This martial ancestor's divine radiance, left by 3 martial Dao experts of the martial temple comparable to true immortals, actually originates from the martial ancestor. Exactly, otherwise why name it martial ancestor's divine radiance? Martial ancestor? I've heard this name, but never heard any specific deeds. I thought it was made up. Could such a person really exist? Ha ha ha, I do know a bit about this. Today's 3 mighty figures from the martial temple, comparable to true immortals, ascended from the lower realms. And that martial ancestor was the master of these 3 7th-stage martial Dao powerhouses in the lower realms. The master of 3 true immortals? What realm is the martial ancestor in now? The novel Fire.E8 website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Not sure. Those 3 of the 7th rank, after ascending, once sought the martial ancestor, but it all came to nothing in the end. Perhaps that martial ancestor did not ascend, or perhaps he did ascend but got trapped somewhere. The spirit realm is boundless with various dangers everywhere. It's very normal. Many discussions followed. Lin Jianping remained silent. Martial ancestor is an incredible being, Lin Jianping finally spoke after a long time. You don't even know the martial ancestor. How do you know he's incredible? Shen Zhen glanced at Lin Jianping. That you just don't understand. Lin Jianping shook his head. Martial ancestor? Lin Yuan was listening on the side. 3 7th-stage martial Dao? Is it Li Qing or other disciples? Lin Yuan pondered in his mind. The White Jade Pavilion he had established had taken in hundreds of disciples, personally teaching them martial Dao, but those who were hopeful of stepping into the 7th rank weren't many, just a few. At another location on the mountaintop, several high-ranking officials of the martial temple were observing the martial ancestor's divine radiance. Martial Dao prodigy Hu Yang Song sat cross-legged, closely feeling the divine radiance emitted by the 7 statues in front of him, his expression shifting unpredictably. A moment later, from the 7 statues, the first one on the left emitted 30% of its light. Martial Dao prodigy Hu Yang Song suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air. Not bad. This statue symbolizes the way of slaying. 30% of the radiance is quite good. Shanyao City hasn't seen such a talent in 100 years. The leading figure nodded in approval. These 7 statues, embodying different aspects of martial Dao, could help the experiencer choose their future path. As for the emitted light, it was testing the experiencer's compatibility with martial Dao. 30% light was considered rare. Admit Hu Yang Song as an inner sect disciple, focus on cultivating him, another figure spoke. Inner sect disciple? Acceptable. If it reached 40% light, he could completely be taken as a core disciple. What a pity. Being an inner sect disciple is also not bad. He has prospects of advancing to the 4th stage martial Dao. Several figures discussed for a while and finally made a decision. Next, one by one, martial Dao prodigies experienced the martial ancestor's divine radiance. Ultimately, 3 became martial temple inner sect disciples. 1 became a core disciple, and 6 became ordinary disciples. In conclusion, the spectacle of the martial ancestors' divine radiance could essentially be considered as ended. As for those still queuing up to experience the divine radiance, they were mostly backdoor entries, far from meeting the qualifications to be admitted into the martial temple. However, the divine radiance of the martial ancestor was extremely special. Even without any martial talent, just coming into contact with it could still provide a significant boost to one's abilities. Facing the martial ancestor's divine radiance, there were no prerequisites. Even cultivators on the immortal path could feel its effects. It's my turn, it's my turn. Hurry up in front, the divine radiance is about to extinguish. Those who had entered through the back door to experience the divine radiance began urging each other on. Those martial prodigies who felt the divine radiance did not dare to utter half a word, for even a single interjection could result in their expulsion from the martial temple. But now, those entering were all backdoor entrants. With the time of exposure to the divine radiance being fixed, naturally, it was better the quicker the front moved. The one string the where, on another side of the mountain peak. Several high-ranking officials from the martial temple watched patiently for a while. They soon lost interest. Those who entered through the back door to experience the divine radiance generally had a compatibility with martial Tao, no higher than 10%. The ancient ancestor once said, "All creatures are entitled to cultivate the martial Tao." A figure murmured to himself. This was also why they tolerated those who entered through the back door to experience the divine radiance. Just because you are not a martial prodigy doesn't mean you cannot receive guidance from the martial ancestor's path at the lower plaza. It was finally Lin Yuan's turn to enter and feel the martial ancestor's divine radiance. Son, don't stress. Just feel it casually. Shenzhen cheered Lin Yuan on. Just feel it casually? Lin Zhenping's lips twitched. This was an opportunity he had exchanged for with almost half of his wealth. Yet, to ease Lin Yuan's nerves, Lin Zhenping still said, "Your mother is right, don't be under any pressure." "Okay, got it." Lin Yuan nodded and proceeded through the gate. Hum hum hum. 7 statues emitted a faint divine glow. The old man in a black robe stood beside them. "Sit here and close your eyes to feel it," the man in the black robe said calmly, his tone unfluctuating, clearly having repeated this many times. "Sit over there?" Lin Yuan glanced at the 7 statues, his brow slightly furrowed, because he had no idea how to feel it. To others who came here, the divine radiance seemed filled with endless mysteries. But for Lin Yuan, that martial ancestor's divine radiance was something he had grown tired of centuries ago. Just like a high school student being asked to do middle school problems would need intense concentration, a PhD student could see through them at a glance. Conversations about contemplating it were unnecessary. How should I feel it? Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then decided to ask once more. Just close your eyes. The divine radiance will naturally resonate with you. The man in the black robe patiently explained. All right, Lin Yuan, following the norm, sat before the statues. The omnipresent martial ancestor's divine radiance quickly enveloped Lin Yuan, gradually beginning to resonate with him. However, the next moment, all 7 statues stalled simultaneously. Even the omnipresent divine radiance suddenly froze. What? The man in the black robe, who was expecting Lin Yuan to finish quickly so the next person could commence, suddenly widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the scene before him. Boom, boom, boom. Following the initial pause, all 7 statues emitted a brilliance, the light from each filling to 12/10 of their capacity. Threads of the divine radiance of the martial ancestor continuously wrapped around Lin Yuan, as if commanded, gathering at his feet. What exactly did you feel from the divine radiance? The black-robed man's spirit trembled as he looked at Lin Yuan, who seemed divine, and asked unconsciously, "What kind of divine light?" Lin Yuan glanced at the man in the black robe. He remained silent. "I am the martial ancestor. What divine radiance to feel?" Chapter 3, He was born for the martial Dao. Please subscribe. On the other side of the summit, the initially disinterested figures, each occupied in their own conversations, barely paid attention to the one sensing the martial ancestor's divine radiance. There was no helping it. Behind the first group of invited martial Tao geniuses, many of the censors who had got in through back doors performed dismally. None of them had a martial Dao compatibility of more than 10%. If the martial ancestor's divine radiance wasn't so crucial, requiring their supervision upon activation, they probably would have left a long time ago. It's about to end. The leading figure was the great supreme elder of the martial temple, ranking just below the 3 who were out waging war in the 7th stage martial Dao. He glanced casually at the sight of the martial ancestor's divine radiance below. The next moment, the great supreme elder's pupils constricted sharply. In his sight, strands of the martial ancestor's divine radiance bubbled up as one divine statue after another began to emit 12-fold radiance. For a moment, inside the walls, at the site where the 7 divine statues were placed, the martial ancestor's divine radiance nearly spilled out. What's this? The great supreme elder's heart shook with awe. The only possible reason for the martial ancestor's divine radiance to be actively attracted was the presence of a censor with overwhelmingly powerful martial talent, causing the full revival of the divine radiance. This event had taken place several times over the past 100,000 years, But the attraction to the martial ancestors' divine radiance never reached the scale of today, divine statues blooming with 12-fold light, and 7 statues at that. Am I dreaming? Another Supreme Elder murmured to himself. The 7 divine statues represent 7 different directions of martial Tao, such as prowess in killing, excellence in defense, mastery over domains, and so on. Since the establishment of the martial temple, indeed, there had been examiners who caused several divine statues to simultaneously bloom with radiance, but that was at most 3 or 4 statues, and each statue's radiance did not exceed 70%. Like now, 12-fold radiance, and all 7 statues at that? Genius. The strongest talent ever since the founding of our martial temple. The several Supreme Elders quickly recovered, and as strong martial Tao 6th rank experts, they should not have been so flustered. But the scene unfolding before them was simply too inconceivable, in front of the 7 divine statues. Lin Yuan quietly felt the submission emanating from the martial ancestors' divine radiance. The so-called martial ancestors' divine radiance was nothing more than the traces of the Dao and law that Lin Yuan had left on the 7 divine statues, now stimulated by an external force. It was sensitizing him to the most suitable physique and talent for martial Dao cultivation. Ever since the consciousness descent, Lin Yuan was not only steadily recovering his strength, but also allowing this physical body to undergo metamorphosis. As the once ancestor of martial arts, the direction in which Lin Yuan would transform his body would undoubtedly be the most suitable for martial Tao. The performance of the martial ancestor's divine radiance merely reflected the breadth of an ultimate physique within the martial Tao cultivation system. Such a physique was basically impossible to be born naturally, only appearing under the guidance of Lin Yuan, the ancestor of martial arts. Of course, this was unknown to outsiders, and even those 3 7th-rank old ancestors were clueless. By the side, the elder in a black robe was still engulfed in incredible shock. Having activated the martial ancestor's divine radiance so many times, he had never felt such a scene within the divine radiance before, and the fact that all 7 statues burst forth with 12-fold light also left this black-robed elder somewhat befuddled. For an examiner to make a statue shine with 12-fold light was rare enough for tens of thousands of years, but to have all 7 statues do so? Just as the black-robed elder wondered what to do next, several figures appeared silently beside him, their eyes burning with fervent gaze upon Lin Yuan, a martial Tao talent the likes of which had never been seen before. Heaven blesses our martial temple. Heaven blesses our martial Tao. These sudden figures were the Supreme Elders of the martial temple. Supreme Elders? The elder in the black robe couldn't help but startle. Then he quickly realized, if even he had noticed the anomaly in the martial ancestor's divine radiance, how could the Supreme Elders have missed it? You may leave. The lead Great Supreme Elder gave the black-robed elder a glance. Yes, the black-robed elder bowed immediately and quickly exited. Young friend. The Great Supreme Elder conjured a trace of a gentle smile and greeted Lin Yuan before he seriously said, I wonder if you would be willing to join our martial temple. Having said this, including the Great Supreme Elder himself, a tinge of nervousness appeared on all their faces. With the influence of the martial temple, they could indeed force Lin Yuan to join. As the heaven of Xianyao City, who would dare refuse the martial temple's decree? But that was something they did to outsiders. Given Lin Yuan's currently revealed terrifying talent, he would likely take charge of the martial temple in the future. In such a case, who would dare to coerce? Did they not fear retribution later on? For a peerless martial Tao genius who could revive the martial temple, coercion was the most foolish method. Join the martial temple? Lin Yuan looked towards the Supreme Elders of the martial temple. In fact, with his grasp over his own powers, he could have completely blocked the sensing of the martial ancestors' divine radiance. Continue your journey with Empire. Swarch the Novel FF. ire.u website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, but Lin Yuan did not. The aim was to attract the attention of the martial temple and then join it, utilizing the temple's vast cultivation resources to swiftly recover his strength. The martial temple existed precisely to transcend the martial Dao cultivation system. It was inherently a force under Lin Yuan's command. It even matched part of Lin Yuan's plans for the future. In this journey, he had also planned to spread the martial path evolutionary path. With the martial temple at his disposal, Lin Yuan could avoid many detours. There was no need to start from scratch to build a force and then propagate the martial Tao. I am willing, Lin Yuan nodded and said. Willing? The Great Supreme Elder and the other Supreme Elders exchanged glances, their hearts easing with immense relief. Chapter 3. He, born for the martial Dao. Please subscribe. 2. Outside the walls, everyone was anxiously waiting. The duration of the martial ancestors' divine radiance was limited. The more time wasted by those in front, the less time available for those behind to experience it. Now, more than half an hour had passed since the last person entered, and if it dragged on much longer, the martial ancestors' divine radiance would likely come to an end. Cheng Er couldn't have caused any trouble, could he? Lin Jianping's heart skipped a beat, and he could only hope silently. Outside, with the Lin family's means, as long as the trouble Lin Yuan caused wasn't too great, they could basically smooth things over. But this place was the martial temple, where even a randomly grabbed person had more background and status than the Lin family. If Lin Yuan caused trouble here, Lin Jianping felt his scalp tingle at the thought. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. Shen Zhen quietly reassured him from beside. However, similar worries surfaced in her heart. The time Lin Yuan spent perceiving the martial ancestors' divine radiance was extraordinarily long. It was hard not to let one's thoughts drift in that direction. Before long, the old man clad in the black robe came out. To everyone, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the martial ancestors' divine radiance has ended. You may all return." Ended? So soon? It wasn't this quick in previous years, was it? Although the waiting crowd felt extremely reluctant, they dared not question it. What kind of joke would that be, to question the martial temple? Did they no longer wish to live? It's over? Upon hearing this, Lin Jianping looked confused. Where's my son? He hadn't seen Lin Yuan come out from the beginning to the end. Lin Yuan hadn't emerged, yet it was over? Lin Jianping wanted to ask, but didn't dare to. He could only continue to wait in place. Soon, the others began to leave, one after the other. It's over. Chang'er must have really gotten into trouble. Lin Jianping felt a chill in his heart, and Shenxian's face also looked troubled. If there had been no trouble, their son should have come out by now. Just as the two decided to summon the courage to inquire what had happened, the black-robed old man hurried over to Lin Jianping and Shen Zhen and said with a somewhat respectful demeanor, "Are you Lin Chang's parents? Please come with me." The tone of the black-robed old man was gentle, utterly lacking the haughtiness he exhibited towards those other people. He was well aware that given Lin Yuan's performance during the perception of the martial ancestors' divine radiance, his future status in the martial temple could be described as immeasurable. Therefore, at this moment, his attitude towards Lin Yuan's parents had to be without any overstepping, or else he would be laying the groundwork for his own trouble. "We are," Lin Jianping hastily said. This black-robed old man was a steward of the martial temple, and elders and patriarchs from big families in Xianyao City were as reserved as grandsons meeting their grandfathers in front of him. Yet now, such an important figure was speaking to him with such a gentle tone. This made Lin Jianping feel as if he were dreaming. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, the black-robed old man straightforwardly said, "Lin Chang is a martial Tao prodigy, you need not worry." The black-robed elder refrained from revealing too much, only releasing bits of seemingly trivial information to stabilize their emotions. "My son, a martial Tao prodigy?" Lin Jianping blinked and couldn't react for a long while. Shen Zhen beside him felt the same. They knew what their son was like, didn't they? Deeper within the martial temple, several supreme elders gathered here once again. After personally taking Lin Yuan to the temple's highest-class cultivation cave dwelling, they came here. Lin Chang, Father Lin Zhenping, information about Lin Yuan appeared before the supreme elders. Even though Lin Yuan's martial talent and innate abilities left them unable to calm down for a long time, the most basic background investigation still needed to be done. Even if, in the view of the supreme elders, this background check didn't mean much no matter what hidden dangers were in Lin Yuan's identity, they had decided to keep this unprecedented martial Dao prodigy in the martial temple at all costs. Looking at the current situation, he comes from a clean background, born and raised in Xianyao City. The second supreme elder was very satisfied. Certainly, they had been prepared for the worst-case scenarios, such as problems with Lin Yuan's background or some sort of enemy. No matter what, the martial temple would protect him, but without these complications, all the better. "What should we do next?" the third supreme elder asked. The martial temple, as the place of martial Dao heritage, already had a complete process for cultivating disciples. When to do what, which techniques to practice, and so on. All were provided with detailed guidance. However, given the talent displayed by Lin Yuan, the several supreme elders felt that following the past few sets of disciple cultivation procedures was simply a waste. "Let's do this. We few old fellows will personally teach him. How about that?" The great supreme elder suddenly spoke up. "Personally teach him? No problem. Ch the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I too want to see what differentiates a martial Tao prodigy who makes all 7 statues shine with 120% of their brilliance." The supreme elders readily agreed. In a high-grade cultivation cave dwelling, Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged in this place. The cultivation environment here is very suitable for martial Dao cultivators. Lin Yuan felt it for a while, and a smile appeared on his face. Xianyao City wasn't established above a spirit vein, hence the spiritual energy wasn't abundant, but there was a kind of vitality that's extremely nourishing for martial Dao cultivators. Especially in this cave dwelling, if Lin Yuan were to let himself absorb freely, not to mention restoring to the 8th layer, at least reaching the 7th rank would be as easy as turning his hand over, and definitely wouldn't take more than 50 years. Choosing to have my consciousness come directly to the spirit realm seems to have been the right decision. The cultivation environment of this world far surpasses that of the lower realms of the central divine continent, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Indeed, Lin Yuan could also have his consciousness descend to the lower realms in the central divine continent and then take over Jun Wuji's body, instantly gaining 7th rank strength, and then ascend to the higher realms. But there are significant disadvantages to that approach, namely that Jun Wuji's body, the domain he established at the 7th rank, was an erroneous one, far inferior to the perfected perfect 7th stage in the main world. Furthermore, ascending to the spirit realm through the ascension platform still involves risks, and breaking through space, smuggling oneself directly from the void into the spirit realm similarly involves risks. After much deliberation, directly descending consciousness to the spirit realm was the best choice. Although starting off lower, now with the help of the martial temple, recovering to the 8th layer wouldn't take long, the next day. The Great Supreme Elder took the initiative to visit Lin Yuan. "How do you feel?" the Great Supreme Elder asked kindly. Other disciples, even core disciples, needed to stay at the martial academy and undergo various tests when they joined the martial temple. But of course, Lin Yuan didn't need to do those things, as the Supreme Elders themselves were to be his masters. Now that the Great Supreme Elder had come over, he planned to personally instruct Lin Yuan and give him a complete impression of the martial Tao cultivation system. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded. The environment here was indeed quite good. "Have you looked at those books?" The Great Supreme Elder glanced at a bookshelf not far away, filled with jade slips that held a vast amount of information related to martial Tao. One only needed to press a jade slip against their forehead to read it. "Yes," Lin Yuan said. The information in those jade slips had helped Lin Yuan roughly familiarize himself with the current martial Tao. "Then tell me, what have you learned?" The Great Supreme Elder intentionally tested Lin Yuan and asked. "The explanation of martial Tao is somewhat one-sided," Lin Yuan said. "Oh, one-sided?" The Great Supreme Elder became interested. "Martial Tao should encompass all things to grow, all things to thrive. That is the essence of martial Tao," Lin Yuan stated calmly. "All things to grow, all things to thrive?" An intrigued light flickered in the eyes of the Great Supreme Elder. Of all the paths in the spirit realm, aside from the exalted immortal path, who dared to comment on their path in such a manner? "What do you mean by all things to grow?" the Great Supreme Elder continued to inquire. Time and space, yin and yang, the 5 elements. Lin Yuan's pace of speech didn't fluctuate, and he spoke in a deliberate and measured manner. More than an hour later, the Great Supreme Elder walked out of the cave dwelling looking somewhat dazed. How did it go? How did it go? How did the teaching go? What's his understanding of martial Tao like? The Supreme Elders were quite curious. His understanding of martial Tao? The Great Supreme Elder looked around at his fellow elders and finally, with an indescribable tone, said, "He is born for martial Tao." Chapter 4, Centuries of Time. Subscribe please. Born for martial Tao? Several Supreme Elders were stunned. This evaluation could not be considered anything less than high. Placed within the realm of the immortal path, it denoted a dazzlingly brilliant, unparalleled genius, an immortal king's seed. Though martial Tao was not as esteemed as the immortal path, this acclaim was not something everyone could bear. "Do you not believe it?" The Great Supreme Elder glanced at them and sighed softly. Honestly, before he taught Lin Yuan, he also did not believe there was any martial Tao cultivator in the world who could be described thus. But afterward, the Great Supreme Elder truly realized Lin Yuan was indeed such a person. "Wait till tomorrow, after you have taught him, then you will understand." The Great Supreme Elder shook his head slightly and strode away. In the following time, several Supreme Elders of the Martial Temple tried in succession to teach Lin Yuan, but the outcomes often left a sour taste as they posed questions to Lin Yuan, who would ponder briefly before providing answers. However, whenever Lin Yuan casually returned a question, the Supreme Elders would think for a long time, struck dumb without an explanation, and ultimately it was Lin Yuan who provided the answers. Sirai, the novelful.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As for his progression in martial Tao cultivation, Lin Yuan made leaps and bounds. With the martial temple providing a full array of resources, his advancement rate was terrifying. In less than a year, he had traversed a path that ordinary martial Tao geniuses might not cover in decades. What the Supreme Elders did not know was that the cultivation speed showcased by Lin Yuan was deliberately shown. As for his true cultivation speed, it was far more frightening than what they could imagine. Martial Temple Guest Hall. Lin Yuan sat casually, Lin Jianping and Shen Zhen were visibly exhilarated. "Chang'e, you don't know, the clan head of the Zhao family, he was so nice to me, all because of you, Chang'e." Lin Jianping looked at his son with an indescribable happiness. In his life, the most correct decision was to let Lin Yuan experience the martial ancestor's divine radiance. Though till this day, he did not know what position Lin Yuan held in the martial temple, or what level of disciple he had become after joining. But as time passed under Lin Yuan's casual guidance, the martial temple showed subtle signs of closeness to the Lin family. This alerted the major families and powers in Shanyao City. Those who previously looked down upon the Lin family now treated them well. "Is that so?" Lin Yuan said with a smile. Currently, his status in the martial temple was quite special. Not a disciple, but personally taught by several Supreme Elders of the martial temple. Theoretically, Lin Yuan's seniority and qualification should be considered on par with this generation's Lord of the Martial Temple. With just a word from Lin Yuan, even the Lord of the Martial Temple would not dare to object. The family chatted for a while. Then Shen Zhen pulled Lin Jianping to get up and leave. Chang'e, you must take good care of yourself in the martial temple. Shen Zhen still felt a pang of heartache for Lin Yuan. She had heard that the competition within the martial temple was fierce. Even those core disciples had to pay a huge price to obtain what they wanted. Now that her son could influence the martial temple, the price he must have paid was imaginable. Don't worry, I am doing quite well inside, Lin Yuan said. Even as Lin Yuan said this, Shen Zhen's eyes turned redder, feeling that Lin Yuan was just putting on a brave front. After seeing off his parents, Lin Yuan then returned to his cultivation cave dwelling. This world, after developing for tens of thousands of years, has explored many different pathways for martial Tao. Lin Yuan fell into thought. Joining the martial temple for nearly half a year, besides his daily cultivation to restore his strength, he observed the changes in the current martial Tao cultivation system. Although Lin Yuan was the founder of martial Tao, initially he had only laid down the first-ranked chapter to the seventh-ranked chapter. The seventh-ranked chapter was only a beginning, and the initially established seventh-ranked chapter was hardly perfect. After returning to the main world, Lin Yuan created a satisfying seventh-ranked chapter. It's a pity so many years have passed, and yet no eighth-layer part has emerged, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. As far as Lin Yuan knew, the strongest in today's martial Tao were but 3 seventh-rank martial Tao. These 3 seventh ranks, the strongest one named Li Qing, was originally Lin Yuan's direct disciple from the lower realms. As for the other 2, they were later generations of 7th rank, who he taught after ascending to the spirit realm. Of the 3 7th ranks, Li Qing was at the 7th rank peak, while the other 2 hovered in the mid to late 7th rank. 7th rank peak, Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. The path of martial Tao that Li Qing followed was what Lin Yuan had initially left behind, although it was just the beginning of the 7th rank. Lin Yuan's final assumptions for the continuation of the 7th rank made it not too difficult for Li Qing to reach the 7th rank peak. It was undoubtedly easier than creating the 7th rank chapter from nothing. Of course, since Lin Yuan's originally left behind 7th rank chapter was not perfect, it almost made it impossible for Li Qing to step into the 8th rank. Even in the main world, the 8th rank was a very critical stage, with the 8th rank evolution path being a prerequisite for the major evolvers. That's also right. Though this world has passed tens of thousands of years, the martial Tao is ultimately not considered a strong path. Without enough beings investing in it, and with the 7th rank chapter having taken a detour, it is not surprising that no 8th rank part emerged, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. He could step into the 8th rank because his 7th rank was almost perfect, combined with against heaven's understanding, as well as the numerous cultivation conditions in the main world, and ultimately the countless evolution paths within the body of a supreme being. With so many factors enhancing him, it enabled Lin Yuan to achieve what he has achieved today. As for the martial Tao of the spirit realm, if Lin Yuan had not had a consciousness descent this time, it would probably take another 1,000,000 years without any martial Tao cultivator stepping into the 8th rank. Chapter 4, Centuries of Time. Subscribe, please. 2. The 8th stage of martial arts should correspond to the Transcendence Tribulation stage in the Immortal Cultivation system, right? Lin Yuan thought of the Immortal Cultivation system. The Transcendence Tribulation stage is also known as the Immortal King, Tribulation, Transcending Celestial King. Even when surveying the 3,000 Tao provinces of the spirit realm, the Tribulation, Transcending Celestial King stands at the absolute summit. To step into the Transcendence Tribulation stage, one must transcend both the Heart Demon Tribulation and the Bodily Tribulation. Only then can one break through to the Transcendence Tribulation stage and assume the position of an Immortal King. This is similar to the need to overcome the Heart Demon Tribulation when advancing from the 7th rank to the 8th rank. The difference is that advancing from the 7th rank to the 8th rank only requires overcoming the Heart Demon Tribulation, whereas the true immortals of Tao integration in the spirit realm must also face an additional bodily tribulation. Tribulation? Transcending celestial kings, wielding the power of creation, overlooking the spirit realm, and even capable of divine travel through hundreds of thousands of lower realms? Lin Yuan thought of what he had read about the tribulation, transcending celestial kings. This information was collected by the martial temple. Although the martial Tao cultivation system is different from the immortal cultivation system, those who came later still hold the top-tier experts of Tao with awe. I wonder what the difference is between a tribulation, transcending celestial king and an 8th rank evolver. Lin Yuan was curious. The cultivation system is different, so naturally the abilities displayed at each stage are also different. If a tribulation, transcending celestial king corresponds to the 8th rank, that's only a rough equivalence in terms of combat power. As for the specific details and techniques, only a personal confrontation would tell. Ch the mobilefoire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Power of creation? Lin Yuan stroked his chin. This power is the core strength of a tribulation. Transcending celestial king, the greatest confidence for immortal king level powerhouses to overlook all beings. Is it another term for the power of the world, or simply another type of energy? Do tribulation, transcending celestial kings not have their own inner worlds at all? Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated. The most powerful method of the 8th rank evolvers is the power of the world cultivated within their inner worlds. But as for the power of creation held by the tribulation, transcending celestial kings, its true nature remains unknown. The martial temple's level is after all not high. It cannot gather detailed information about the immortal king-level powerhouses deep within the martial temple. Several supreme elders gathered together again. Cheng Er's talent is too strong, we're unable to teach him anymore. The second supreme elder was silent for a while before speaking the truth. They are all martial practitioners of the 6th stage martial Tao, equivalent to ancient saints of the nether refinement period. In the spirit realm, ancient saints of the nether refinement period can also dominate a region. At least within a city like Shanyao City, a battle prowess of the ancient saints level is considered top-notch. But facing Lin Yuan, they all felt a bit intimidated. Lin Yuan's learning capability and cultivation speed are too fast, so fast that it made them doubt how they had lived through the years. So what should we do? The third supreme elder asked. Now the only option is to ask the 3 ancestors for guidance. Perhaps only the 3 ancestors are qualified to teach Cheng Er. The great supreme elder spoke. The 3 ancestors? The remaining supreme elders were inwardly startled. The 3 ancestors here naturally refer to the 3 7th stage martial Tao strong practitioners, the founders of the martial temple. However, currently, these 3 7th stage martial Tao practitioners are all battling for the Daode Immortal Sect. Daode Immortal Sect has protected Shanyao City for many years, not only because a true immortal of considerable prominence within the sect negotiated an agreement with that mysterious martial ancestor, but also because of the merits the 3 ancestors had established for the Daode Immortal Sect over the years. Now, it seems only the 3 ancestors can teach him. The third supreme elder sighed. Anyway, they didn't dare to continue teaching, otherwise they would undoubtedly risk damaging their own state of mind. It's too exaggerated. If they hadn't confirmed that Lin Chang's soul and body were perfectly integrated, they would suspect that Lin Chang might have been seized by some old monster. In the spirit realm, seizure is not an uncommon occurrence. I will contact the 3 ancestors right away. Seeing that the other supreme elders had no objections, the great supreme elder stood up and said, the 3 ancestors are engaged in external battles. If there is no major issue, they are not to be disturbed, but the matter concerning Lin Yuan is considered a major issue by the supreme elders. Within the cave dwelling, Lin Yuan, in addition to cultivating, was also sensing the great Tao rules of the spirit realm. Taiyin rule, Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and streams of the extremely yin and pure power of Taiyin converged in the depths of his pupils, merging with the power of Taiyang to form the power of Taiyang, to form the power of Taiji. I didn't expect that not long after arriving I would comprehend the Taiyin rule. Lin Yuan was in a good mood. Despite spending nearly 20 years in seclusion in the main world without comprehending the Taiyin rule, he had managed to grasp it not long after crossing over. However, my current strength is too weak to condense the rules. Otherwise, it would be interesting to see what will happen when the Taiyin rule merges with the Taiyang rule. Will it form a new rule? The Taiyi rule? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The rules of the Great Tao are elusive. To condense a certain rule, one must first thoroughly understand it, and second, possess a body and soul capable of carrying that rule. Of course, Lin Yuan wasn't able to condense the Taiyin rule just yet, but he could still use it. Once a certain rule is fully understood, even a mortal can, in every action, align with this rule and unleash a power that far exceeds their limits. This traversal does allow for the awakening of a new physical body divine ability. Lin Yuan seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up slightly. The 6th stage martial Tao. Chapter draws from the essence of body cultivation, enabling the condensation of divine physical body abilities that belong to a martial Tao cultivator. So far, Lin Yuan had condensed 2 physical body divine abilities. The first one is blood rebirth. The second is mountain moving. The former had brought tremendous help to Lin Yuan. Even the opening of that mysterious gourd relied on the blood rebirth ability. Then there's that gourd. Lin Yuan's consciousness sank into the depths of his mind, looking at the towering and massive door to the Myriad Realms. If Lin Yuan wished, he could use a strand of world-breaking origin force at any time to bring over the mysterious gourd. But after some thought, Lin Yuan decided to wait a while more. His current strength was still too weak, and the mysterious gourd was too precious. It would be better to wait until he had sufficient power to protect himself in this world before considering it. Cultivate, cultivate. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged, and he started cultivating again. Although he was under the protection of the martial temple now and did not need to worry about safety, there were still many things waiting for Lin Yuan to do, and all these things required strength. On the edge of the Xuanwang domain, inside a palace, 3 figures were sitting cross-legged, their qi and blood circulating and faintly vibrating in all directions. The martial temple has sent me a message. The first figure on the left opened his eyes and spoke. The martial temple? Has something big happened? The first figure on the right also opened his eyes. They had long told the Martial Temple not to contact them lightly unless something significant happened. What's the matter? The figure in the middle opened her eyes and asked slowly. This figure was a stunningly beautiful woman, who was none other than Li Qing, the direct disciple Lin Yuan had once accepted. They say that the Martial Temple has received a once-in-an-age genius who, upon perceiving the martial ancestor's divine radiance, caused 7 divine statues to tremble, all aglow with 12-fold brilliance, the figure on the left explained. All 7 divine statues radiant with 12-fold brilliance? The tonality of the figure on the right wavered slightly. Even he had only managed to make 1 divine statue tremble and shine with 12-fold brilliance back in his day. Indeed, a once-in-an-age genius. Li Qing nodded and said, "What does the Martial Temple want us to do? They want one of us to go back and personally instruct this genius," the figure on the left said. "Go back, one of us?" Li Qing frowned slightly. "The battle with the other great realms is at a critical moment. We cannot leave. Not even our primordial spirits can depart. In that case, reply to the Martial Temple that in 100 years I will personally return to guide this once-in-an-age genius," Li Qing said. She valued martial arts geniuses highly. Perhaps influenced by Lin Yuan in the past, Li Qing was willing to offer each martial Dao cultivator the chance to advance further. 100 years? Yes, in 100 years the conflict will mostly cease, and by then the 3 of us can return to see for ourselves. Let that once-in-an-age genius cultivate on their own for these 100 years, and when we return later, we will personally guide them, the figure on the right said. No problem, the figure on the left nodded. 100 years was nothing. That once-in-an-age genius might just be beginning to comprehend the martial Dao. Their return would be just in time to provide guidance at a critical moment. Years passed by. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed since Lin Yuan arrived in this world. Chapter 5, Lin Yuan's Strength. Please subscribe. An underground world spanning tens of thousands of miles, with only Lin Yuan sitting cross-legged alone within it. The terrifying aura emanating from his body caused the space itself to distort slightly. 8th stage martial Tao has already reached the 2nd layer. Lin Yuan reined in his aura and nodded in satisfaction. The Immortal Path skill does indeed play a significant role in perfecting the 8th layer part. However, beginning from the 2nd layer of the 8th layer part, the difficulty of expansion skyrockets. But with Against Heaven's understanding, this is merely a matter of time and persistence. In Lin Yuan's conception, the 8th stage martial Tao consisted of 4 stages, similar to most evolution paths of the main world's 8th layer part. But for the specific content of cultivation, Lin Yuan had pushed it to the utmost limit that he could possibly achieve at present. If it were just to create an ordinary 8th rank evolutionary path, there would be no need to expend so much effort. However, the 8th stage martial Tao was a critical phase in Lin Yuan's cultivation journey, so naturally he couldn't skimp on effort. My current realm has also surged into the 2nd layer of the 8th rank, he said. Had it not been for his encounter with the Spirit Realm's immortal cultivation system and other cultivation systems, which allowed Lin Yuan to reshape the martial path evolutionary path multiple times, it would have probably taken him several more decades to reach this level. However, when I returned to the 8th rank, I did not re-experience the heart demon tribulation, nor the bodily tribulation required by a tribulation. Transcending Celestial King, Lin Yuan said as he stroked his chin, deep in thought. Lin Yuan had a guess about why the bodily tribulation hadn't descended. This type of tribulation was meant for immortal path cultivators. Although Lin Yuan drew on numerous essences from the immortal cultivation system, his foundation still lay in the martial path evolutionary path. Thus, he didn't need to face the bodily tribulation common to immortal path cultivators. As for the heart demon tribulation, Lin Yuan felt that his spirit will had already undergone transformation and likewise didn't need to experience it again. I've been residing for over 900 years, and only 100 years have passed, so I still have ample time to perfect the next 3 stages of the 8th layer part, he said. Lin Yuan was confident about this. Once the 8th layer part is perfected, the martial path evolutionary path will transform into an 8th rank evolutionary path, which I reckon could hold its own amidst all of humanity's 8th rank evolutionary paths throughout history. This underground world was an ancient sex ruin that Lin Yuan had stumbled upon unintentionally over 90 years ago. Thereafter, Lin Yuan transformed it into his usual practice area. Space, with a single step, Lin Yuan entered, following the spatial fluctuations, and in almost an instant arrived outside Xianyao City. The underground world where Lin Yuan cultivated was at least tens of millions of miles away from Xianyao City, but with his mastery over space rules, it was just a single step. In the past 100 years, apart from recovering his strength and perfecting the 8th stage martial Tao, Lin Yuan never ceased his perception of the space rules. The core spatial models that Lin Yuan had comprehended had exceeded 4,000, and thereby his inner world expanded to about 4 million miles in circumference. The 4 million miles here referred purely to the size of the inner world, supported entirely by space rules, and it had not been amplified by that mysterious gourd of the main world. If we consider the five-fold basic amplification prior to teleportation, Lin Yuan's inner world size should be about 20 million miles in circumference. An inner world of 20 million miles in circumference far exceeded the human evolver's limit of 10 million miles for an inner world. The cosmic force born from such a vast inner world could likely withstand a few blows from an unbeatable eighth ranker. I should have time to bring over that mysterious gourd. Lin Yuan walked into Shenyao City, thinking to himself. 100 years ago, Lin Yuan's power was insufficient, so he did not bring the mysterious gourd over, worried about unexpected events. But now? Even a tribulation, transcending celestial king looking down upon the spirit realm would not intimidate Lin Yuan. This time's recultivated physical body divine ability, Lin Yuan's thoughts were in motion. In the 6th rank chapter, one would condense a physical body divine ability derived from one's bloodline. Different physiques, different bloodlines, naturally resulted in different physical body divine abilities. In the central divine China world, Lin Yuan's condensed physical body divine ability was blood rebirth. On his main world's true body, the physical body divine ability Lin Yuan condensed was mountain moving. And now, in the 8th life's reincarnation within the spirit realm, Lin Yuan's condensed physical body divine ability was strengthening. Once the strengthening divine skill is activated, everything about Lin Yuan, from physical strength to vital energy to soul to spirit will, would surge tenfold. Even the cosmic force within his inner world would receive a tenfold enhancement. Although the strengthening divine skill's duration is not long, just 10 breaths, and Lin Yuan's strength would slightly weaken by about 20 to 30% after the skill ends, there is no doubt this divine skill is an ace in the hole. In a battle between the strong, moments can determine victory or defeat, let alone 10 breaths. And with the physical strength, vital energy, soul, and spirit will all augmenting tenfold together, the impact on strength is definitely far more complex than just a simple tenfold increase. Owning such a divine skill, even an ordinary 8th rank peak evolver, could challenge the unbeatable 8th rankers. Of course, this is just within the duration of the divine skill's activation, but it's still unimaginable, akin to a substitute for cosmic force. What's more crucial is that the strengthening divine skill will become increasingly significant as one's power grows. An 8th rank peak, when utilizing this divine skill, can match an unbeatable 8th ranker within 10 breaths. But what about a 9th rank evolver? For the following period, apart from perfecting the martial path evolutionary path, my primary task is to thoroughly comprehend this divine skill and condense a divine ability imprint, Lin Yuan planned in his heart. Only by condensing a divine ability imprint could he carry this divine skill back to the main world. Lin Yuan remembered that it took him a full 50 years to fully comprehend the Blood Rebirth divine ability imprint. Search the novel Fire.u website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 5, Lin Yuan's Strength. Please subscribe. 2s. As for the divine skill mountain moving, Lin Yuan had too little time in the main world to fully comprehend the divine ability imprint of mountain moving. He returned to the martial temple. Before long, a few supreme elders made their way over. Elder, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Over the past century, the supreme elders of the martial temple had treated Lin Yuan quite well, nurturing him almost like the future of the martial temple. If it hadn't been for the support of the martial temple in the early stages, Lin Yuan would have definitely reached this point today, but it would have taken a lot more time. Cultivators of the immortal path need resources, and so do martial Dao cultivators. Especially at the 6th and 7th ranks, when opening up an inner world, the consumption of resources is as vast as mountains and seas. Chang'e, here is the immortal path skill you asked for. The great supreme elder took out several jade slips, looking at Lin Yuan, his gaze uncontrollably showing a trace of trepidation. As early as 70 or 80 years ago, they, the supreme elders, had already found Lin Yuan unfathomable. Lin Yuan had browsed through all the countless martial Dao scriptures recorded in the martial temple, and although they hadn't directly sparred in strength, every close contact with Lin Yuan gave them an inexplicable feeling of palpitation. This sensation had disappeared 60 years ago, but they had no intention of underestimating Lin Yuan. They just felt that Lin Yuan might have achieved the level of returning to the original purity. This was what several elders at the 7th stage martial Tao thought. Unless they deliberately demonstrate their aura, they look no different from ordinary people. Supreme Jade Purity Immortal Scripture, this is the secret core skill of the Supreme Immortal Sect. Lin Yuan became interested. In recent decades, Lin Yuan had asked the Supreme Elders to collect as many immortal path skills as possible. Although the Supreme Elders did not know what the purpose was for Lin Yuan, a martial path cultivator, to collect immortal path skills, Lin Yuan's displayed talent and divine abilities were too frightening for them to harbor any doubts. Lin Yuan quickly browsed through the Supreme Jade Purity Immortal Scripture and finally nodded slightly. Although it ends after the divinity transformation stage, the Supreme Immortal King, as a Supreme Immortal King that commands respect across 3,000 Dao provinces, has indeed created a scripture with value. Lin Yuan commented with a hint of admiration in his voice. Even among tribulation, transcending celestial kings, there are differences in strength, and the supreme immortal kings are the peak powerhouses among those in the tribulation transcendence stage. Lin Yuan guessed that the supreme immortal kings might correspond to the invincible at the 8th layer in the main world. The Supreme Immortal Sect once intended to disseminate the Supreme Jade Purity Immortal Scripture and allowed other cultivators to practice this scripture. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to obtain it, said the Great Supreme Elder, nodding his head. The purpose of the Supreme Immortal Sect's move was easy to guess. They were simply scouting for talents across 3,000 Dao provinces suited to cultivate the Supreme Jade Purity Immortal Scripture. The scriptures that the Supreme Immortal Sect spread only ranged from the Qi Cultivation chapter to the Mahayana chapter. Even if some idle immortal path cultivators were fortunate enough to begin practicing, the only way to delve further would be to head to the Supreme Clarity Immortal Sect. Chang-Er, the Great Supreme Elder, hesitated for a moment before he finally asked, "What is your current realm, the 7th stage martial Tao?" the Great Supreme Elder asked cautiously. In a mere 100 years, reaching the 7th stage of martial arts would have been utterly unbelievable to the Great Supreme Elder in the past. But Lin Yuan's performance in the past century caused the Supreme Elders to entertain such a thought. Being at the 6th rank themselves, and feeling a sense of pressure from him, it was highly probable that Lin Yuan was at the 7th rank. My current realm? Lin Yuan smiled faintly. The other Supreme Elders, upon hearing this, instinctively pricked up their ears to listen. They too were curious about Lin Yuan's current strength. No. Lin Yuan shook his head. He had progressed beyond the 7th stage martial Dao 60 years ago. Not the 7th stage martial Dao? The Great Supreme Elder breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a complex mix of emotions. He hoped Lin Yuan was at the 7th stage martial Dao because that would mean the martial path evolutionary path had birthed another 7th rank ancestor, which would further expand the influence of the martial temple. But rationally, the Great Supreme Elder did not believe that, within merely 100 years, Lin Yuan could have reached the 7th rank, which seemed absolutely inconceivable. Now that Lin Yuan had confirmed it, the doubts in the hearts of the Supreme Elders were no more. From beginning to end, neither the Great Supreme Elder nor the other Supreme Elders had ever considered that Lin Yuan could be at the 8th stage of martial arts. Because that was simply a fantasy, ever since the martial path evolutionary path came into existence, the strongest among them was at the 7th rank, stopping at the level of a true immortal on the immortal path. The 8th stage of martial arts? Even the legendary martial ancestor hadn't delved into that, let alone Lin Yuan, such a fledgling who had only practiced for 100 years. If not the 7th rank, then it must be the 6th rank. 100 years to reach the 6th rank in the martial temple since its establishment. Such a cultivation speed can be called unrivaled. The Great Supreme Elder thought silently to himself. Over tens of thousands of years, countless martial Dao prodigies streaked across the sky, but there had never been one that entered the 6th rank within 100 years. The 6th rank of martial Dao corresponds with the level of an ancient saint of refinement void on the immortal path. To reach the level of an ancient saint of refinement void in 100 years, only those monstrous talents on the immortal path, the immortal king seeds, stand a chance of doing so. After the Supreme Elders left, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in his cave dwelling. My current Dao strength, Lin Yuan began to examine himself, with the help of many methods. Even without the amplification from an inner world spanning over 10 million li, Lin Yuan's combat power was approaching invincible at the 8th rank. If he used the divine skill strengthening within 10 breaths, Lin Yuan's combat power might even far exceed that of an invincible 8th rank. It's just, I wonder what the power of creation wielded by immortal king-level powerhouses is all about. Lin Yuan secretly thought to himself. After years of understanding, Lin Yuan roughly confirmed that tribulation, transcending celestial kings, probably did not possess an inner world. Ch the Novel, first the Novel fir.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What they relied on was the power of creation they wielded. Ordinary immortals wielded portions of the power of creation's might, while supreme immortal kings wielded the complete power of creation. Unfortunately, there are no immortal king-level powerhouses in Dongyun Tao province. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Even when considering the 3,000 Dao provinces, immortal king-level powerhouses were extremely rare, let alone having such powerhouses stationed in Dongyun Dao province. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would probably try his hand against one or two immortal kings. As for outside Dongyun Dao province, the distance was too far. Even though Lin Yuan's mastery of space rules allowed him to cover millions or tens of millions of li in one step, it would still take a substantial amount of time to reach the next Dao province. With the effort it took to travel that far, Lin Yuan might as well spend more time in secluded cultivation. As for tribulation, transcending celestial kings, even if he went to another province, whether he could find a tribulation, transcending celestial king was another matter. It's time to bring over that gourd, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Now that his strength was sufficient, at least within the bounds of Dongyun Tao province, he was invincible. Even if there were hidden tribulation, transcending celestial kings, it was likely that they couldn't defeat Lin Yuan. Therefore, he currently had the power to protect that mysterious gourd. Thinking this, Lin Yuan's mind began to sink into the depths of his mind, looking towards that majestic and vast door to the Myriad Realms, crossing dimensions, crossing latitudes, beyond imagination. Even though he had observed the door to the Myriad Realms more than once, Lin Yuan still felt a sense of awe strike him. When he first became an evolver, Lin Yuan looked at the door to the Myriad Realms and felt only its magnificence and vastness, but now he saw this gate of light as if it were a colossal entity straddling boundless worlds. Through these 100 years, everything seems normal in the main world, nothing much has happened. Lin Yuan could faintly sense the situation on the side of his true body in the main world through the door to the Myriad Realms. Let's begin. With a thought, Lin Yuan expended a strand of world-breaking origin force to start transporting the mysterious gourd from the main world to this place. Swish, swish. In the center of the door to the Myriad Realms, space fluctuations faintly emerged. These fluctuations were profound and remote, as if emanating endless mystery. Lin Yuan carefully felt it. This method of transporting items through dimensional latitudes far exceeded his current understanding. By observing a little longer, he might, with his against heaven's understanding, be able to comprehend something new. After a moment, the space fluctuations gradually subsided. A dusky yellow gourd slowly emerged, landing into Lin Yuan's palm. Chapter 6. Is this the prodigy you were talking about? Trobber, Lin Yuan looked at the gray-yellow gourd resting on his palm. Trobber and Yuan looked at the gray-yellow gourd resting on his palm. The moment it touched Lin Yuan's palm, the originally gray-yellow colored gourd immediately lost its yellow hue and turned into an ordinary-looking gray gourd. It can even sense whether I have absorbed the liquid inside. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. Based on his experience using the gourd, its surface color depended on the user's degree of absorption of the liquid within. For instance, in the main world, Lin Yuan absorbed an orange-yellow liquid, hence the surface of the gourd also transformed from gray to gray-yellow. Let's begin. Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn. The liquid inside the gray gourd greatly enhanced his combat power, especially with regard to the expanse of his inner world, which currently spanned 4 million square miles. Just returning to the enhancement levels from the main world would skyrocket his inner world to 20 million square miles. And that was just the enhancement from the orange-yellow liquid, not to mention the other 5 types of liquids. Lin Yuan could hardly imagine, once all 7 types of liquids were thoroughly absorbed, to what extent would his inner world grow. First, a blood drop to confirm eligibility. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and let a drop of his blood fall on the surface of the gourd. Only beings whose bloodlines contained the power of rebirth could activate the gourd. For Lin Yuan, the so-called power of rebirth was the essence of the divine skill, blood rebirth. This divine skill was thoroughly understood by Lin Yuan and had been replicated onto his body for a century. Whoosh! The verification of the bloodline passed. Lin Yuan immediately noticed the gourd beginning to change. Crimson liquid. Tilting the gourd downward, he soon saw the crimson liquid pooling. Lin Yuan began to absorb it without hesitation. Time passed. Years went by in the blink of an eye. Compared to the centuries before, these few years almost flashed by. Martial Temple Cave Dwelling. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged, his inner world vast and boundless, now reaching 26 million square miles. One should know, the upper limit for human civilization evolvers was only 10 million square miles due to racial constraints, almost impossible to break through. Yet Lin Yuan's inner world easily reached 26 million square miles, a fact that, if known to the main World Human Civilization Alliance, could likely provoke the intervention of a supreme being. Such means to transcend racial limits, even for a supreme being, required a grievous price, yet could the liquid inside the gourd effortlessly achieve this? Inner world. Lin Yuan's figure solidified. Such an immense cosmic force, Lin Yuan momentarily became engrossed. As in the main world, his inner world merely spanned 10 million square miles and was still within the suppression limits for human civilization evolvers. But now, his 26 million square mile inner world, brimming with overwhelming cosmic force, made even Lin Yuan's heart throb. The difference between 10 million square miles and 20 million square miles was certainly more than twice. 8th-layer invincible, my current strength, even without employing the strengthening divine skill, should have reached the level of 8th-layer invincible, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Theoretically, an inner world spanning tens of millions of square miles could match the potential of an 8th-layer invincible. But that would be under the condition of having just an inner world of that magnitude. Solely the overwhelming cosmic force could contest the cosmic force devised by an 8th-layer invincible. Lin Yuan's current inner world might be just over 20 million square miles, but he had many other methods at his disposal. Combined combat power already matched that of a typical 8th-layer invincible. Only, Lin Yuan slightly raised his head, looking up at the sky above. A sphere formed entirely by the power of Taiyang was hovering there. Ever since Lin Yuan re-entered the 7th rank and began constructing his inner world, The complete Tai-Yin rule and Tai-Yang rule manifested in the inner world and started to merge. That was what led to the current scene, transforming into a sphere completely composed of Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang. Lin Yuan could feel that within the sphere, as the Tai-Yin rule and Tai-Yang rule merged, they began transforming and transcending, so he did not meddle too much. It should be close to completing its transformation. Lin Yuan carefully sensed for a while. Each strand of the transformation inside the sphere naturally occurred, and though Lin Yuan could intervene, he knew it was best to observe and let it unfold. Could it really be about to give birth to a brand new rule, the Taiji rule? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. CHA the novel, FA. ire.u website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Dao of Taiji, an original creation by Lin Yuan, was unlike the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, or thunder already existing in the cosmic world. The Dao of Taiji, the Taiji rule, had never appeared before Lin Yuan's creation, whether in the main world or in other traversable worlds. Xianyao City, a luxurious estate. Lin Yuan's figure appeared there. Cheng have you come? Shenzhen was watering flowers in the garden. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, she immediately exclaimed in surprise. Lin Jianping was cultivating when he heard Shenzhen's exclamation. Immediately coming out of seclusion and stepping through the door, he too saw Lin Yuan. Cheng you haven't been here in a long time, Lin Jianping said with a smile. What's the matter? Too much going on at the martial temple? It's manageable, Lin Yuan shook his head. The affairs of the martial temple weren't managed by him, and even several supreme elders wouldn't interfere with those trivial matters at the martial temple. But meditating occasionally for a few years was nothing unusual. Lin Yuan generally visited his parents every time he finished a meditation retreat. Cheng you're working too hard. Whether it's cultivating or doing other stuff, you need to focus on resting. Who knows? You might achieve even better results. Chapter 6. Is this the prodigy you were talking about? Please subscribe. Tu Shenzhen promptly said. Lin Jianping also said with a chuckle, Right, son, look at us. We're already enjoying life. I've delegated those matters in the trade association to my subordinates. With you backing us, who dares to slack off? In recent years, Lin Jianping indeed had a particularly comfortable life. His son had become a big shot in the martial temple, and the grand clans of Xianyao City vied to give him money and gifts. The 2 fruits I brought you last time, have you eaten them? Lin Yuan casually asked. Those 2 fruits could extend lifespan and improve physical constitutions. Naturally, they had no effect on Lin Yuan, but for lower-level cultivators like his parents, the benefits were almost transformative. I ate that fruit, and I felt decades younger, son. Lin Jianping's interest was piqued. Do you still have more of those fruits now? What nonsense are you spouting? Such spirit fruit is considered a treasure even in the martial temple. You greedy old man, isn't 1 fruit enough? Do you want to put your son in a difficult position? Shenzhen immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. To this day, they were unaware of Lin Yuan's specific status within the martial temple, knowing only that it was not low. This was also intentional on the part of the martial temple's supreme elders, who wished to keep Lin Yuan's identity hidden. For other powers, the emergence of a peerless genius in the martial temple was not a pleasant prospect. Therefore, information about Lin Yuan was kept under wraps until he had fully matured. I'm just asking. Lin Jianping knew the value of such spirit fruits. If you want to eat them, I'll bring some more next time, Lin Yuan said with a slight smile. With his strength now nearly invincible at the 8th layer, obtaining a few life-extending and fundamental reinforcing spirit fruits was a simple task. On the edge of the Xuanwang domain, 3 7th-stage martial Tao cultivators gathered together once again. This military campaign is almost over. The 3 of us can finally return, one of the 7th-stage martial Tao cultivators said. His name was Shan Yang, born in the spirit realm, and by a stroke of luck became a disciple of the martial temple. With the temple's nurturing, he spent nearly 100,000 years to step into the 7th stage of martial Tao. Shan Yang felt immense gratitude toward the martial temple. Without it, he would probably have lived no differently from ordinary mortals, passing away after a century and returning to dust. To think that he now possessed terrifying power nearly equivalent to that of a true immortal. Upon our return, we can finally take a good rest, another 7th stage martial Tao cultivator said sentimentally. Fighting for the Dao Immortal sect, they had to engage in battle with Dao integration true immortals every so often. Even for 7th stage martial Dao cultivators, such frequent fighting was draining. Didn't they say that the martial temple has accepted a peerless genius? When we return this time, the 3 of us should take some time to give guidance and strive to cultivate another 7th rank for our martial Dao, Li Qing suggested. As a being who ascended from the lower realms, he had received personal guidance from the legendary martial ancestor. Li Qing's strength had reached the 7th rank peak. If not for the lack of a clear path ahead, he would probably have already attempted the ultimate 8th rank. Ha ha ha, I certainly won't forget that, Shan Yang said with a grin. When I return to the martial temple, I plan to take that little guy to travel through the 9 heavens of the vast spirit realm to sense its profound aura. To take the spirit realm as a teacher, Li Qing affirmed with a nod. Although he had no clear idea about the peerless genius of the martial temple, taking the spirit realm as a teacher was surely the right approach. Countless powerful beings had been nurtured in its immensity. traveling through the 9 heavens of the spirit realm occasionally yielded awakenings even for them as 7th-rank martial Tao cultivators. I just don't know if the kid can withstand it. The aura of the 9 heavens is not something ordinary people can endure, Shanyang thought again. If he can't handle it, we'll just take it slow, advised Li Qing. You also shouldn't disregard his feelings. Don't worry, Elder Li, I'll be careful, Shanyang replied with a smile. If he detected that the youngster couldn't bear it, he would immediately halt the journey. I've prepared 3 Qingtian spirit elixirs, another 7th-stage martial Tao cultivator spoke up. His name was Lin Yuan, a being from the spirit realm who had stepped into the 7th stage of martial Dao 20,000 years prior. Qingtian Spirit Elixir, that's a Foundation Establishment divine elixir for those below the 6th rank. It must not have been easy to concoct a batch, Shanyang expressed slight surprise. Difficult or not, it needed to be done, Ni Yun said with seriousness. For the prosperity of our martial Tao. Even though the martial Tao cultivation system currently had 3 7th-rank ancestors at the helm, it still didn't quite measure up to those colossal entities with millions of years of heritage. Not to mention other forces, the Dao Immortal sect alone could easily crush the current martial temple. The Dao Immortal sect had dozens of Dao integration true immortals, and more than 5 at the Dao integration peak. Even more critical was the fact that the immortal path they pursued held the potential to ascend to the tribulation transcendent stage. This alone was something the martial Dao cultivation system could never compare with. For the prosperity of our martial Tao, Li Qing said solemnly, emphasizing each word. She vaguely remembered that it was Lin Yuan who had rescued her in the East Sea and taught her martial Tao. Therefore, Li Qing had long considered the things Lin Yuan wished to do as her own, which was to spread the martial Tao cultivation system. It was the same in the world of Central Divine China. Now, even in the vast spirit realm, Li Qing still regarded this as her lifelong goal, the martial temple, within the cave dwelling. Lin Yuan continued to attempt absorbing the orange-yellow liquid. Boom, boom, boom. Terrible flames burned within his body, counteracting the regenerative power produced by blood rebirth, and finally, Lin Yuan's form collapsed. Lin Yuan underwent blood rebirth and returned once again. It looks like it'll be a while before I can fully absorb the orange-yellow liquid. Lin Yuan steadied his mind and slowly recovered from the pain experienced while absorbing the orange-yellow liquid. So far, Lin Yuan's inner world had been subject to a 5-2 times base enhancement. If he completely absorbed the orange-yellow liquid, it would reach a 666 times enhancement. At that time, the size of the inner world would approach 26 million li. Let's take a break first. Search the noshellfirst.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan did not immediately resume the absorption of the orange-yellow liquid. Though the liquid inside the mysterious gourd could continuously enhance the strength of his physical body and inner world, the devastation and suppression it caused to his spirit will grew heavier and heavier, requiring Lin Yuan to rest for several hours after each absorption. The Great Supreme Elder is looking for me? The 3 ancestors have returned? Suddenly, Lin Yuan received a message from the Great Supreme Elder. The 3 7th-stage martial Tao, Li Qing, Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted to the image of Li Qing. At that time, as his Taiyang divine spirit roamed the East Sea, he saw a village on a small island being slaughtered by demonic beasts, and Lin Yuan casually saved them. And Li Qing was from that village. Later on, Lin Yuan discovered that Li Qing had a not inconsiderable talent for martial Tao cultivation, so he took her back to Baiyu Island casually. Let's go take a look. Lin Yuan rose to his feet, walked out of the cave dwelling, and headed towards the martial temple hall. At this moment, inside the martial temple hall, a few supreme elders stood there respectfully. 3 figures were seated in the principal seats. They were the martial temple's 3 7th-rank ancestors. They were Li Qing, Shanyang, and Ni Yun. Ancestor, we have informed Lin Chang to come over, said the great supreme elder respectfully. I understand. Shanyang nodded. After meeting him, I'll take him directly to explore the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens of the spirit realm, strictly speaking, are located in different spatial layers, each one featuring unfathomable sights, either the external rules manifesting or the essence of the world revealing itself. For lower-ranking cultivators, going to observe the 9 heavens is akin to a great opportunity. However, the 9 heavens are not so easy to enter. Typically, only true immortals of the Unity realm can enter to explore. As for taking someone along, whether true immortal or 7th rank who wishes to bring juniors into the 9 heavens, they would need to pay a significant price. And the duration is limited. Soon, while waiting for the 3 7th-rank ancestors, Lin Yuan's figure appeared, entering the hall. Good lad. Shanyang took a careful look at Lin Yuan and burst into hearty laughter. Old ancestor is giving you a great opportunity. Follow me to explore the 9 heavens. After speaking, Shanyang's figure vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing beside Lin Yuan. Immediately after, Shanyang grabbed Lin Yuan's shoulder, intending to ascend directly to the 9 heavens. However, the next moment, Shanyang's expression froze. His right hand resting on Lin Yuan's shoulder trembled slightly. He looked at Lin Yuan as if he had seen a ghost. Why is he so heavy? Chapter 7, Born for the Martial Tao. The Martial Tao rises because of him. Please subscribe. As a 7th-stage martial Tao practitioner endowed with a formidable physique, Shan Yang could easily lift enormous divine mountains weighing hundreds of thousands of feet. That was merely pure strength. If he relied on other means, Shan Yang's power could surge dramatically. This is the difference between martial Tao and the immortal path. Immortal path cultivators focus on the spirit, starting from the golden core stage, through the nascent soul stage, divinity transformation stage, and refining void period, where most of their cultivation concentrates on the spirit. Martial Tao is different. Although it can condense the primordial spirit, it still bases itself fundamentally on the physical body, with vast and ocean-like vigor and blood. However, at this moment, Shan Yang was terrified within. He grabbed Lin Yuan's right hand, but couldn't lift it at all. Heavy, heavy, exceedingly heavy. It was as if what stood before him was not a person but an entire world. But how could that be possible? A person as heavy as a world? Shan Yang's mind was like a paste, unable to react for a long time. He even doubted whether his strength had declined. You want to lift me? Lin Yuan glanced at Shan Yang. His expression revealed a hint of strangeness. How heavy was he? Leaving aside his physical body, as an 8th stage of martial arts, his body had undergone a 5 to 6 times amplification through the mysterious gourd. Every drop of his blood, every strand of hair, by the standards of the main world, weighed over 10,000 tons. The weight of the physical body was actually the lesser concern. The key was the world inside Lin Yuan's body that spanned a circumference of 26 million miles. This world resided inside Lin Yuan. Though it wasn't visible, that didn't mean it didn't exist. Usually, Lin Yuan operated the power of this world, balancing the gravitational pull originating from the spirit realm internal to his body. But it was merely a balance. If an outsider tried to lift Lin Yuan, they would need the strength to lift a world with a 26 million mile circumference. And just how heavy would a world with a 26 million mile circumference be? Probably heavier than several stars combined. Compared to Lin Yuan's strange demeanor, Shan Yang quickly came to a realization. It was not that his strength had waned, but rather that Lin Yuan, whom he considered a young fellow, was indeed excessively heavy, heavily beyond imagination, so heavy that it surpassed his limits of strength. Therefore, even with all his might, he still could not budge him in the slightest. Not far away, Li Qing and Ni Yuan looked at Lin Yuan and Shan Yang, who were caught in a deadlock. In their view, Lin Yuan stood there quietly while Shan Yang held onto his shoulder, seemingly about to straight ascend, but then abruptly halted. In the next moment, Shan Yang's figure violently retreated, like a startled rabbit, stopping by Li Qing and Ni Yuan's side, staring intensely at Lin Yuan. Who exactly are you? Ch the ovalfire.us website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This scene baffled Li Qing and Ni Yuan. Then the two of them quickly understood. Li Qing observed Lin Yuan intently and found that she couldn't see through him. The aura emitted by Lin Yuan was flawless and perfect beyond her insight. For a moment, the two 7th-rank martial Taoists realized the gravity of the situation. The power of their vigor and blood began to spread and envelop the entire martial temple and Xianyao city in an instant. Who am I? Lin Yuan chuckled softly, then said, You needn't send me to the 9 heavens anymore, as my yin spirit and yang spirit have been cultivating there for years. The central divine China world has its 9 heavens, a battlefield where ancient saints of refinement void clash. And in the spirit realm, there is also a 9 heavens that is far more mysterious than in the divine continent, containing many marvels that guide the understanding of the essence of the world. Thus, decades ago, Lin Yuan had already sent his yang god and yin god to the 9 heavens for enlightenment. Cultivating in the 9 heavens? Shan Yang and Ni Yun exchanged glances, feeling an even greater sense of oppression. Only a 7th rank or a true immortal had the strength to venture to the 9 heavens, but even they could only make brief stays. If they stayed too long, the pressure from the 9 heavens would be unbearable for 7th ranks and true immortals. As for cultivating there, perhaps only a tribulation stage celestial king had the capability to regard the 9 heavens as a place of cultivation. Of course, short-term cultivation, such as a few months or a few years, is likely feasible for peak true immortals. The two 7th stage martial Taoists currently had no clear understanding of Lin Yuan's strength, nor the purpose behind his infiltration into the martial temple. Yin spirit and yang spirit. Li Qing gazed at Lin Yuan, somewhat lost in thought. For hundreds of thousands of years, countless martial Dao cultivators had emerged like carp in a river, and there were many who reached the 5th stage of martial arts and condensed a martial Dao primordial spirit. However, among 5th rank cultivators with primordial spirits of various forms, Li Qing could only recall one being named the Yin spirit and Yang spirit. The Yin spirit and Yang spirit implied the cultivation of 2 diametrically opposed forces, where a slightest mishap could lead to irrevocable doom. Fusing Yin and Yang to condense the Yin spirit and Yang spirit had only been achieved by Li Qing's master, the ancestor of martial arts, since the inception of martial Dao. By her side, Ni Yun and Shan Yang felt indecisive, uncertain whether to attack or not. If they attacked, the two of them really had no confidence. Shan Yang had just exerted all his strength without being able to move Lin Yuan even slightly. The opponent's strength might not have reached tribulation, but was likely not far off. With their combined strength, even combined with peak 7th rank Li Qing, they wouldn't stand much of a chance, and by attacking they might irreversibly sever all relations. But if they didn't attack, Ni Yun and Shan Yang looked at Li Qing, deciding to leave the decision to Li Zhu. However, when they turned to look at Li Qing, they noticed her expression changing unpredictably, her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan, seemingly hesitant to speak. What's happening? Chapter 7. Born for the Martial Dao? The Martial Dao arises because of him. Please subscribe. Tu Ni Yun and Shan Yang were filled with confusion and doubt. Li, after so many years, you haven't changed a bit. Lin Yuan smiled faintly as he looked toward Li Qing and spoke. Upon hearing these words, Li Qing's eyes immediately began to redden. Nearly unable to control her emotions, she subconsciously uttered 2 words, Master. It had been tens of thousands of years, only the once Lin Yuan had ever called her that. Li Qing had almost forgotten that she even had such a nickname. Go on, tell me about what has happened over the years. Lin Yuan casually found a place to sit down. Over the past 100 years, he had been mostly cultivating, although he had obtained a lot of information about the spirit realm and the Dao the Immortal sect through the martial temple. But certainly, none of it was as detailed as what Li Qing, a 7th-stage martial Dao at its peak, knew. Ah? The minds of Ni Yun and Shan Yang beside him were once again thrown into chaos. What happened? Why would Li Zhu call Lin Yuan masters? Master, the idea that struck both 7th-stage martial Daoists was unbelievable. Li Qing's master was the legendary martial ancestor. Could it be that this young man before them was the martial ancestor, the opener of martial Dao? But how was that possible? Wasn't it said that the martial ancestor had vanished long ago? No need to stand, have a seat. Lin Yuan glanced at Li Qing, Ni Yun, and Shan Yang as he spoke nonchalantly. Instantly, an invisible force emerged. Ni Yun and Shan Yang subconsciously sat down. Li Qing too gently took her seat. Swarch, the novel Fired.u website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This power? Ni Yun and Shan Yang's scalps tingled. In face of this invisible force, they had absolutely no ability to resist. Their pride in their martial Dao vitalities seemed as if rendered ineffective. Martial ancestor. That is, the martial ancestor. Ni Yun and Shan Yang were shaken to the core. Lin Yuan at this moment gave off a feeling far stronger than Kung Qing Immortal, from Dao Di Immortal sect, who was only half a step away from becoming a tribulation. Transcending Celestial King. Master. You finally returned. Li Qing's eyes were moist. For hundreds of thousands of years, she never stopped searching for traces of Lin Yuan. The Dao Immortal sect claimed that Lin Yuan never ascended to the spirit realm from the ascension platform. He may well have broken through the barriers of the lower realms, entering the spirit realm amid the chaos of the void. However, this method of entering the spirit realm was highly uncertain, and one wouldn't typically arrive in Dongyun Tao province, let alone anywhere within the region of the 3,000 Dao provinces. The spirit realm is vast and boundless, with the 3,000 Dao provinces being just a part of it. The rest are mostly desolate areas. Master? Li Zhu's address is Master? The respectfully standing supreme elders were caught in a storm of shock. Even though they had already highly estimated Lin Yuan, they had not foreseen that he would be Li Zhu's master. How could this be? The martial ancestor, Chang Er, is the martial ancestor. The great supreme elder's mind trembled. Even though the scene was incredibly unbelievable and Lin Chang's connection to the martial ancestor was incomprehensible, Li Zhu certainly would not deceive them. As the direct disciple of the legendary martial ancestor, Li Qing would surely be well versed about the martial ancestor and would not recognize the wrong person. That I would come to think that Chang Er was born for martial Dao. The great supreme elder's scalp numbed with this evaluation. For any martial Dao cultivator, it was an inner affirmation and acknowledgement, even hinting at pushing martial Dao to new heights. But if the person was the martial ancestor, it was not flattery, it was profanity. Born for martial Dao? Utterly wrong. The entire martial Dao arose because of the martial ancestor. I encountered some issues, which is why I arrived only now. Lin Yuan offered only a few words to explain experiences spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Li Qing and the 2 others didn't harbor much suspicion. The spirit realm was vast, containing countless mysteries. Even a tribulation-stage celestial king could be trapped for tens or hundreds of thousands of years if they fell into certain traps. As for why martial ancestor returned in the guise of Lin Cheng, Li Qing didn't question it much either. Unity Realm true immortals had the means to dissolve their physical form and reincarnate, which was also one of the most powerful life-saving methods for true immortals. Of course, no matter how many times one reincarnates, the lifespan of the soul doesn't increase. True immortals live leisurely for hundreds of thousands of years, but once the limit of a soul's lifespan is reached, reincarnating any number of times is useless. The only way to extend one's lifespan is to attempt the tribulation, to become an immortal king. It's good that Master could come back. Nothing else matters, Li Qing said joyfully. Through this brief exchange, she was fully convinced that the Lin Yuan in front of her was her master, the ancestor of martial arts from the central divine China world. She could tell from his way of speaking and tone. Li Qing rarely divulged anything about Lin Yuan to outsiders, and many habits and ways were known only to her. Master, 6,000 years after you disappeared, I reached the 6th stage martial Tao following the guidance you left behind, she said. Not long after, I ascended to the spirit realm through the ascension platform of the Dao Immortal Sect. Li Qing began to recount her experiences over the years. After ascending to the spirit realm, Kangqing Immortal kept his promise, even designating a city specifically for the propagation of martial Tao, Li Qing said, her tone still reflecting some gratitude. Without Kangqing Immortal, without the early protection of the Dao Immortal Sect, she, a mere 6th-stage martial Taoist on par with the refining void period, would have had to join some power and serve for thousands of years just to stabilize her footing in the spirit realm. It was out of gratitude to Kangqing Immortal that Li Qing volunteered to join the ranks of Dao De Immortal Sect to fight its battles. Of course, the Dao De Immortal Sect provided ample compensation, and during the wars between the Xuanwang domain and other great realms, Li Qing grew rapidly. Eventually, using one of the 12 pathways to the 7th rank left by Lin Yuan, she chose one to advance to the 7th rank. After stepping into the 7th rank, Li Qing had the right to advance or retreat. As a being on par with a true immortal, she belonged to the absolute upper echelons even within the Dao De Immortal Sect. In this way, Li Qing led the martial temple of Xianyao City in an almost cooperative manner with the Dao De Immortal Sect, continuing to this day. Li Qing fought for the Dao De Immortal Sect, while the sect, in return, protected Xianyao City and provided ample compensation. That she could cultivate to the 7th rank peak had much to do with the Dao De Immortal Sect. Were you the only disciple to step into the 7th rank? Lin Yuan asked. He remembered taking in hundreds of direct disciples. Several among them had the potential to enter the 7th rank. Just me. Those junior brothers and sisters all fell during their attempts to break through to the 7th rank, Li Qing said, her expression tinged with sorrow. Breaking through to the 7th rank was anything but smooth sailing, especially since Lin Yuan hadn't fully perfected it at the time and had only left behind a conjecture. Lin Yuan himself managed to break through relying on his formidable foundation and his against heaven's understanding as easily as eating and drinking. But the others? Li Qing was relatively fortunate. With the support of the Dao Immortal Sect, she ultimately had the luck to step into the 7th rank. The others weren't so lucky. In fact, even in the main world, evolvers practicing other evolutionary paths faced tremendous risks moving from the 6th to 7th rank, and that was with a complete evolutionary path and guidance from higher rank evolvers. It was even more so in other worlds. These two are my valued disciples in the spirit realm, who later successfully stepped into the 7th rank. Li Qing immediately introduced Ni Yun and Shan Yang. We pay respect to martial ancestor. We pay respect to martial ancestor. Shan Yang and Ni Yun were a bit restrained. They had heard too many legends about martial ancestor from Li Qing since childhood. To them, martial ancestor was nearly mythological. Someone who single-handedly opened the martial path evolutionary path, made Dao De Immortal Sect yield, and even had Kangqing Immortal personally negotiate. But now, the martial ancestor that they revered and admired in their hearts had actually appeared before them, naturally stirring up a multitude of feelings. Especially Shan Yang, who had almost come to blows with martial ancestor just a short while ago, felt somewhat fearful inside. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He didn't differentiate much between these two juniors of martial Dao. As long as they practiced martial Dao, they could all be considered his disciples. My elder brother and second sister, and our parents, where are they now? Lin Yuan looked at Li Qing again and asked. Having a high position within the Dao De Immortal Sect, Li Qing would surely know the whereabouts of Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, and others, even if she wasn't from the sect's main lineage. Chapter 8, Taiji Rule, Cosmic Force. Please subscribe. Master's parents and relatives did not break through to the Unity Path stage. Li Qing hesitated, then spoke softly. Not having reached the Unity Path stage and relying on the lifespan of the refining void period, they could live for at most 100 or 200,000 years. It's impossible for them to be alive now, which means they would have passed away long ago. Are they all gone? Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, showed no surprise and sighed inwardly. This was actually the most common outcome. The breakthrough from the 6th stage martial Tao to the 7th stage is immensely difficult, just as the transition from the refining void period to the Unity Path stage is equally challenging. Though Jun Dongjin had a mutated heavenly spiritual root, one of the rarest talents in the central divine China world, it was not so outstanding in the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, apart from judging talents based on spirit roots, many other Dao bodies exist. Jun Dongjin cultivated to the peak of refining void, but ultimately failed in his attempt to reach the Unity Path stage and was severely injured. Mu Lianer did not cultivate to the peak of refining void, and neither did Jun Xiaoyao nor Jun Jilan. CHHE, the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With Lin Yuan's contingency plans left behind, they successfully entered Refining Void and ascended to the spirit realm, but their cultivation progress slowed afterward. How have they been? Lin Yuan inquired. They've been quite well. The Dao Immortal sect has not mistreated them. Li Qing immediately said, not daring to harbor any designs against Jun Dongjin and the others before knowing Lin Yuan's whereabouts. After all, keeping Jun Dongjin and others was not even considered a burden for the vast Dao Immortal sect, and the Kangqing Immortal even summoned them several times to preach Dao. But transitioning from Refining Void to Unity is not something that can be achieved with just a couple of sermons or by giving enough cultivation resources. Otherwise, everyone in the Dao Immortal sect would be a true immortal, not just the dozens of true immortal anchoring it. Before my parents passed away, they asked me not to give up looking for you, Li Qing spoke with a somewhat heavy voice. What a pity. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If he had traveled through time a bit earlier, perhaps the outcome would have been different. In the future, if I can become a supreme being, I might try resurrecting them. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Supreme beings wield complete control over time and space rules, able to reverse time and lift previously deceased beings back to life. Before their deaths, Jun Dongjin, Jun Zilan, and the others reached the Refining Void stage, similar to 6th rank in life essence strength. Even without deliberately merging their life essence with the spirit realm, having lived so long, their essence had already been recorded by the spirit realm. As long as Lin Yuan became a supreme being and arrived in this world, reversing the flow, he should be able to resurrect them. As for their having died of natural lifespan exhaustion, even if resurrected, they would face the limits of their lifespan in a few breaths' time. But Lin Yuan could completely use those few breaths to extend their lifespans. The methods to extend lifespan in the spirit realm are useless, but in the main world, there are plenty. As for the world's backlash after resurrecting a life, reviving a few 6th rank lives and the resulting backlash is trivial for a supreme being. Also, the descendants of Master's elder brother and second sister in the Dao Immortal sect are doing quite well. Li Qing seemed to remember something and promptly spoke. With Lin Yuan's connection, Li Qing, comparable to a 7th stage Martial Tao, being a pillar for the Jun family's descendants as long as Li Qing is alive, it's unlikely that the Jun family's descendants would fare poorly, and the Kangqing Immortal is also watching. Is that so? Lin Yuan glanced at Li Qing. Master, would you like me to invite a few outstanding descendants from the Jun family to come visit you? Li Qing tentatively asked. That works. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. After all, having some karma with the Jun family, now that he had returned, meeting them was not a bad idea. All right, Li Qing closed his eyes and began making contact immediately. As a major general for Dao De Immortal sect in external campaigns, Li Qing naturally had ways to directly communicate with the Dao De Immortal sect. About Master's news, should we keep it hidden? After conveying the message, Li Qing cautiously asked, Kangqing Immortal once told me that if there's any news of Master, I must tell him immediately. The Kangqing Immortal is still alive? Lin Yuan was interested. This old fellow's performance still quite satisfied him, at least he didn't kick him when he was down when he wasn't around. According to the information Lin Yuan had, since the days in the Central Divine China world, the Kangqing Immortal had already lived for several 100,000 years. With hundreds of thousands of years passing by, even a Unity Realm true Immortal at its peak probably should have expired. The Kangqing Immortal transcended the Heart Demon Tribulation, so he has a much longer lifespan than a normal true Immortal, Li Qing immediately replied. To advance from Unity stage to Tribulation Transcendence stage, an immortal cultivator needs to transcend 2 tribulations. One is the bodily tribulation, another is the heart-spirit tribulation. The latter is similar to the heart-demon tribulation. For an immortal cultivator, the most difficult to transcend is the bodily tribulation. Most methods of the immortal cultivator do not focus on the body. Faced with the 5 declines of man during bodily tribulation, bodily decay, there are hardly any ways to resist. I see, Lin Yuan nodded. A Unity Realm true immortal who had passed through the heart-spirit tribulation, although still far from a tribulation. Transcending Celestial King had their spirit, soul, and will transformed. Their soul's lifespan was significantly extended, and for a true immortal, a decaying body can simply be replaced. As long as the soul lives on, they can be regarded as immortal. No need to hide it, Lin Yuan said calmly. Hide it? Why hide it? Now that Lin Yuan had fully regained his strength and even advanced further, even among tribulation, transcending celestial kings, he was considered an extraordinary powerhouse, not inferior to a supreme immortal king. Under such circumstances, there was absolutely no need to hide. Chapter 8, Taiji Rule, Cosmic Force. Please subscribe. 2. Yes. Li Qing responded. After chatting with Li Qing for a few more moments, Lin Yuan turned towards the other 2 who were sitting upright, Ni Yun and Shan Yang. These 2 Martial Dao 7th rank cultivators were the promising new talents in the Martial Tao cultivation system. They had managed to step into the 7th rank with the guidance left by Lin Yuan. Their martial talents were indisputably remarkable. You haven't received my guidance before, which is indeed not easy. Inside the Jade Slip is my refined understanding of the 7th rank cultivation, which should be of help to you. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and 2 white jade slips appeared in front of Ni Yun and Shan Yang. These two cultivators, in their 7th rank cultivation, had not gone deep, although they had stepped onto the path of the 7th rank, which Lin Yuan considered misleading, but there was still a chance for them to reshape their paths. As for you, Lin Yuan turned to Li Qing. Li Qing was already at the peak of the 7th rank. Reshaping her martial foundation was not a simple matter. However, Lin Yuan had already formulated an idea, and merely by observing Li Qing for a while, his against heaven's understanding allowed him to create a suitable method for her to reshape her cultivation. Against heaven's understanding, depending on the heights Lin Yuan reached, who was now at the 8th layer mid-period, creating a mere 7th rank reshaping method hardly wasted any effort. Thank you, Master. Li Qing expressed her immense gratitude. After reaching the peak of the 7th rank, she faintly sensed that there seemed to be no path ahead. If nothing unexpected occurred, she would likely stop at this point in her life. She was not a martial ancestor with earth-shattering talent who could create possibilities in the impossible. Li Qing's ability to step into the 7th rank was due not only to luck, but also significantly to the instruction left by Lin Yuan. Ni Yun and Shan Yang left the martial temple hall with stirring emotions. Martial ancestor. They had actually met the legendary martial ancestor today. And the strength of the martial ancestor, to say nothing of comparing with the tribulation, transcending celestial king, was at least much stronger than that of the Kangqing immortal of the Dao immortal sect who was half-step into the tribulation transcendence stage. Our martial Dao can also give birth to such powerful figures? Shan Yang was invigorated, and he returned to his dwelling with Ni Yun, unable to calm down for a long time. The existence of the martial ancestor showed them that martial Dao was not a dead end, like the immortal path, it was also a great avenue to the heavens. Right, the jade slip from the martial ancestor. Ni Yun seemed to remember something and reminded him. Just now in the martial temple hall, the martial ancestor had given each of them a jade slip. He said it would help with their forthcoming martial Dao cultivation. Right. The jade slip? Shan Yang immediately reacted. He took out the white jade slip directly. The jade slip looked ordinary. It was hardly any different from those used by low-ranking key refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. But to Shan Yang, a 7th-stage martial Tao cultivator, he revered it as if it were a sacred relic, holding it before his eyes. Finally, Ni Yun and Shan Yang looked at each other and simultaneously began to read the content of the jade slip. It only took a moment for their expressions to change dramatically, their hearts stirring with profound emotions. So this is what 7th-stage martial Tao cultivation was supposed to be. So 7th-stage martial Tao cultivation could also be approached like this? So 7th-stage martial Tao cultivation should indeed be like this. The content within the jade slip was not abundant, but the two 7th-rank martial Taoists spent a whole day reading it. They pondered over every word, and with each contemplation, they discovered different meanings. A day later, Shan Yang suddenly came to his senses, looking at the jade slip in his hand and muttered, "Our martial Dao is also a great avenue to the heavens." Ni Yun, radiating an inspired aura and with a glint in his eyes, exclaimed, "The martial ancestor truly is a divine being." Creating martial Dao from nothing, and now elucidating so much about the 7th rank chapter, the two people looked at each other again, stood up, straightened their robes, faced the martial temple hall, and respectfully bowed 3 times. "Thank you, martial ancestor, for the benevolence of passing the teachings. Thank you, martial ancestor, for the benevolence of passing the teachings. Thank you, martial ancestor, for the benevolence of passing the teachings." Martial Temple Hall. Lin Yuan sat there, his expression contemplative. Guiding the 3 7th-stage martial Tao cultivators was a trivial task for him. At that moment, however, Lin Yuan was pondering another matter. Huailong Palace, Lin Yuan said to himself. Huailong Palace, a Dao integration level force in the Zhujiang domain, had been at war with the Dao immortal sect for tens of thousands of years. 2 major forces were at odds over the essence of heavenly water, already at each other's throats. Every few hundred to 1,000 years they would wage war, and nearly 10 Unity Realm true immortals would join the battle. Li Qing and 2 other 7th-stage martial Taoists were mostly on the battlefield with Huailong Palace. Initially, when Jun Dongjin ascended to the spirit realm at the peak of the refining void period, he was severely injured by a draconic ancient saint from the Huailong Palace. Had it not been for that severe injury, Jun Dongjin might have had a chance to step into the Unity Path stage. Of course, it was only a possibility, and in fact he was likely still doomed to fail in breaking through, but at least it would have lightened the backlash, allowing him to live for several hundred more years. Above the spirit realm, from high to low, there were 9 heavens. Each heaven contained some kind of phenomenon, either a manifestation of the origin rule of the great Tao, or a sort of miracle related to the essence of the world. The 4th heaven, a figure, seeming like a burning sun, stood with his back to all. It was indeed Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit. With my current strength, I can only stop at the 4th heaven. As for the 5th heaven, Lin Yuan looked up at the sky, where dark clouds gathered densely, intertwined with numerous pale purple thunderbolts. To enter the 5th heaven, one must surpass the 9-fold thunder tribulation, which is far more terrifying than the bodily tribulation in the Unity breakthrough to tribulation transcendence. Although Unity Realm true immortals can roam the 9 layers of the spirit realm, such powerful beings usually only wander in the 1st and 2nd heavens. As for the third heaven, they basically can't enter, and the fourth heaven is the domain of tribulation, transcending celestial kings. The fifth heaven? Probably only the powerful among the immortal kings can withstand the ninefold thunder tribulation and enter. The Taiyang divine spirit, after all, is just a divine spirit, far less powerful than its original body, unless Taiyin and Taiyang are merged into the Taiyi divine spirit. Otherwise, recklessly enduring the ninefold thunder tribulation risks the collapse of the divine spirit. Enough. Wait a bit longer. I can feel that the fusion and transformation of the Taiyin rule and Taiyang rule are almost complete. When the time comes, my body of the divine spirit will surely see a great increase in combat power. Lin Yuan felt hopeful in his heart. Ever since he reopened his inner world, the Taiyin rule had merged with the Taiyang rule, forming a light sphere suspended above the sky of the inner world, slowly transforming. Lin Yuan had a feeling that once the transformation was complete, the Taiyin and Taiyang rules would undergo an unbelievable change. Inside the cave dwelling, Lin Yuan was cultivating. At that moment, Lin Yuan quietly opened his eyes. Whoosh! Inner world. The incarnation of Lin Yuan's consciousness appeared. CS the novelfold.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He looked up at the light sphere composed entirely of the power of Taiyin and Taiyang. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt a stirring in his heart, vaguely sensing that the transformation within the light sphere was reaching its final stages. Crack, a shattering sound, audible only to Lin Yuan, suddenly rang beside his ears. He saw the light sphere above the sky gradually cracking open. Threads of new power, or rather rules, slowly began to reveal themselves. This power was black and white. At first glance it seemed no different from before, but at the infinitely microscopic level it was the same. This meant a complete fusion. The newly born power or rules were no longer a combination of Taiyin and Taiyang, but inherently so. The flawless power of yin and yang transformed into the perfect Taiji power, quickly merging into the inner world. This, Lin Yuan's consciousness returned to reality. He raised his right hand, the pure yin-yang power emitting a dreamlike halo, slowly affecting the surroundings. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt an absolute sense of control. Within his range of perception, he could control everything. This feeling, how similar is it to the cosmic force of the invincible eighth layer? Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. The invincible power of the eighth layer in the main world, although not replicable, had some features recorded. Almost all the cosmic forces comprehended by those invincible at the eighth layer had one thing in common. That is control. Absolute control. The fusion of Taiyin and Taiyang into Taiji, is it the embryonic form of some kind of cosmic force? Lin Yuan felt elated, and at this moment, even without relying on the inner world that spans 26 million miles, without relying on his many innate divine abilities and secret techniques, he could still clash with other invincible beings of the eighth layer. Because he was now an invincible of the eighth layer. Chapter 9, All Our Provisions, please subscribe. Who would have thought that the cosmic force that countless eighth-layer powerhouses in the main world yearn for, I actually grasped its rudimentary form during my third rank and fourth rank. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. The so-called cosmic force not only enhances combat power for eighth-layer powerhouses. In the future, if one could step into the ninth rank or even higher, the transformation of cosmic force would be even greater. For eighth-layer evolvers to comprehend cosmic force, regardless of whether they can succeed, it would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time, possibly tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. But the cosmic force comprehended at the eighth layer level, besides the enhancement in combat power, does not help much in breaking through to the ninth layer. Yet, in the main world, there are still a great number of powerhouses of various clans who wish to walk the path of the invincible at the eighth layer. This seems quite incredible, for after all, spending this time on fusion rules might give one a better chance of stepping into the ninth layer. In fact, if one can comprehend cosmic force at the eighth layer, should they be able to break through to the ninth layer in the future, they would be able to walk further along the ninth layer's path. Unfortunately, among eighth layer powerhouses, those who have comprehended cosmic force are too few. And even among those eighth layer individuals who have comprehended cosmic force, the number that eventually step into the ninth layer is even rarer. Out of tens of thousands of eighth-layer powerhouses, it is considered extremely lucky if one who comprehends cosmic force manages to step into the ninth layer. Ciara the Novel, the F. Ire.nst website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. My Taiji force, Lin Yuan, carefully felt his own cosmic force. The transformed Taiji force was no longer divided into Taiyin and Taiyang. It seemed innate and flawless. They all say that cosmic force cannot be replicated. My Taiji force, Lin Yuan reflected inwardly before finally shaking his head. This statement is essentially correct. Lin Yuan's Taiji force is derived from the fusion of Taiyin and Taiyang. Even if, in future generations, a martial Dao cultivator with supreme talent in Taiyin and Taiyang emerges, just like Lin Yuan, mastering both Taiyin and Taiyang. It's debatable whether they could fuse Taiyin and Taiyang, and even if they truly managed to do so, the power formed would most likely not be Taiji force. Lin Yuan's Taiji force was not created with equal proportions of Tai Yin and Tai Yang, but rather adjusted according to his own adaptability. Only then did the new Taiji force come into being. Future martial Dao cultivators, even if they fuse Tai Yin and Tai Yang, the force they create will not be Lin Yuan's Taiji force. With my current strength, unleashing full power, I should be able to easily suppress other invincible 8th layers, but to say defeat or even kill, Lin Yuan thought about it for a while and felt it was unrealistic. After grasping the Taiji force, Lin Yuan's understanding of such cosmic force deepened even further. Even if Lin Yuan used all his trump cards, at most he could only suppress. Forcing the opponent to flee would be difficult to achieve. Take Lin Yuan's Taiji force as an example. Once he fully defended, it was almost invulnerable to myriad laws. Even 10 invincible 8th layers might not be able to break through the defense. This is why, in the main world, those 8th-layer powerhouses who have comprehended some kind of cosmic force are called invincible. This is the legend of the invincible at the 8th layer. Take it slow. I feel that there is still much room for refinement in my Taiji force. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. In the main world, those invincible at the 8th layer who have comprehended cosmic force tend not to continue exploring it, but focus all their energy on the fusion rules instead. Having already spent a tremendous amount of time comprehending cosmic force, to continue wasting time, the hope of breaking through to the 9th layer becomes even more bleak. Without breaking through to the 9th layer, even an invincible 8th layer won't have a longer lifespan than those at the peak of the 8th layer. The 9 heavens. The 4th heaven. Lin Yuan's Taiyang Divine Spirit and Taiyin Primordial Spirit appeared simultaneously. They immediately began to merge. The flawless Taiji Primordial Spirit reappeared. Compared to the previous Taiji Primordial Spirit, this one was purer and had a more stable influence on space. Lin Yuan even faintly felt that time was also slightly affected. This sensation? Lin Yuan looked around. In Xianyao City, even though Lin Yuan had grasped the Taiji force, a kind of cosmic force, he wouldn't attempt anything risky for fear that a slight mishap might lay waste to the entire city. But here within the 9 heavens, there were no such concerns. The 9 heavens were vast and boundless, each layer as large as the spirit realm, and here the spirit realm refers not to the 3,000 Dao provinces, but to the entirety of the spirit realm. Moreover, due to environmental reasons, only true immortal level powerhouses could hope to ascend to the 9 heavens, and even then, only to the 1st and 2nd layers. In the vast expanse of the 9 heavens, unless by specific arrangement, it is very difficult to encounter another person. Therefore, Lin Yuan could act without any worries here. Boom! Terrible power began to spread in all directions. The full eruption of Taiji force was like a primordial beast, wildly stirring everything in the 4th heaven. What a thrill! Lin Yuan laughed out loud, finally understanding the confidence of those invincible at the 8th layer in the main world. This power that reigns above the 8th layer can easily become addictive. The strength of my current Taiji primordial spirit is not lesser than that of an invincible 8th layer, and due to the nature of being an energy and spirit body, it is much more troublesome than ordinary invincible 8th layers. Lin Yuan had an accurate assessment of his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit is not corporeal, unable to benefit from the augmentation of the mysterious gourd to the inner world, but it also has the advantage of the primordial spirit, which is immunity to most physical damage. And since the primordial spirit is an ethereal body, it is elusive and unpredictable. In the main world, those invincible beings of energy life at the 8th layer are more dreaded than ordinary invincible 8th layers. Chapter 9. All are provisions. Please subscribe. To continue to explore the true limit of the power of Taiji. Lin Yuan struck out recklessly, and the terrifying wave of force began to shake the entire 4th heaven and even affected the 3rd and 2nd heavens below. 9 heavens, 2nd layer of heaven. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A peak Dao integration true immortal was leisurely roaming this layer of heaven with a descendant he cherished. The 9 divine heavens of the spirit realm are extremely special, often visited by true immortal level powerhouses. Occasionally, they bring their progeny, for beings below true immortals. Experiencing the mysteries of the 9 heavens is a great opportunity and fortune. In the 2nd layer of heaven, some spectacles and phenomena often appear. Tomorrow, observe carefully and commit it to memory. This will be greatly beneficial for your future cultivation path, said the Peak Dao integration. True immortal, a white-browed elder, chuckling as he stroked his beard. Understood, ancestor, replied a young disciple, swallowing nervously as he tried to look around and memorize everything he saw. After a while, ancestor, this 9 heavens is really huge, isn't it? The disciple couldn't help but exclaim. The 9 divine heavens of the spirit realm are vast and boundless. This is just the 2nd heaven. Above are the 3rd and 4th heavens. The Peak Dao integration true immortal patiently explained. However, only those at the half-step tribulation stage can attempt to climb to the 3rd heaven, and as for the 4th heaven, it is the realm of tribulation, transcending celestial kings, the white-browed elder sighed. Although he was at the peak of Dao integration, the tribulation stage was still far beyond his reach. The mental tribulation and bodily tribulation were two significant barriers that obstructed countless true immortals. The white-browed elder was lost in thought for a moment and was about to speak again when his expression suddenly changed. What is that? The white-browed elder looked up. It was the area of the third layer of heaven. At that moment, a terrifying fluctuation was traveling from the third heaven to the second heaven. Like the drums of the divine, mighty and powerful, the clouds of the second heaven dispersed and the space constantly rippled. This? The white-browed elder's face showed shock. In the nine heavens, even a true immortal peak powerhouse like himself could at best affect an area of 10,000 miles. But now? Merely the aftershock of a force was penetrating down to the second heaven? Ancestor, is there a half-step immortal king making a move in the third heaven? The disciple by his side trembled, and if not for the protection of the white-browed elder, he would probably have been scared into sitting on the ground. The aftershock of a higher layer's power swept down like divine might. It's not the third heaven, it's a higher layer than the third heaven. The white-browed elder carefully sensed for a while, his face slightly pale. As a peak true immortal, although he couldn't climb to the third heaven, he could still judge the source of the aftershocks. A higher layer than the third heaven? The young disciple was confused for a moment. That must mean an immortal king, at least a tribulation. Transcending celestial king is making a move. The white-browed elder spoke with difficulty, and in his heart he had another speculation. Transmitting aftershocks to another layer was not something an ordinary immortal king could do. It might even be the famed Supreme Immortal King. In my lifetime, to see a Supreme Immortal King making a move? The white-browed elder was emotionally stirred. As a peak true immortal who had traveled 3,000 daos for many ages, he had a chance to witness a tribulation, transcending celestial king. But a Supreme Immortal King? That was the transcendent among celestial kings. Most true immortals never saw one in their lifetime. Xuanwang Domain. Dao Day Immortal Sect. Li Zhu sent me a message, a no-nonsense-looking woman said, her face changing slightly as she looked towards her two peers. Li Zhu's personality means he wouldn't contact us without something important, she said. Quickly check. Could it be something unexpected has happened with the war against Huailong Palace? The two peers realized the gravity of the situation. The three of them were the most outstanding descendants of Jun Xiaoyao. They were Jun Haichu, Jun Nangong, and Jun Yungshun. In the Spirit Realm's Dao Immortal sect, the Mu family was a relatively strong lineage. But the Jun family, at least until people like Jun Dongjin ascended, there was no Jun family. After hundreds of thousands of years, with the efforts of the Jun family lineage and the support of Li Qing, the Jun family managed to establish itself in the Immortal sect. I'll check now. Jun Haichu immediately opened the message from Li Qing. He quickly skimmed through it. Li Zhu says, Jun Haichu paused, somewhat unsure how to proceed. You all take a look. Jun Haichu expanded the message. Jun Nangong and Jun Yungshun quickly read through it. An ancestor from our Jun family has returned? This ancestor, the youngest son of the founder of the East Jin and the founder of the martial Tao cultivation system? The three of them from Jun Haichu's group were stunned. From a young age, they had heard numerous rumors about this Wuji ancestor. It was said that this Wuji ancestor had exceptional talent and had even negotiated with the Kangqing Immortal. Today, the position of the Jun family in the Immortal sect was mainly due to the efforts of this Wuji ancestor. Without the Wuji ancestor, the Jun family would not be where it was today. They might not even have ascended from the lower realms in the first place. Wuji ancestor, he has returned? Jun Nangong's expression was somewhat excited. It had been tens of thousands of years, and the ancestors of the Jun family had never given up searching for Wuji ancestor. Even the Dao Day Immortal sect was searching, but there had never been any news. Many elders of the Jun family even thought that Wuji ancestor might have died long ago. Otherwise, how could there have been no sign of him for so many years? Let's go. We will meet Wuji ancestor now. The longing of my father, my mother, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, the desire of our Jun family's ancestors, has actually been realized in our generation. Jun Yungshun was equally stirred. Li Qing's search for Wuji ancestor was a search for his own mentor. The Kangqing Immortal's search for Wuji ancestor also had other purposes. Only their Jun family sought Wuji ancestor from the bottom of their hearts. Since the progenitor Jun Dongjin, they always treated searching for Wuji ancestor as the ultimate goal. The martial temple is starting to accept disciples on a large scale. Anyone from the human race can be admitted to the martial temple. Upon entering the martial temple, one can receive the teachings of the martial Dao cultivation system. Even those on the immortal path can be admitted to the martial temple. Within Shenyao City, a message spread like a hurricane. Previously, the martial temple had been very strict about accepting disciples, but now they had relaxed this restriction. Hurry, hurry, hurry. There are free martial Tao teachings being given away. It's said that the 7th stage martial Tao is not inferior to a true immortal of the merged path. The martial Tao cultivation system must have exceptional aspects. Figures quickly lined up outside the martial temple, whispering amongst themselves. Why is the martial temple doing this? Did the three ancestors of the martial temple return recently? Could this be their idea? I don't think so. Over such a long period, even when the three ancestors were present, the rules of the martial temple hardly changed. Now this sudden relaxation must be due to something unknown happening. Who cares? As long as there are martial Tao teachings being given out, I have nothing to lose. Martial Temple Hall. Lin Yuan sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping across and taking in all of Xianyao City. Master, is it really okay to release the martial Tao teachings so freely? Li Qing stood respectfully on one side, cautiously inquiring. It's fine, Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. He wanted to spread the martial arts evolution system thoroughly in this realm. Relying solely on the small area of the martial temple, it would be impossible even with 1,000,000 years. Therefore, Lin Yuan decided to release the martial Tao teachings. Of course, these released teachings from the martial temple had been modified by Lin Yuan to enhance one's strength in a short amount of time. For the lower-level cultivators, whether it's the Immortal Path or martial Tao, or even other cultivation systems, the most crucial aspect is short-term effectiveness. Even for the Great Dao, if one cannot get started and it does not bring any improvement, then it is meaningless. As for releasing the martial Dao teachings widely, which might lead to a mix of good and bad cultivators and even result in little loyalty to the martial temple, Lin Yuan did not care. In the myriad realms of the heavens, as long as one entered his martial Tao, no matter the thought process, all would be fodder for the future ultimate leap. Chapter 10. Where is Huailong Palace? Give me a direction. Please subscribe. Zhujiang Domain. Huailong Palace. As a force of the Dao integration level, Huailong Palace was in no way weaker than the Dao Immortal sect, and even surpasses it due to being part of the Water Tribe's dragon heritage. The true immortal level combat power of Huailong Palace was even stronger than that of the Dao Immortal sect. Huai Dragon Hall. Dozens of figures gathered here. Huailong Palace was not a human race force, but was governed by the Water Tribe of Dragon descent, with the entire Zhujiang domain essentially being their territory. My fellow members, I have decided that our palace will once again initiate large-scale warfare with the Dao Immortal sect. That heavenly essence of water must belong to our Huailong Palace, declared the Huailong Palace Master. The Huailong Palace Master was a middle-aged female whose true form was that of a mighty dragon. Although her bloodline had not reached the level of true spirit, her combat power was so formidable that she had virtually no rivals in the Unity Path stage. The heavenly essence of water is a treasure of our dragon clan, forcibly occupied by that Dao Immortal sect. This time, we must reclaim it, she proclaimed. Palace Master, I shall partake in this large-scale decisive battle as well. I am determined to slay several true immortals of the Dao Immortal sect, an eager voice joined the conversation. Without relying on Xuanwang Hall, would the Dao Immortal sect stand a chance against our Eastern Palace? Another chimed in. The assembled figures vied to voice their opinions first. A so-called large-scale war meant an all-out battle to the death between Huailong Palace and the Dao Immortal sect, where each true immortal would enter the fray, and neither force would show any mercy. Such large-scale bloodshed would normally not occur once in tens or hundreds of thousands of years, due to the enormous cost involved. No matter who won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Xuanwang Hall would never just watch the Dao Immortal sect fall without intervening. Xuanwang Hall? The Huailong Palace Master let out a cold snort. In past large-scale wars, the interference of Xuanwang Hall had prevented her from crushing the Dao Immortal sect. But now, the Huailong Palace Master had already overcome the bodily tribulation, significantly boosting her combat power, and ordinary half-step immortal kings did not even warrant her attention. Even before overcoming the bodily tribulation, with her true dragon bloodline, she could match a half-step immortal king in strength. Now that she had become a half-step immortal king, it would probably take 3 or 4 of them to match her. This time, Huailong Palace was resolute in obtaining the heavenly essence of water. The heavenly essence of water had a significant effect on the dragon descendants' transformation into dragons. If Huailong Palace could acquire the heavenly essence of water, their power could rise to a new level in at most 10,000 years. It could even have a considerable beneficial effect on the Huailong Palace Master when facing the ordeal of the mind and spirit tribulation. Normally, a true immortal of the Dao integration stage would have a greater guarantee of overcoming the mind and spirit tribulation than the bodily tribulation. However, being a dragon descendant, the Huailong Palace Master with her strong bodily constitution had an easier time overcoming the bodily tribulation. The ordeal of the mind and spirit tribulation, on the other hand, required much more cautiousness. Dao Immortal Sect. Kangqing Immortal sat upon the high platform. What is Huailong Palace scheming now? Kangqing Immortal's brow furrowed as he received intelligence from the battlefield that the true immortal-level forces of Huailong Palace were beginning to converge towards the battleground. Could it be that they are contemplating another large-scale decisive battle? Kangqing Immortal felt a headache coming on. Even with the support from Xuanwang Hall, facing Huailong Palace Hall's repeated battles had begun taking a toll on the Dao Immortal sect. Xuanwang Hall, the most powerful force in the Xuanwang domain, along with another major force, stood with the Dao Immortal sect as the 3 leading giants of the Xuanwang domain. The heavenly essence of water, Kangqing Immortal thought of the source of the unending conflicts between the Dao Immortal sect and Huailong Palace. Indeed, the heavenly essence of water was not very useful for the human race cultivators. Yet even if it were useless, it absolutely could not fall into the hands of Huailong Palace. Kangqing Immortal could imagine that once Huailong Palace acquired the heavenly essence of water, their power would surge within 10,000 years, surpassing the Xuanwang domain to become the strongest force among the nearby dozens of great realms. Swar the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At that time, the Dao Immortal sect would stand no chance against Huailong Palace. The heavenly essence of water is rooted in the earth's veins. It cannot be moved. It cannot be destroyed. Kangqing Immortal sighed softly. Even if he could shatter the heavenly essence of water by force with a treasure, as long as the earth's veins remained, a new heavenly essence of water would be born within a few thousand years. If Huailong Palace dares to launch a large-scale war, they must have a new trump card. Has that Huailong Palace master overcome the bodily tribulation? Kangqing Immortal speculated. The Dao Immortal sect had been at war with Huailong Palace for hundreds of thousands of years and knew its adversary well. The Huailong Palace master had exhibited clues of being close to passing the bodily tribulation during her last exchange with Kangqing Immortal. A true dragon who has overcome the bodily tribulation, I cannot handle her alone, better inquire about the intentions of Xuanwang Hall. Kangqing Immortal was no fool and naturally would not take on the pressure of blocking Huailong Palace by himself. A moment later, after communicating with Xuanwang Hall, Kangqing Immortal's frown deepened again. The master of Xuanwang Hall is in seclusion and cannot intervene in the short term? How am I supposed to deal with that accursed dragon? Kangqing Immortal immediately felt the difficulty of the situation. I must contact other forces at the Dao integration level across different domains. Kangqing Immortal's thoughts refocused, turning his attention to another piece of news. Oh? Jun Wuji, that young fellow, has returned? Kangqing Immortal's eyes brightened. He had waited arduously for Jun Wuji, originally thinking the young man would ascend to the spirit realm within a few thousand years, but hundreds of thousands of years had passed without any signs. Yet Kangqing Immortal had not reneged on his promise because of this. After all, they had made a vow on the Dao. While breaking a Dao vow wasn't impossible, it came with heavy consequences, and to break such a vow for a mere promise was not worth the loss for Kangqing Immortal. Hundreds of thousands of years, if that kid is still alive, he must be at least at the peak of the Unity Realm? Perhaps even a half-step Immortal King, Kangqing Immortal mused to himself. He was well aware of Lin Yuan's potential. Taking into account Lin Yuan's forced breakthrough into the Dao integration stage in such a low world, he could at least be considered an Immortal King seed. Chapter 10. Where is Huailong Palace? Give me a direction. Please subscribe. To one, of course, even for an Immortal King seed, stepping into the realm of an Immortal King is extremely difficult. Having hope is one thing, but Kangqing Immortal didn't believe that Lin Yuan was already a tribulation, transcending Celestial King. From the Unity Path stage to the Transcendence Tribulation stage, it is as vast as the heavens. Kangqing Immortal had a deep understanding of this. Despite having overcome the mind and spirit tribulation and ranking as a half-step Immortal King, he knew deep down that there was no possibility of him becoming an Immortal King in this lifetime. At most, before the end of his lifespan, Kangqing Immortal could attempt to transcend the bodily tribulation. Even if he failed, it would be within expectations. However, if this young one has already reached the half-step Immortal King, wouldn't that relieve some pressure off Huailong Palace? Suddenly, an idea struck Kangqing Immortal. When he had negotiated with Lin Yuan, he agreed to allow the spread of martial Tao in the lower realms, and that martial Dao cultivators who reached the 6th rank could ascend to the spirit realm via the Ascension platform, as well as receive protection. In return, Lin Yuan would help the Dao Immortal sect once within his capabilities. Of course, Lin Yuan could refuse, and Kangqing Immortal was quite lenient about this, as, after all, he had not given much. So be it. It has been a long time since I went out. This time I'll go see how that young one from back then is doing. Kangqing Immortal slowly stood up, and his figure disappeared from its original spot. Swar the Novelchire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As for the large-scale decisive battle that Huailong Palace wanted to initiate, a battlefield of such scale required a lot of preparation time. It would not start within at least 10 years. Xianyao City, Martial Temple. The silhouette of Kangqing Immortal appeared silently. Lifting the restrictions on martial Dao, Kangqing Immortal glanced at the recent happenings inside Xianyao City and generally grasped the situation. Step by step, Kangqing Immortal walked towards the depths of the martial temple. Around him lingered layers of illusionary realms. As a half-step Immortal King who had passed the mind and spirit tribulation, if Kangqing Immortal wished, it would be difficult for even someone at the 7th stage martial Tao peak like Li Qing to detect his presence. Having passed the mind and spirit tribulation, Kangqing Immortal had greatly enhanced his soul, easily concealing and twisting others' perceptions. Seems like there's no change. Has that young one really returned? Kangqing Immortal arrived at the Martial Temple Hall, looked around casually, and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Just as Kangqing Immortal was considering whether to reveal himself and inquire with Li Qing, the surrounding void became illusionary. Scenes unfolded layer by layer as Kangqing Immortal reappeared outside Xianyao City, as if everything he had experienced was just an illusionary realm. What? Kangqing Immortal's pupils constricted, and his heart was overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. Illusionary realm? He, a mighty half-step immortal king who had passed the mind and spirit tribulation, had unknowingly fallen into an illusionary realm. Although in terms of combat power, a half-step immortal king who had passed the mind and spirit tribulation was not as strong as one who had passed the bodily tribulation. When it came to mastering the soul illusion, a half-step immortal king who had passed the bodily tribulation could not hold a candle to one who had passed the mind and spirit tribulation. Now, however, Kangqing Immortal had unwittingly experienced an illusionary realm. Were it not for the other party intentionally dispersing the illusionary realm, Kangqing Immortal would probably still be immersed in it. This is terrifying. What kind of illusionary realm was that? Kangqing Immortal's spirit trembled. To casually play with a half-step immortal king like him using a soul illusion, Kangqing Immortal had a guess in his mind. Could it be? Kangqing Immortal steadied his spirit and entered Xianyao City once again. This time, without using any skills, Kangqing Immortal simply walked down the streets and eventually arrived behind the gates of the Martial Temple. Hesitating for a moment, Kangqing Immortal spoke to the Guardian. "My name is Kangqing, here to visit the Martial Ancestor." "Come in," said the Guardian, as if he had already received the order, leading Kangqing Immortal to stop in front of the Martial Temple Hall. Kangqing Immortal paused for an instant and eventually walked into the Martial Temple Hall. The Martial Temple Hall at this moment, compared to what Kangqing Immortal had experienced before, was no different. The only change was that there was a figure sitting in the main seat. The figure was a young man. Although he was just sitting there, Kangqing Immortal felt as if he was facing the vast spirit realm itself. "It's been a long time." Lin Yuan looked at Kangqing Immortal and slightly smiled. Are you really Jun Wuji?" Kangqing Immortal was momentarily stunned. If before he had only speculated that a tribulation, transcending celestial king was within the Martial Temple, and that only an exalted immortal king could effortlessly make him fall into an illusionary realm without knowing, then now, upon seeing Lin Yuan, Kangqing Immortal was almost certain of his earlier speculation, and that the tribulation, transcending celestial king, was indeed that young one from before, Jun Wuji. "You could say so," Lin Yuan nodded with a smile. Although in a different body, his true spirit consciousness was the same, making this similar to the reincarnation of a true immortal of the merged path. Jun Wuji, the name stirred tremors in Kangqing Immortal's heart. Even though he had long regarded Jun Wuji as a genius of the immortal king seed level, facing the now truly immortal king Jun Wuji, Kangqing Immortal still felt an inner tumult. Immortal king, that was a tribulation, transcending celestial king. Even those who were hopeful to become an immortal king, the seeds of an immortal king, were only hopeful to become one. Perhaps, among dozens of immortal king seeds, there would be one who could become an immortal king, right? "Take a seat, don't just stand there," Lin Yuan said casually. When Kangqing Immortal approached Xianyao City, Lin Yuan had already sensed him. Later, when he found out that Kangqing Immortal intended to sneak into the Martial Temple undetected, Lin Yuan conveniently dragged him into the illusionary realm. It was a sort of greeting. "Yes, no, I'd rather stand." Kangqing Immortal quickly reacted, not daring to take a seat. What a joke, to sit with a tribulation. Transcending celestial king? Kangqing Immortal was acutely aware of his own status. He wasn't Lin Yuan's junior, nor had he conferred any significant favors on Lin Yuan. The only thing he did right was that over the years he had always kept his promises, but that was what he ought to do. At this moment, Kangqing Immortal felt immensely relieved. After Jun Dongjin and others ascended to the spirit realm thousands of years ago, some in the immortal sect voiced their opposition and wished to stop favoring the Jun family with resources. Back then, Kangqing Immortal directly refused them. Firstly, the resources allocated to the Jun family were but a drop in the ocean for the Dao Immortal sect at that time, and Kangqing Immortal didn't care about the myopic concerns of those people in the sect over such matters. Secondly, Kangqing Immortal was still looking forward to Jun Wuji's ascension to the spirit realm. As time passed, and after Kangqing Immortal's unreserved refusals, other people in the sect dared not bring up the matter again. "You have done well these years," Lin Yuan nodded. At least he did no injustice to the people of the Jun family and had protected the martial Dao evolutionary path. "It's my duty, Kangqing Immortal immediately replied. From Lin Yuan's words, he realized that the other party knew all that he had done over the years. Because of this, Kangqing Immortal was even more afraid. Had he made even a slight mistake back then, he would probably be facing the wrath of a tribulation, transcending celestial king right now. Indeed, such wrath was something that neither the entire Xuanwang domain nor Dongyun Tao province could bear. "Speak. What do you want me to help with?" Lin Yuan asked directly. The Dao Immortal sect had treated the Jun family well and protected the martial path evolutionary path. As part of the negotiation conditions, he needed to lend a hand if it was within his power. What kind of help? Upon hearing this, Kangqing Immortal's spirit suddenly surged. Almost instantly, Kangqing Immortal thought of asking Lin Yuan to help him through the bodily tribulation. But as soon as this thought emerged, Kangqing Immortal dismissed it. Whether it be mind tribulation or bodily tribulation, external forces had almost no effect. One had to rely on oneself. Otherwise, why would tribulation, transcending celestial kings, be so rare in the spirit realm? Not to mention others, the offspring and friends of those kings should have been able to step into the stage of tribulation transcendence too. From this, one can deduce that even an immortal king could hardly interfere with bodily tribulation or mind tribulation. Even if one could intervene, it would come with a dire price, not in line with the within my powers he had promised. I hope, countless thoughts flashed through Kangqing Immortal's mind. In his life, other than himself, the thing he cared most about was the Dao Immortal sect. Currently, the biggest crisis facing the Dao Immortal sect was the Huailong Palace. Against the Huailong Palace master who had transcended the bodily tribulation, Kangqing Immortal couldn't think of any way to deal with him. I hoped that the martial ancestor could intervene in the Huailong Palace matter. Kangqing Immortal steadied his mind and spoke respectfully. Huailong Palace, huh? Lin Yuan nodded. Even if Kangqing Immortal hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have let the Huailong Palace go. According to Li Qing, it was the mighty ones of Huailong Palace who had gravely injured Jun Dongjin back then, which led to his failed breakthrough later on. Lin Yuan rose to his feet and walked out of the martial temple hall. Kangqing Immortal followed immediately. Martial ancestor, the Huailong Palace is a Huailong Palace is a Huailong Palace is the true dragon descendants, and its master has the true dragon bloodline. He should have transcended the bodily tribulation. And there's the Zhujiang domain, it's said to be related to a tribulation. Transcending Dragon King, Kangqing Immortal quickly briefed Lin Yuan on the strength of Huailong Palace. But halfway through, Lin Yuan interrupted him. He asked directly, "Where is Huailong Palace? Give me a direction." Chapter 11, Dragon Palace in the Palm. Please subscribe. In which direction is Huailong Palace? Kangqing Immortal was stunned for a moment, not understanding the meaning behind Lin Yuan's words. Was he intending to personally visit Huailong Palace? Indeed. As a tribulation, transcending celestial king, once he personally arrived at Huailong Palace, even if that palace master were stubborn, he would have to bow his head obediently. In the vast spirit realm, no true immortal dared to defy the will of an immortal king. True immortals like Kangqing Immortal and Huailong Palace Master, though they claimed to be half-step immortal kings, were far from being an actual tribulation, transcending celestial king. Kangqing Immortal had passed the mental and soul tribulations, and his soul will was strong, but he was effortlessly toyed with by Lin Yuan, trapped in an illusionary realm without his knowledge. Of course, this was also because Lin Yuan was not an ordinary tribulation, transcending celestial king, but even the most common tribulation. Transcending celestial king could deal with a half-step immortal king with just a thought. It's over there. Kangqing Immortal immediately pointed out a location. Being a longtime rival of Huailong Palace, he naturally knew the exact location of their lair. The only issue was that Huailong Palace relied on the core water channels of the Zhujiang domain, and even if a group of half-step immortal kings besieged it, they couldn't overcome it, making it as secure as a fortress. Therefore, even though Kangqing Immortal knew the location of their lair, there wasn't much he could do about it. In the large-scale battles between successive generations of Huailong Palace and Dao Immortal Sect, see the novelful.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even if Dao Immortal Sect managed to repel Huailong Palace with the help of Xuanwang Hall, it was hard to inflict real heavy damage on them, as those dragon-blooded true immortals would simply hide inside Huailong Palace whenever they found themselves losing. It was akin to standing on invincible ground. Martial Ancestor, there's no need for you to go personally, just grant a Celestial King's decree, and I can take it to Huailong Palace. Kangqing Immortal hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. The Celestial King's decree contained the breath of an immortal king, impossible to imitate, symbolizing the will of a certain immortal king. When the decree arrives, it's as if the immortal king himself has arrived. Huailong Palace, even with audacious courage, would not dare to defy the Celestial King's decree, although the Zhujiang domain was the dragon transformation lands of a tribulation. Transcending Dragon King from many ages ago, all Water Tribe dragon descendants within the Zhujiang domain were, in theory, descendants of that Dragon King. But who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago that old tale had taken place, and whether it was true or false remained unclear. Even if that Dragon King did exist, he wouldn't risk offending another tribulation, transcending Celestial King over a trivial matter. No need for such trouble. Lin Yuan glanced at Kangqing Immortal and said indifferently, "Simply apprehend him." Having said that, Lin Yuan raised his right hand. Stay tuned for updates on Empire Taiji forces of black and white intertwined at his fingertips, causing the space to distort slightly, and just one look at it gave Kangqing Immortal a splitting headache. It was too profound. It was too complex. With just the action of Lin Yuan's raised hand, Kung Qing Immortal felt that the spatial mysteries he'd comprehended all his life were all contained within it, and they occupied only 1/10,000th or even 100,000th of the overall mystery. The remaining spatial profundities were far beyond Kung Qing Immortal's reach. Has Martial Ancestor's mastery of spatial profundity actually reached this level? Kung Qing Immortal was astounded within his heart, but no matter how painful his headache became, he still fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan's raised right hand. By observing a little longer, might there be a chance for enlightenment? Under Kung Qing Immortal's watchful eye, Lin Yuan's raised right hand moved towards the direction he had just indicated, palm facing down, and lightly made a grabbing motion. Zhujiang Domain, Huailong Palace. The Zhujiang Domain consisted of 9 great rivers, each running through dozens of great realms before all converging within the Zhujiang Domain. Because of this, the Zhujiang Domain held a unique advantage, serving as the sacred land of the Water Tribe. Huailong Palace was a power forged by dragon descendants, connected to the core water channel of the entire Zhujiang Domain. To breach Huailong Palace, one would have to break through the core water channel of the entire Zhujiang Domain. It was this advantage that allowed Huailong Palace to thrive for millions of years. Even if they weakened at times, it didn't affect the overall situation, as they have always been one of the dominating powers of the Zhujiang Domain. Inside Huailong Palace. The Huailong Palace Master, who had passed the bodily tribulation, looked at the single-horned man before her and said with an icy voice, "Heavenly Dragon Nest also desires the essence of heavenly water?" Heavenly Dragon Nest was also an overlord-level power in the Zhujiang Domain, on par with Huailong Palace. Strictly speaking, it was on par with the current Huailong Palace. Before the Palace Master had passed the bodily tribulation, Huailong Palace was slightly inferior to Heavenly Dragon Nest. Indeed, Dragon Lord has agreed to help you fully secure that strand of essence of heavenly water, but my Heavenly Dragon Nest wants half, said the single-horned man. Half. The Huailong Palace Master's face showed no expression. Her mind, however, was contemplating. Having passed the bodily tribulation, her strength had greatly increased, and she was confident she could repel Dao Immortal Sect and even Xuanwang Hall behind them with some confidence. But it was always better to be safe than sorry. The importance of the essence of heavenly water was well understood by Huailong Palace, Dao Immortal Sect, and even more so by Xuanwang Hall. The 3 major forces of Xuanwang Domain would definitely do everything to prevent her at all costs. They might even call friends and gather other half-step immortal kings from different great realms. In such a scenario, she would still feel some pressure. If she could join forces with Heavenly Dragon Nest, the Huailong Palace Master had already made her decision in her mind. In the past, Heavenly Dragon Nest had also approached her for cooperation, similarly expressing the intention to share half of the essence of heavenly water, but she flatly refused. Because at that time she had not passed the bodily tribulation, and her combat power was inferior to that of Heavenly Dragon Nest's Dragon Lord. If they cooperated rashly, she might end up having her palace swallowed by them. But now things were different. Having passed the bodily tribulation, she was not weaker than the Dragon Lord of Heavenly Dragon Nest. The cooperation between the two was on a nearly equal footing. 20%, the Huailong Palace Master said directly. Chapter 11, Dragon Palace in Hand. Subscribe, please. 2/20 is too low, said the Unicorn Man, his face somewhat unsightly. In the end, the two parties decided to split the essence of the heavenly water, with Huailong Palace taking 6/10 and the Heavenly Dragon Nest taking 4/10. With our two great forces joining hands, that Dao Immortal Sect, that Xuanwang Domain, are nothing but chickens and dogs, the Unicorn Man said with a smile on his face. The Huailong Palace Master was also in a good mood. Although he had given away 4/10 of the essence of the heavenly water for nothing, with the promise of the full support of the Heavenly Dragon Nest, the confidence of Huailong Palace greatly increased, enough to deal with the oppression from the surrounding great realms' half-step immortal kings. Just as the Unicorn Man was about to return to the Heavenly Dragon Nest to report the matter to the Dragon Lord, his expression suddenly changed. The Huailong Palace Master did the same, abruptly looking up to the sky. They saw the vast and boundless sky dimming unexpectedly. It wasn't dimming, it was a huge hand, black and white, that had enshrouded the entire Huailong Palace. Who dares to be so presumptuous in front of my Huailong Palace? One by one, the true immortal-level dragon descendants soared into the sky, attempting to shatter the hand that blocked out the sun. However, their true immortal-level destructive spells fell on that enormous hand, failing to stir even a ripple. Thunderous booms. The enormous hand slowly descended, its fingers beginning to close, as if it was about to lift the Huailong Palace covering hundreds of thousands of miles. The sound of rushing water. The Huailong Palace Master transformed into a 10,000-foot true dragon directly, and the terrifying bloodline power suppressed all sides, hurtling towards the giant hand. A half-step immortal king who had transcended the bodily tribulation was naturally adept at fighting, not to mention possessing a true dragon bloodline. Such a strike, even a half-step immortal king like the Kang Qing Immortal would not dare to confront it head-on, choosing instead to flee far away. However, in the face of the slowly descending enormous hand, the full-force blow of the Huailong Palace Master had no effect at all, not even slightly delaying the hand's descent. From a great distance away, one could see that the entire Huailong Palace was not even a tenth of the size of the giant hand. The Huailong Palace Master, a half-step immortal king, true dragon, appeared like a mere insect in front of it. This is bad. The Huailong Palace Master's face drastically changed, turning back into human form, attempting to retreat explosively to leave the range of the giant hand's shadow. The fact that her full-force strike could not shake the hand at all made her realize she had no chance of stopping the hand. Thunderous booms. The Huailong Palace Master tried to use the power of space to teleport, but found that within the range of the hand, space had solidified, making it extremely difficult to even fly normally, let alone teleport. Whoosh! Realizing this, the Huailong Palace Master didn't hesitate to return to the Huailong Palace below. At this point, the only option was to resist the heavenly hand using the palace that connected to the core water vein of the Zhujiang domain. A series of cracking sounds. The heavenly giant hand continued to tighten, and one by one, the barriers formed by the water veins shattered, powerless to resist. Finally, the entire Huailong Palace was directly uprooted by the giant hand. The hum of spatial energy. The heavenly giant hand and the abducted Huailong Palace vanished. They left behind a huge crater hundreds of thousands of miles wide, which existed where the dominating force of the Zhujiang domain, Huailong Palace, once stood. A moment later, a man in a golden dragon robe appeared outside the huge crater. Eyes wide and mouth agape, he looked at everything in front of him. What happened? How could the Huailong Palace have disappeared? The noelfurch.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This man in the golden dragon robe was none other than the Dragon Lord of the Heavenly Dragon Nest. The instant the heaven-covering giant hand appeared, its residual waves were the first to alert him, so he was the first to arrive. But upon arrival, he witnessed a scene he would never forget in his lifetime. How could such a massive Huailong Palace disappear right under the nose of the Zhujiang domain? How was that even possible? The disbelief of the golden-robed Dragon Lord was palpable. The Huailong Palace was merged with the water vein. An attack on the Huailong Palace was equivalent to attacking the core water vein of the Zhujiang domain. Just this fact alone was something that a Unity Path stage true immortal could not achieve, nor could a half-step immortal king. Not to mention uprooting the entire Huailong Palace in such a short period, it was utterly unbelievable. A tribulation, transcending celestial king, the golden-robed Dragon Lord's thoughts quivered. The only being capable of doing this was the high and mighty tribulation, transcending celestial king. In the core of Dongyun Tao Province's great realm, where Celestial King's artifacts were used for suppression, relying solely on Celestial King's artifacts might indeed breach Huailong Palace, but was also not enough to do so as crisply and cleanly as it had happened now. Has Huailong Palace offended a tribulation, transcending Celestial King? Fear gripped the heart of the golden-robed Dragon Lord, for as one of the dominant forces of the Zhujiang domain, if he had offended a tribulation, transcending Celestial King, would it potentially implicate the Zhujiang domain, or even implicate his own heavenly dragon nest? Since that mysterious tribulation, transcending Celestial King could cause such a grand Huailong Palace to disappear, it indicated that he could make the heavenly dragon nest disappear as well. In essence, there was no difference between Huailong Palace and the heavenly dragon nest. The only variation was their locations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One true immortal after another from the Zhujiang domain appeared before the huge pit. Looking at the dark chasm, their hearts turned cold. The conclusions drawn by the golden-robed Dragon Lord could also be inferred by most true immortals, for to render Huailong Palace so powerless, incapable of any struggle, only the tribulation, transcending celestial kings who overlooked the spirit realm could do that. What should we do? Which celestial king did Huailong Palace actually offend? This Huailong Palace really deserves to die. Offending a celestial king is bad enough, but what if it implicates us? No way, no way. I've decided to relocate to another great realm. The Zhujiang domain is too dangerous now, under the watch of a certain celestial king. I'm also relocating. Let's do it. Together. The true immortals of the Zhujiang domain conversed among themselves, and many were planning to abandon their nests that they had operated for many years within the Zhujiang domain. Although living in the Zhujiang domain had been quite comfortable, what did that comfort amount to when compared with their own lives? They certainly did not wish to one day disappear suddenly like Huailong Palace did, ECA, outside the Martial Temple Hall. The Kangqing immortal intently watched Lin Yuan's outstretched right hand. Palm face downwards he gently grasped. The next moment, Lin Yuan drew back his right hand, and the palm, previously facing downward, was now facing up. The Kangqing immortal blinked his eyes and suddenly realized that Lin Yuan's previously empty palm now somehow held a palace. The palace was extremely exquisite, and subtly terrifying powers flowed between the eaves and walls of the palace. This palace, why does it look so familiar? The Kangqing immortal's mind couldn't quite catch up, only feeling that the palace that had appeared in Lin Yuan's palm was strangely familiar. He had definitely seen it somewhere before. Roar. A series of tiny roaring sounds emerged from within the palace. Inside the palace, several tiny worms were trapped, as if bound by an invisible force, never able to burst out of the palace's confines. The Kangqing immortal's eyes widened the more he looked. If this palace were to be magnified 1,000,000,000 times, and those tiny worms as well, one would find that this palace was exactly the same as the Huailong Palace. And those tiny worms turned out to be the true immortals of dragon descent from Huailong Palace, especially that white worm, which, in terms of size and presence, surpassed all other worms by a great deal. It was none other than the bodily tribulation transcended master of Huailong Palace. Once, this half-step immortal king, who had been such a headache for the Kangqing immortal and even considered a great concern by the Xuanwang Hall, was now trapped within the palace, like a true reptile. The Kangqing immortal's gaze was vacant. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, a phrase Lin Yuan had said earlier, just directly capture it. At the time, the Kangqing immortal thought Lin Yuan planned to send his followers to capture the core dragon descendants of Huailong Palace to be questioned. As a tribulation, transcending celestial king, Lin Yuan must have gathered some trusted subordinates. With the addition of several Celestial King's artifacts and other means, pressuring the many dragon descendants of Huailong Palace to surrender should not be a problem. However, the Kangqing immortal was also puzzled. This action did not seem as swift as personally delivering Lin Yuan's Celestial King's decree to command Huailong Palace. But since it was the martial ancestor's will, the Kangqing immortal dared not ask too much. Continue your journey with Empire. However, upon seeing that miniature Huailong Palace in Lin Yuan's hand, the Kangqing immortal realized that Lin Yuan's just directly capture it meant exactly what the word suggested, without any implication or metaphor. He captured the entire Huailong Palace, the multitude of true immortal dragons, with a single grasp. Chapter 12, Immortal King's Demeanor. Please subscribe. Within the Huailong Palace, numerous true immortal dragon descendants were filled with fear. After the initial confusion, these dragon descendants realized that the entity taking action against them was very likely a certain tribulation transcending Celestial King. If not a tribulation, transcending Celestial King, who else could effortlessly suppress dozens of true immortal dragon descendants, as well as the half-step immortal king, the Huailong Palace master who had passed the bodily tribulation, as if lifting a light object? If not a tribulation, transcending Celestial King, who could ignore the core water veins of the Zhujiang domain, treat the million-mile-large Huailong Palace as a plaything, and grasp it in the palm? Palace Master, when did we offend an immortal king? Yes, Palace Master, what exactly happened? A tribulation, transcending Celestial King. What kind of being is that, and why would they bother to take action against ants like us? The novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. One after another, the true immortal dragon descendants looked toward the Huailong Palace master, asking anxiously. Although they were all trapped within the Huailong Palace, unable to go out, basic communication was still possible. The Huailong Palace master's expression was gloomy as she scanned the frightened true immortal dragon descendants, her brows involuntarily furrowed deeply. How would she know when the Huailong Palace had offended a tribulation, transcending Celestial King? Although the Huailong Palace acted domineeringly, it knew whom to target. Beings or powers with potential backing from an immortal king were definitely not to be offended, but were well provided for instead. Which immortal king is it? Although the Huailong Palace master was also afraid, she realized that fear was meaningless. If the immortal king truly wanted to kill them, none of the dragon descendants would likely survive. The Huailong Palace master looked up toward the outside of the Huailong Palace. She immediately saw the colossal figure looming over them. The million-mile-large Huailong Palace was merely 1/10 the size of the figure's palm. Compared to this immense being, the Huailong Palace master felt incredibly insignificant, unable to even fully look up at Lin Yuan's complete form. This must be the immortal king who took action against my Huailong Palace. The Huailong Palace master had her suspicions. The other true immortal dragon descendants also saw Lin Yuan, but being too close, they couldn't see him in full, only confirming that this immortal king had a human form. Having a human form didn't necessarily mean belonging to the human race. Great Immortal King, all beings of the Huailong Palace are willing to submit. The Huailong Palace master immediately said with utmost respect, "Experience more tales on Empire." She understood that the fate of the entire Huailong Palace depended on the whim of this mysterious immortal king before her. Submit? Lin Yuan smirked slightly. He then looked at the Kangqing immortal beside him. What do you think? How do I see it? The Kangqing immortal was trembling with fear, unsure why Lin Yuan was asking him at this time. That is, the Huailong Palace master looked to the side and immediately saw the Kangqing immortal. Although to them he too was a monstrous figure, the perspective offered by the distance allowed them to vaguely make out his features. Is that Kangqing? The Huailong Palace master's heart turned cold. Having warred with the Dao Immortal sect for so many years, the Kangqing immortal was all too familiar with her, and naturally, the Huailong Palace master was also very familiar with Kangqing. Yet the more so, the more desperate the Huailong Palace master felt. The enmity between the Huailong Palace and the Dao Immortal sect was too significant. They had fought for hundreds of thousands of years, causing countless casualties among their forces. Now that the Huailong Palace had fallen into the hands of the Kangqing Immortal, could there be any good outcome? Forget it, I'll decide. Lin Yuan noticed that the Kangqing Immortal dared not make a decision, and his thoughts shifted slightly. In the palm of his hand, the Huailong Palace began to disintegrate. Every substance, whether it was living or non-living, was reduced to the most basic origin source of essence. Eventually, it formed an essence pill the size of a thumb. Even for Lin Yuan, the essence pill refined from all the true immortal dragon descendants of the Huailong Palace, including the palace master, who was a half-step immortal king that had passed the bodily tribulation, as well as the palace itself, had an inconsequentially small effect. Although the Kangqing Immortal dared not make a decision, Lin Yuan could still sense his intentions. That was to eradicate future troubles. Moreover, the Huailong Palace had significant karma with Jun Dongjin, as the former had severely wounded the latter, reducing his chances of breaking through to the Unity Path stage. So Lin Yuan never had any intention of sparing the Huailong Palace. The Huailong Palace is no more. The Kangqing Immortal looked dazed, not from pity or sympathy, but because the Huailong Palace, with hundreds of thousands of years of heritage, had come to such a dramatically abrupt end. The power of the martial ancestor, the Kangqing Immortal stealthily glanced at Lin Yuan's silhouette, growing ever more trembling inside. Above all, if an immortal king were to take action against the Huailong Palace, he indeed could achieve what Lin Yuan had done, breaking through numerous barriers, seizing the entire Huailong Palace. Various descriptions collected by the Dao De Immortal sect about tribulation, transcending celestial kings, could corroborate this. But the precondition was that this tribulation, transcending celestial king, must be nearby the Huailong Palace and not too far away. Only at such proximity could the full might of a tribulation, transcending celestial king, be exhibited. The farther the distance, the more dissipated the power of the same strike becomes, not to mention that Lin Yuan was across two great realms when he effortlessly summoned the entire Huailong Palace. This involves not merely an issue of distance, but rather an insight into the essence of heaven and earth, along with mastery over the mysteries of space. In general, Lin Yuan's power seemed somewhat exceeding the standard, surpassing the limits of what a normal tribulation, transcending celestial king, could achieve. The Huailong Palace master from beginning to the end had no clue that she and the entire Huailong Palace had instantly traversed billions of miles to Martial Temple, which is why she thought Lin Yuan was a tribulation, transcending celestial king. But the Kangqing Immortal saw everything clearly. The Huailong Palace was originally located in the Zhujiang domain, yet Lin Yuan had easily captured it. The little one from back then, upon our next meeting, not only became an immortal king, but also within the ranks of immortal kings can be considered. Chapter 12, Immortal King's Demeanor. Please subscribe. Two Kangqing Immortal felt emotional and didn't know how to describe Lin Yuan. Whether it was an ordinary immortal king or a supreme immortal king, for him the difference was not significant, as either way, they were beings he couldn't look up to. As for the destruction of Huailong Palace, just speak the truth outwardly, Lin Yuan said indifferently. The meaning of this statement was that there was no need to hide that the mysterious immortal king who destroyed Huailong Palace was the martial ancestor. This decision was made by Lin Yuan after careful deliberation, as with his current strength, there was absolutely no need to hide his identity. Revealing part of his strength had many benefits. One was to greatly promote the martial Tao cultivation system. To let more cultivators embark on the path of the martial Tao. A cultivation system where the peak combat power is a true immortal compared to one where the peak combat power is an immortal king belongs to entirely different concepts. As the martial ancestor, equal to a tribulation, transcending celestial king, Lin Yuan, without saying more, at least proved that martial Tao is also a path that reaches to the heavens. Second, Lin Yuan had always wanted to contact the other tribulation, transcending celestial kings of the spirit realm, but these celestial kings were either completely untraceable or too far away. Since that was the case, Lin Yuan decided to reveal his strength and actively attract those celestial kings to come to him. Yes, Kangqing Immortal said respectfully. Passing a message for the Dao De Immortal sect was not a difficult task. The destruction of the Huailong Palace caused a huge stir in the entire Dongyun Dao province, and even the nearby provinces were shaken by the news. It wasn't that the Huailong Palace had a huge influence. In fact, even if the Huailong Palace had obtained the essence of heavenly water, it still would have been hard for it to compare with the core domains of a province. The reason Huailong Palace caused such a big commotion was entirely because the being who acted against Huailong Palace was almost certainly a tribulation, transcending celestial king. The emergence of a tribulation, transcending celestial king, could completely shake province after province, sparking discussions like a tsunami. Who exactly was the celestial king that took action? I'm also curious. It's just the Huailong Palace. A celestial king would just need to say the word and I'd personally go to destroy it. Why would a celestial king need to act personally? In Dongyuntao Province, we finally have another celestial king. In the Xuanwang domain, Dongyuntao Province, as well as many other provinces, numerous true immortals were abuzz. This was about a celestial king after all. True immortals at the peak of the Unity Realm after centuries would only have hoped to see one or two celestial kings if they traveled across 3,000 provinces. While numerous forces discussed the origins of that mysterious celestial king, a force from Xuanwang domain named Daode Immortal Sect publicly declared that the mysterious celestial king who destroyed the Huailong Palace was none other than the ancestor of the Martial Temple. The news spread like a hurricane. The true identity of a tribulation. Transcending celestial king. What crucial information this was. The ancestor of the Martial Temple? I have some impression of the Martial Temple, a cultivation system more focused on forging the physical body, and its strongest should only be comparable to a true immortal. A cultivation system like that, capable of producing a celestial king, is that real? A Martial Temple limited to inside a city actually has a celestial king presiding over it? It shouldn't be fake, even with immense gall. The Daode Immortal Sect wouldn't dare to fabricate the identity of a celestial king, right? Although many true immortals had doubts about the information that the mysterious celestial king came from the Martial Temple, none dared to openly object. Absolutely joking. You might object to other Great Realm forces. What can they do to you after all? Separated by a great realm, even if they were half-step celestial kings, they would be unable to reach you. But to publicly doubt a celestial king, across 3,000 provinces, even the most desolate places, if you run far enough, still cannot block a celestial king's malice. No more. I'm heading to Xuanwang Domain to pay a visit to that martial ancestor, a being on par with a celestial king. Me too. If the martial ancestor agrees to accept me as a disciple, I'm willing to forsake all my cultivation and follow the path of martial Tao cultivation. Accept you as a disciple? Do you not look in the mirror at yourself? That's a celestial king-level powerhouse adopting a disciple? Many true immortals from dozens of nearby provinces began heading towards Dongyuntao Province. Ch the Noel Fears Not Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. True immortals at the peak of the Unity Realm. The hope of meeting a celestial king was through such an occurrence, a celestial king revealing traces at a certain place, attracting numerous other true immortals to come from thousands of miles away, compared to the true immortals drawn by reputation. Numerous lower-level cultivators were even more thrilled. The martial Tao cultivation system can actually produce celestial king-level powerhouses? Just what I need. My spirit root aptitude is lacking. My potential in the immortal path limited. I've decided I'm going to the martial temple to ask for apprenticeship. Yes, the martial Tao cultivation system is home to immortal king-level powerhouses. Becoming a martial Tao cultivator is far superior to joining those forces, most of which have never had an immortal king-level powerhouse. Martial temple. Many martial Tao cultivators seemed bewildered. Our martial ancestor not only returned but also became an immortal king-level powerhouse and casually destroyed the Huailong Palace. Many cultivators who had just joined the martial temple suddenly felt as if blessings had fallen from the sky. Originally joining the martial temple meant they could not compete with the disciples of the Daode Immortal Sect and the Xuanwang Hall, but now it should be those disciples licking their wounds, shouldn't it, outside Shanyao City. Jun Haichu, Jun Nanggong, and Jun Yongshun, three outstanding descendants of the Jun family, finally arrived at Shanyao City. Our Wuji ancestor became an immortal king? Jun Haichu and the others looked at each other. They weren't Kangqing immortal. They had taken quite some time to get to Xianyao City from the Daode Immortal Sect. However, en route, they had received the news that the martial ancestor was now an immortal king-level powerhouse. Wuji ancestor, who disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years, has reappeared as an immortal king-level powerhouse? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? The three descendants of the Jun family felt that happiness came too suddenly, too intensely, and was somewhat hard to bear. They had imagined Wuji ancestor to be very strong. After all, they had heard legends about him from childhood, but they thought he would be on par with the Kangqing immortal at most. As for an immortal king, they never considered it. If it were easy to reach the status of an immortal king, the spirit realm's 3,000 Dao provinces wouldn't have so few immortal kings. Has Wuji ancestor become an immortal king and might not want to see us? Jun Haichu asked hesitantly. That was an immortal king, high above all, overlooking the 3,000 Dao provinces. No matter what, he is still our ancestral patriarch of the Jun family. We should pay him a visit. Jun Nengang hesitated briefly, then made a decision. Now that they were in Shanyao City, even if they couldn't meet him, they still had to try. The fourth heaven. A purple-robed elder suddenly stopped. He glanced at the location of Dongyuntao province below. Unexpectedly, even in such a remote Dao province, a fellow Taoist has emerged. The purple-robed elder was also a tribulation, transcending celestial king. The vast spirit realm had so few tribulation, transcending celestial kings that it was a rare occasion to see a fellow Taoist, naturally stirring his intention to visit. Martial ancestor, I've not heard of this title before, seems to be a newly ascended immortal king, the purple-robed elder surmised internally. The powerful immortal kings, such as the Supreme Immortal King, revered across the 3,000 Dao provinces. Even other immortal kings must display sufficient reverence. Martial ancestor? The purple-robed elder, who considered himself well-informed and well-connected, had never heard of an immortal king by this title. Therefore, he believed it was a very reasonable guess that this martial ancestor had only recently ascended to the tribulation transcendence stage. Whoosh! The purple-robed elder appeared in an instant outside Shanyao City, stopping at a distant mountaintop. Let me see what kind of presence this newly ascended immortal king has. The purple-robed elder's eyes faintly emitted a purple light. After ascending to the tribulation transcendence stage, an immortal king's life begins to affect his surroundings, even linking with the heaven and earth of the spirit realm, hence revealing certain phenomena. Such phenomena, having no concrete form, are hard to observe, but the purple-robed elder cultivated a secret technique that could capture these kinds of immortal king phenomena to some extent. If it's a newly ascended immortal king, the phenomena should be small. Those veteran immortal kings, even the Supreme Immortal King, just their own phenomena can stir the 9 heavens. While thinking, the purple-robed elder observed the position of Shanyao City. The longer one cultivated during the tribulation transcendence stage, the stronger they became, the greater their influence on their surroundings, and thus the more terrifying the immortal king phenomena became, almost like those wonders and anomalies in the 9 heavens. Through the immortal king phenomena, one could also somewhat judge the immortal king's strength. Your next read is at Empire. The more the purple-robed elder observed, the more noticeable his change in expression, ultimately revealing a look of shock. Chapter 14. The long 300 years subscription wanted, such an aura of an immortal king. The purple-robed elder gazed towards Shanyao City, or to be precise, at the vast expanse under the firmament above Shanyao City. To the eyes of a true immortal, there was nothing there, and even ordinary tribulation. Transcending celestial kings would not notice anything amiss. But in the eyes of the purple-robed elder, a grand world was evolving, vast and boundless, and the breath it emitted was no weaker than the aura of an ordinary immortal king. The aura is actually that of a whole world. The purple-robed elder's mind trembled, as the aura of most immortal kings was the outer image of some object, such as a heavenly pillar or an ocean. But the grand world aura before him was not so much an aura as a collection of countless other auras. Search the Nora Fire website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Martial Ancestor is definitely not a freshly ascended immortal king. The purple-robed elder collected his thoughts. How could the aura of a newly ascended immortal king be so grand? Although the aura of an immortal king is to some extent an indication of their strength, it's not absolute. But the grand aura the purple-robed elder was observing, how could an ordinary immortal king present such a display? Within the boundless world, many wonders were included. Even those who had cultivated for 1,000,000 years the peak tribulation, transcending celestial kings, could not achieve such a feat. Only a supreme immortal king, one in full control of the power of creation, could condense such a level of an aura. The purple-robed elder took a deep breath. There are 2 types of tribulation stage, celestial kings. One is the regular immortal king, which includes the newly ascended immortal kings, ordinary immortal kings, veteran immortal kings, and peak immortal kings. The difference in strength among these 4 levels largely depends on their control of the power of creation. However, the gap is not too large. Even a peak immortal king would have difficulty killing a newly ascended immortal king. By the transcendence tribulation stage, after overcoming the bodily and mind tribulations and mastering the power of creation, an immortal king's ability to protect themselves becomes extraordinarily strong, and escaping if they can't win is not much of a problem. The second type of tribulation, transcending celestial king, is the supreme immortal king. Discover exclusive tales on Empire. A supreme immortal king has mastered the full extent of the power of creation, and some have even grasped more than one type of power of creation. The strength of a supreme immortal king has almost no limit, and for some of the ancient ones, killing a peak immortal king is not too troublesome. Therefore, even among tribulation stage celestial kings, supreme immortal kings are absolutely not to be trifled with and are to be revered. Of course, the number of supreme immortal kings is pitifully small, and only a few, like the supreme immortal king, have a renowned reputation. To think that Martial Ancestor might actually be a supreme immortal king? The purple-robed elder's scalp tingled, but he couldn't help but feel curious. In this world, everything leaves a trace, especially supreme immortal kings. Becoming a supreme immortal king is not something that can be achieved through seclusion alone. It requires interaction with the outside world, venturing through many secret realms. The growth trajectory of any supreme immortal king cannot be completely secret. But Martial Ancestor, the purple-robed elder, thought himself well-learned but had never heard of a supreme immortal king associated with Martial. Could it be that one of those undying beings from the prehistoric era has re-emerged? The purple-robed elder speculated secretly. Long ago, the spirit realm experienced a historical discontinuity. Before the discontinuity was the prehistoric era. It is said that during the prehistoric era of the spirit realm, it was immensely glorious. Immortal king-level beings roamed the universe, but due to a shocking upheaval, many immortal kings fell, leading to the current era of the 3000 Taoist states. The purple-robed elder's speculation about Lin Yuan could only be attributed to the prehistoric era, otherwise he could not explain the sudden emergence of a supreme immortal king. Better slip away. Whether or not it's a supreme immortal king from the prehistoric era, it's better not to get too close. Before understanding the character of this supreme immortal king, the purple-robed elder immediately planned to keep his distance. If Lin Yuan were merely a newly ascended immortal king, or a veteran or peak immortal king, he would not mind interacting with him. But a supreme immortal king, who might be from the prehistoric era, was something the purple-robed elder dared not approach lightly. The stronger one is, the more clearly they understand the terror of a supreme immortal king, especially those from the glorious prehistoric era. Let's go. The purple-robed elder turned to leave, but in the next moment, he froze in place, because a figure had appeared not far away, at some unknown time, facing away from him with hands clasped behind his back. Its martial ancestor. The purple-robed elder's scalp exploded, knowing that only martial ancestor could have appeared beside him undetected, something not even a peak immortal king could achieve. I have seen martial ancestor, the purple-robed elder said immediately with slight respect. Since martial ancestor appeared here, it was a clear sign that he had been discovered, and it was obviously too late to run now. Lin Yuan glanced at the purple-robed elder and felt quite satisfied. He had revealed part of his strengths not only to promote the martial Tao cultivation system, but also to attract other tribulation, transcending celestial kings, so as to gain true upper-level information about the spirit realm. The spirit realm is vast, the 3000 Taoist states are just a small part of it. If Lin Yuan were to search for those tribulation transcending celestial kings himself, it would probably take a lot of time. Instead of doing that, why not wait for them to come to him? The moment the purple-robed elder approached Xianyao City, Lin Yuan was aware of him. As the purple-robed elder was observing the aura of martial ancestor, Lin Yuan was also observing the purple-robed elder. Although he did not know what method the purple-robed elder used, in that instant, Lin Yuan had a vague feeling of being watched. This scrutiny was only the most superficial kind, far from detecting the core of Lin Yuan, but it was still rare. The Chapter 14, The Long 300 Years Subscription Wanted. 2. I do not know what matters the martial ancestor has for me to attend to, but rest assured I will follow them, the elder in the purple robe took the initiative to say. Although he did not know the ultimate purpose of the martial ancestor, his presence surely meant more than a mere meeting. I shall ask you a few questions, Lin Yuan said casually. Please ask, martial ancestor. As long as I know, I will withhold nothing. The elder in the purple robe let out a slight sigh of relief. Not just a few questions, even if there were hundreds, he would not hesitate. Where do most celestial kings in the tribulation stage stay? Lin Yuan asked directly. Up till now, traces of tribulation. Transcending celestial kings have rarely been seen across the 3000 Dao provinces. Not only in Dongyun Dao province, but even in several core Dao provinces, there are at most legacies left by immortal king-level beings. In other Dao provinces, there are occasionally rumors of celestial kings, but just rumors. For instance, the Zhujiang domain is rumored to be the place of dragon transformation, of a certain tribulation, transcending Dragon King. As for the celestial king-level powerhouses themselves, they are still nowhere to be seen. This fact made Lin Yuan somewhat astonished. Although tribulation, transcending celestial kings are rare, they have long lifespans, and although it might be difficult to birth one in an era, over successive eras, there surely must be some. Where are all the celestial kings? This question from Lin Yuan made the elder in the purple robe's heart skip a beat. He became more certain that Lin Yuan was definitely a supreme immortal king from the prehistoric era. Otherwise, how could he possibly not know even this basic common sense? Generally speaking, those who could ask this question were mostly newly ascended celestial kings, and those without any background at that. Otherwise, if they had an immortal king-level elder, how could they have no knowledge about this? But Lin Yuan was clearly not a newly ascended celestial king, and although the elder in the purple robe had not seen Lin Yuan take action, he had long regarded him as a certain supreme immortal king. Having the strength of a supreme immortal king while being ignorant of the affairs of this era, if he was not an old monster from the prehistoric era, what else could he be? Thinking this, the elder in the purple robe grew even more respectful. He did not know much about the prehistoric era, just that a cataclysmic calamity had occurred, causing even some supreme immortal kings to fall. A supreme immortal king who could survive from that era must be one of the exceptional ones among supreme immortal kings. Responding to the martial ancestor, in the current era, most celestial kings in the tribulation stage linger primarily in two places, he said. One is the barren lands outside the 3000 Dao provinces. Though dilapidated and nowhere near as prosperous as the 3000 Dao provinces, they contain traces from the prehistoric era, which are of great help to us ordinary celestial kings. The elder in the purple robe slightly paused after mentioning prehistoric era, stealing a glance at Lin Yuan who seemed unmoved. The barren lands outside the 3,000 Dao provinces? Lin Yuan pondered. He had once explored the barren lands with his primordial spirit, but found nothing of note and hence disregarded it. The second is the 9 heavens, but for us celestial kings, there isn't much stir till the 5th heaven. It's only from the 5th heaven onwards that there begins some usefulness, but the 5th heaven is hard to climb. Generally, only peak celestial kings or supreme immortal kings can ascend, the elder in the purple robe continued. I see, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Since the transformation of the force of Taiji, the fusion of the Taiyin divine spirit and Taiyang divine spirit into the Taiji primordial spirit, he also had the invincible power of the 8th layer, which was the level of a supreme immortal king. He had already climbed the 5th heaven, but so far he had yet to encounter any celestial king. After all, the 5th heaven is vast and boundless, even for a supreme immortal king. Being there was like a drop of water in the ocean. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit was observing various marvels and phenomena of the 5th heaven, comprehending them with his against heaven's understanding, not specifically searching for other celestial kings. It was natural not to encounter any. It is said that the 9th layer of heaven holds great secrets related to the end of the prehistoric era, and all supreme immortal kings wish to enter the 9th layer of heaven. The elder in the purple robe seemed to remember something and immediately said. Lin Yuan's expression did not change upon hearing this. He had also heard of the legends concerning the 9th layer of heaven. The 9 heavens of the spirit realm were accessible even to Unity realm true immortals, and it wasn't a particularly hidden matter. There's been a saying since ancient times related to the 9 heavens of the spirit realm. Search the novelful.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Beyond man, there is another man. Beyond heaven, there are higher heavens. Above the 9th heaven, there are celestial beings. This 9th heaven here is the 9th layer of heaven, and the celestial beings are not specifically explained. Following that, Lin Yuan asked a few more questions, mostly rather simple matters of common knowledge, like how many supreme immortal kings were there in this era, and so on. As the elder in the purple robe grew increasingly fearful, he naturally told him everything he knew. One last thing, Lin Yuan looked toward the elder in the purple robe and spoke. Please speak, martial ancestor, the elder in the purple robe immediately responded, not daring to hesitate. I heard that tribulation stage celestial kings all wield some kind of power of creation. What type of power of creation do you wield? Lin Yuan asked. Through close contact with the elder in the purple robe, Lin Yuan was very certain that the latter had not developed an inner world. Yet, the elder's strength, as perceived by Lin Yuan, was not inferior to an 8th-layer evolver from the main world. Without the reliance on an inner world, yet able to rival an 8th-layer evolver who possesses an inner world, the key, he estimated, must lie in the power of creation wielded by the celestial kings. Martial ancestor, the power of creation that I wield is called innate purple chi. The elder in the purple robe stretched out his right hand, and strands of purple chi were swirling around his fingertips. Lin Yuan examined carefully. Could you give me a strand? If martial ancestor desires it, naturally I can, the elder in the purple robe replied somewhat perplexed, but as a tribulation. Transcending celestial king who controlled a part of the power of creation, giving away a strand was beyond simple. All right, you can go now. If there is anything, I will contact you. Lin Yuan put away a strand of the innate purple chi from the elder in the purple robe and spoke in a calm voice. Yes. The elder in the purple robe breathed a sigh of relief, bowed to Lin Yuan again, and quickly turned and left, at a location many tens of thousands of miles from Shenyao City. The elder in the purple robe revealed himself, finally feeling relieved. It seems martial ancestor isn't one of those bloodthirsty supreme immortal kings. The elder in the purple robe was somewhat unsettled, recalling how some supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era were fond of hunting immortal king-level beings. Martial ancestor asked many questions about the supreme immortal kings of this era. Could there be another purpose? After settling his thoughts, the elder began to ponder. He speculated that perhaps martial ancestor aimed to recreate the glory of the prehistoric era? Regardless of martial ancestor's intentions, I must seize this opportunity. The elder had made up his mind, for he had received a way to contact martial ancestor before their separation. This meant that martial ancestor allowed him to make contact. Being able to contact a supreme immortal king, especially one from the prehistoric era, was an incredible opportunity. Initially, the elder in the purple robe planned to steer clear of martial ancestor, not knowing the character of this supreme immortal king. He worried that if he encountered one of those bloodthirsty supreme immortal kings, it would be like jumping into a pit. But now, through brief interaction, the elder felt he somewhat understood martial ancestor. Although his knowledge wasn't deep, he was aware that martial ancestor was likely not one of those who killed indiscriminately. Martial temple. Lin Yuan returned to his cave dwelling inside. Prehistoric era? And the 9th layer of heaven? In the elder's responses, the greatest reactions were to these words, revealing waves of reverent fear. Stay tuned for updates on Empire. Never mind, we'll talk about this later. Lin Yuan no longer focused on it. Whether it was the prehistoric era or the ninth layer of heaven, these were not Lin Yuan's most pressing concerns at the moment. What Lin Yuan really wanted to confirm now was the power of creation wielded by the elder in the purple robe, innate purple chi. Lin Yuan lifted his right hand, and a strand of purple chi appeared, exactly the strand that the elder in the purple robe had left. This aura, Lin Yuan observed carefully, feeling intently, and ultimately concluded. This strand of innate purple chi actually had similarities to the cosmic force he wielded, the force of Taiji. Chapter 14. The Long 300 Years 2, the title of the previous chapter was wrong, the content wasn't affected. This is actually a cosmic force? Lin Yuan observed repeatedly and finally came to a conclusion. The innate purple chi, mastered by the elder in the purple robe, was, in the main world, a cosmic force that only an invincible being at the 8th layer could control. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment, suddenly enlightened. No wonder the tribulation, transcending celestial kings of the spirit realm without the support of an inner world, could rival the evolvers of the 8th layer in the main world. The world force emanating from the inner world of the 8th layer evolvers allowed human evolvers to catch up with those innate, powerful, special life forms. There are few forces at the same level that can match the amplification of world force on evolvers, but cosmic force is definitely one of them. Even the surge in combat power caused by cosmic force is above that of world force. The innate purple chi of the elder in the purple robe, being only partly mastered, could once perfected, even without the world force, rival the peak evolvers of the 8th layer. Those supreme immortal kings, without an inner world, yet able to rival the invincibles of the 8th layer, must possess a power of creation that definitely belongs to a higher cosmic force, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The invincible ones of the 8th layer in the main world also vary in strength. Though the strongest cannot defeat the weakest, they can still suppress them, and the difference lies in the different cosmic forces. Some cosmic forces are simply stronger than others, and the former are known as higher cosmic forces. Opportunity. This is the greatest opportunity of my travel through the realms. Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly. What was the greatest help that his 8th traversal brought him? Was it opening the 8th stage martial Dao? No. The 8th layer part could be perfected anywhere. Explore more at Empire. Even without traversing realms, given time in the main world, Lin Yuan could still achieve it. Comprehending the rule model of space? There was no difference from opening the 8th stage martial Dao. It was not exclusive to the spirit realm. Sward the Novel Fire net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Before knowing that the power of creation wielded by the immortal kings was equivalent to cosmic force, traversing to the spirit realm saved Lin Yuan time and allowed for references to the immortal cultivation system and other systems. But now, having confirmed the essence of the power of creation, Lin Yuan was utterly sure that the power of creation was his greatest gain. It was irreplaceable, an unparalleled gain. In the main world universe Starry Sky, every cosmic force is unique, incapable of being replicated or simulated. Once a being grasps a certain cosmic force, no other life can grasp that same force. This is a rule from the main world. Here, rule is not about gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, light, and other such rules. It refers to the restrictions from the main world. Just like below the Supreme Being, all life has a limit to its lifespan. This is also a rule of the main world. And in the cosmic starry skies, the fastest speed is the speed of light. Surpass it, and you enter wormholes. This, too, is a rule of the main world. The restrictions of the main world do not apply in the spirit realm, at least not to cosmic forces. The spirit realm is much more lenient. There's no rule that a certain power of creation can only be wielded by one tribulation, transcending celestial king. Lin Yuan's mind was slightly thrilled, meaning he could completely grasp a great number of powers of creation in the spirit realm. Then, upon returning to the main world, these powers would collectively transform into cosmic forces. The main world's starry sky races have a long history, birthing many invincible beings at the 8th layer, but the vast majority of them master only one cosmic force. A very few, due to various accidents, have mastered 2 cosmic forces, which is already the limit. For a normal 8th layer powerhouse, there are 2 goals. One is to step into the 9th rank, or to master some cosmic force. But for an invincible at the 8th layer, there is only one goal, and that is to step into the 9th rank. Only by breaking through to the 9th rank can one extend life, and continuing to contemplate other cosmic forces is, aside from being foolish or not, the key question is, can they really grasp it? Grasping each cosmic force contains an element of luck. There's no fixed direction. How can you be sure that the direction you choose will lead to a cosmic force? This is precisely why Lin Yuan was excited. If he hadn't discovered the essence of the power of creation, even if he knew that the spirit realm didn't have as many restrictions on cosmic force, he wouldn't have had any other ideas. To grasp more cosmic forces? Keep in mind that before fully understanding the Taiyang and Taiyang rules, even Lin Yuan didn't know that the Taiji force would be a cosmic force. Even with the against heaven's understanding, grasping the next cosmic force would waste a lot of time, causing his other pursuits to slow or even stop. But now, with a clear path to pursue the power of creation, all Lin Yuan needed to do was like delving into the evolution path, spend time contemplating and sensing it. Grasping a power of creation in the spirit realm and returning to the main world meant having a unique cosmic force. Innate purple chi. The human civilization's records of many invincible beings at the 8th layer do not mention anyone possessing this cosmic force, Lin Yuan thought to himself, though it was also possible that an invincible being of the 8th layer not recorded in history possessed the innate purple chi cosmic force. But the likelihood was low, and Lin Yuan's goal was not just to understand the innate purple chi cosmic force. He planned to go through all the powers of creation possessed by other tribulation, transcending celestial kings. Human civilization's interpretation of cosmic force is greatly helpful for stepping into the 9th rank in the future. Theoretically, the more cosmic forces one masters, the greater this help, but this is not emphasized much because it remains theoretical. Lin Yuan silently reflected. Chapter 14. The Long 300 Years 2. The title of the previous chapter was wrong, but the content is unaffected. 2 normal, 8th layer evolvers, even the most talented and exceptional, can at most master one type of cosmic force, or at most, 2. As for more, that has never happened before, because it's unrealistic. Comprehending a certain power of creation is very difficult for other immortal kings. They would rather deepen their understanding of the power of creation they have already mastered with the time they have, but I have, against heaven's understanding, it's just a matter of time. Lin Yuan had a smile on his face. He had already imagined the scenario. By the time he returned to the main world, mastering dozens of cosmic forces and adding the amplification from his vast inner world that far surpassed the constraints of human evolvers, he might even have the chance to arm wrestle with 9th rank powerhouses. Throughout history, even the most invincible 8th layer beings could at most preserve their lives against 9th rank powerhouses, let alone arm wrestle. That was seeking death. Because the way an invincible 8th layer being preserved their life in front of a 9th rank powerhouse was to hang on without dying for a while and then wait for rescue from a 9th layer powerhouse of the same race. Under normal circumstances, 8th layer invincibles had no capacity to resist against those of the 9th layer. First, I need to fully comprehend this wisp of innate purple chi. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and began to observe the wisp of purple chi before him seriously. Your understanding is against heavens. You gaze upon the mysterious breath, beginning to attempt full comprehension. Your understanding is against heavens. You gaze upon the mysterious breath, beginning to attempt full comprehension. Your understanding is against heavens. You gaze upon the mysterious breath, beginning to attempt full comprehension. W, according to attempt full comprehension. W, according to Lin Yuan's perception of the innate purple chi. This cosmic force was just an ordinary one, incomparable to higher cosmic forces. The Taiji force he controlled should be considered a higher cosmic force, simultaneously accommodating 2 extreme rules, whether for attack or defense. It's nearly perfect. Xianyao City. As a common city within the Xuanwang domain, recently a large number of true immortal level powerhouses and even half-step immortal king level powerhouses have come, eager to see the martial ancestor in person. Whenever there is a trace of a tribulation, transcending celestial king, it draws numerous powerful individuals. Whether they can meet the immortal king or not, it's worth approaching first. Many pinnacle true immortals and half-step immortal king-level powerhouses have been stuck at their current bottleneck for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Seclusion doesn't hold much significance. Instead of wandering aimlessly, it's better to seek out the traces of immortal kings. There's nothing to lose anyway. If it sparks some insight, it would be cause for great joy. If not, it's within expectations. That's why. Now, Xianyao City has gathered a large number of true immortals and half-step immortal kings. Ordinary cultivators walking on the street might come across a renowned half-step immortal king, and these true immortals and half-step immortal kings are extremely low profile in Xianyao City, as after all, they are under the watchful eye of an immortal king, and no powerful individual dares to disturb the peace. Entrance of the Martial Temple. 3 figures walked out. So many true immortals. I've never seen so many true immortals in my life. Jun Haichu and the other junior members of the Jun family opened their eyes wide, looking towards the profoundly deep auras within Xianyao City. The Dao Immortal sect, as one of the 3 giants of the Xuanwang domain, only had dozens of true immortals stationed, but there seem to be hundreds of thousands of them now in Xianyao City, and that doesn't include those half-step immortal kings. Moreover, as time passed, more and more true immortals and half-step immortal kings kept on arriving. In a great realm like the Xuanwang domain, there are typically several hundred true immortal level powerhouses, and Xuanwang domain is just one of the thousands of great realms in Dongyun Dao province. The Wuji ancestor, as an immortal king, has attracted the attention of true immortals from dozens of surrounding provinces, hundreds of Dao provinces, hundreds of thousands of true immortals. The number of true immortals arriving next is estimated to exceed 1 million, Jun Nangong said softly. 1,000,000 true immortals, Jun Yongshun swallowed nervously. If it weren't for the Wuji ancestor, how could we possibly stand here now? Jun Haichu said with emotion. They had come to visit the martial ancestor and had soon met Lin Yuan. The Neufire.us at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan told them to stay at the martial temple for a while and would find time to give them some guidance when he was free. Discover exclusive content at Empire. That was why the three of them could come and go from the martial temple with such ease. Such treatment would probably make those half-step Immortal King powerhouses outside jealous. Being able to freely enter and leave the martial temple is equivalent to feeling the breath of the martial ancestor up close, which is a great honor for those half-step Immortal Kings. Staying in close proximity to an Immortal King is also a huge opportunity for them inside the cave dwelling. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Orange-yellow flames burned continuously within his body. Lin Yuan's physical body began to collapse, turning to ash that fell away after an unknown amount of time. In the blink of an eye, blood rebirth operated, and Lin Yuan's physical body rapidly recovered, coming back once again. I can feel it. I'm almost done completely absorbing the orange-yellow liquid. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly closed as he felt the enhancements to his body and inner world. Now, Lin Yuan's inner world was 6 to 5 times larger than that of a normal 8th layer evolver. Aside from the 333 times increase provided by the crimson liquid, the orange-yellow liquid had brought Lin Yuan's enhancement up to 3 to 2 times. This was extremely close to the maximum enhancement limit of the orange-yellow liquid, 333 times. I should be close to encountering the third type of liquid, Lin Yuan thought silently. However, in the process of absorbing the first 2 types of liquids, my divine skill Blood Rebirth has also been exercised and enhanced. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. As a physical body divine ability, Blood Rebirth could also be strengthened, albeit at an exceedingly slow rate. However, after thousands, even tens of thousands of times of absorbing the liquids from the mysterious gourd, causing the collapse and then recovery of his physical body, Blood Rebirth was naturally able to be strengthened. This is good. It saves me having to go through the process again after I return to the main world. Lin Yuan was in a good mood. In the spirit realm, it took Lin Yuan a full 100 years to fully absorb the orange-yellow liquid. But with this 100-year enhancement of the physical body divine ability, Blood Rebirth, Lin Yuan would need, at most, only a few days to completely absorb the orange-yellow liquid upon returning to the main world. Because Lin Yuan had greatly elevated his comprehension of Blood Rebirth, he could withstand the burning of the orange-yellow flames for a longer period, the same being true in the main world, the 9 heavens. The 7th layer of heaven, the Taiji primordial spirit ascended, surveying his surroundings. I'll start with the 7th layer of heaven to see if I can encounter an immortal king. After learning that the power of creation wielded by the immortal kings was equivalent to the cosmic force of the main world, Lin Yuan was extremely enthusiastic about finding other immortal king-level powerhouses, especially the existence at the level of a supreme immortal king whose power of creation could be equivalent to that of a higher cosmic force. Comprehending such a higher cosmic force would aid Lin Yuan enormously once he stepped into the 9th rank, giving him more than 10 times the benefit than from comprehending ordinary cosmic forces. Given the limited time, Lin Yuan naturally focused on comprehending higher cosmic forces. This layer of heaven, Lin Yuan released his senses, trying to spread them in all directions as much as possible. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened as he detected the breath of an immortal king. Whoosh! He headed straight towards the immortal king. Moments later, Lin Yuan stopped. Looking ahead, he saw a towering, burly figure standing before him, closely observing a spectacle similar to a black hole in the distance. What's this? Lin Yuan observed the towering figure, who was carrying a huge axe. Merely sitting there, the aura emanating from the axe felt as though it could split open countless worlds. Is this the open heaven immortal king? Does he wield the power of opening the heavens? Lin Yuan was slightly shaken. Among the many pieces of information provided by the purple-robed elder, the Open Heaven Immortal King's destructive power could rank in the top 3 among the supreme immortal kings of this era, and his power of opening the heavens could nearly cleave apart anything. As if sensing someone's gaze, the towering figure of the Open Heaven Immortal King glanced at Lin Yuan. Open Heaven Immortal King, Lin Yuan walked up with a smile. A short while later, Lin Yuan stored away a strand of the power of opening the heavens and left contentedly. As a fellow Supreme Immortal King, it was not too difficult to request a strand of the power of opening the heavens for study, as long as he showed goodwill. Of course, Lin Yuan also offered his Taiji power in exchange. Having never appeared in the spirit realm before, the Taiji power piqued the Open Heaven Immortal King's curiosity, and he agreed readily and promptly. Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit remained in the 7th layer of heaven, studying the powers of creation of many immortal kings. 300 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Chapter 15, The Temptation of the 9th Layer of Heaven. Please subscribe. Marvels filled the 7th layer of heaven as a figure descended. "We're here," Lin Yuan smiled, looking at a celestial king seated cross-legged in the distance, quietly sitting there, the void around him being invisibly affected, becoming exceptionally stable, allowing even ordinary people to survive. It should be known that even the first layer of heaven required at least the combat power of a true immortal to enter. Life forms below the level of true immortals rashly ascending, without the protection of true immortal level powerhouses, simply could not withstand the pressure from between the layers of heaven. It was like this even for the first layer of heaven, let alone the seventh layer of heaven. Normally, only a supreme immortal king could reside permanently in the seventh layer of heaven. Supreme Immortal King. Lin Yuan carefully observed the Celestial King, one of the most renowned kings among the 3,000 provinces. The Supreme Immortal King was a Supreme Immortal King, and within the 3,000 provinces there was one specifically named the Supreme Dao Province, the place where the Immortal King's teachings were passed down. Lin Yuan had once instructed people from the Martial Temple to collect numerous immortal path skills, including the Supreme Jade Purity Immortal Scripture, which was created by the Supreme Immortal King himself and intentionally disseminated. In terms of killing power, the Supreme Immortal King is not as good as the Open Heaven Immortal King, but in terms of overall strength, the two should be on the same level, Lin Yuan secretly said to himself. Among the Supreme Immortal Kings, there were strengths and weaknesses. Some Supreme Immortal Kings who possessed a complete power of creation were stronger than other Supreme Immortal Kings, and some even controlled several complete powers of creation. Zero the Wovelfire.et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Compared to the restriction of lifespan imposed on 8th layer invincibles in the main world, the supreme immortal kings of the spirit realm could almost be said to exist alongside the spirit realm, with ample time to comprehend various powers of creation. Martial Ancestor, the supreme immortal king, opened his eyes, looked towards Lin Yuan, and greeted him with a smiling expression. In the past 300 years, although Lin Yuan had never officially made a move, the Supreme Immortal Kings, with their perception, were basically aware of Lin Yuan's unfathomably deep strength. Thus, whether it was the Open Heaven Immortal King, the Supreme Immortal King, or other Supreme Immortal Kings, they were all willing to make his acquaintance. Over the years, Lin Yuan made acquaintance with quite a few Supreme Immortal Kings. Those who were able to stay in the seventh layer of heaven were all Supreme Immortal Kings, and Lin Yuan proactively approached each one for communication, attempting trades for the powers of creation in their control. Open Heaven asked me to check with you. How are the preparations going? Lin Yuan looked at the Supreme Immortal King and spoke. I am ready. The Supreme Immortal King's expression became solemn as he seriously said, those old-timers from the prehistoric era who refused to die, they've hogged the 8th layer of heaven for so long, it's about time they made some room. For ordinary tribulation, transcending celestial kings like the man in the purple robe, it was difficult to get involved with matters related to the prehistoric era. But to the eyes of Supreme Immortal Kings, the prehistoric era was no secret. Since the fall of the prehistoric era and the start of the era of the 3,000 provinces, those Supreme Immortal Kings who survived from the prehistoric era have occupied the 8th layer of heaven, and they forbade Supreme Immortal Kings born in the era of the 3,000 provinces from ascending. Therefore, all this time, Supreme Immortal Kings born in the era of the 3,000 provinces, like Open Heaven Immortal King and Supreme Immortal King, have continuously tried to attack the 8th layer of heaven, aiming to explore the 9th layer of heaven. Whether from the prehistoric era or the era of the 3,000 provinces, all Supreme Immortal Kings were clear about one thing. That is, the 9th layer of heaven held a profound secret. There are people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens, and above the 9 heavens are celestial beings. This phrase was no rumor. The celestial beings here, it is rumored, might be existences that transcend the level of an immortal king. The end of the prehistoric era also related to the 9th layer of heaven. All Supreme Immortal Kings longed immensely for the 9th layer of heaven. However, for the time being, the path to the 9th layer of heaven, the 8th layer of heaven, was occupied by those Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era. How could the Supreme Immortal Kings from the era of the 3,000 provinces just stand by and watch? So for millions of years, every few 100,000 years, Supreme Immortal Kings like Open Heaven Immortal King attempted to invade the 8th layer of heaven. And just now, the preparations mentioned by Lin Yuan were for Supreme Immortal Kings like the Open Heaven Immortal King to once again attack the 8th layer of heaven. Of course, up to now, those Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era still held the advantage, and the plans of Immortal Kings like Open Heaven to invade the 8th layer of heaven had all failed. The prehistoric era, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. His joining forces with the Open Heaven Immortal King and the Supreme Immortal King and other Supreme Immortal Kings wasn't just for the 9th layer of heaven. Empire. It was more about the powers of creation held by those Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era. In the past 300 years, Lin Yuan had almost gathered a thread of the power of creation controlled by all Supreme Immortal Kings from the current era, but he had not had much contact with those from the prehistoric era. After leaving the Supreme Immortal King, Lin Yuan returned to his own residence in the 7th layer of heaven. I have made significant progress in these 300 years. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, especially in the comprehension of cosmic force, with the reference of powers of creation from various supreme immortal kings. In just 300 years, Lin Yuan had grasped over 30 types of cosmic force. Of those, 4 were considered higher cosmic forces: open heaven force, annihilation force, immeasurable force, and equilibrium force. As for ordinary cosmic forces, there were nearly 30 kinds, including innate purple chi, infinite cutting, fluctuation domain, supreme yang thunder, and so on. Of course, these cosmic forces Lin Yuan had only initially comprehended without delving further into them. According to the categorization by the supreme immortal kings of the spirit realm, each power of creation could be divided into 3 realms: the first realm, second realm, and third realm. Lin Yuan had only grasped the first realm and then stopped delving deeper, investigating new powers of creation instead. Chapter 15, The Temptation of the Ninth Layer of Heaven. Please subscribe. 2. This is also the most efficient method. First understanding these powers of creation, and then bringing them to the main world to transform into cosmic forces. Although he had the world coordinates of the spirit realm, Lin Yuan could return to this world at any time, but it would cost 10 strands of world-breaking origin force, so he needed to be cautious. In fact, ordinary powers of creation are just a part of the higher powers of creation, Lin Yuan mused thoughtfully. Although the dozens of powers of creation he comprehended were all at the first layer of heaven, they involved 4 higher powers of creation. Take, for example, the immeasurable force, a higher power of creation, which encompassed a variety of ordinary powers of creation, including innate purple chi, fluctuation domain, and so on. Infinite cutting is also a higher power of creation, one aspect of the open heaven force. Unfortunately, not all supreme immortal kings possess the higher powers of creation. Ordinary powers of creation, if cultivated to the third realm, are also close to the second realm of higher powers of creation, Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. Most creation immortal kings who mastered several third realm ordinary powers of creation have combat powers that are not much weaker than those of open heaven immortal kings. Swarthewovelfire.u at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The main issue is that cultivating higher powers of creation to the third realm is extremely difficult. Even open heaven immortal kings and supreme immortal kings stop at the second realm. The dozens of powers of creation I've mastered, although they are all at the first layer of heaven, when combined, should they not be almost as powerful as the third realm of a certain higher power of creation? Lin Yuan secretly thought. If he only pondered 1 or 2 higher powers of creation, with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, he might be able to cultivate them to the third realm in 300 years. But this did not meet Lin Yuan's expectations. There were so many powers of creation in the spirit realm, bringing them to the main world would transform them into cosmic forces. Quantity is definitely more important than quality. Quality can be improved after returning to the main world, but as for quantity, if not satisfied, one can only pay 10 strands of world-breaking origin force to return to the spirit realm. Understanding dozens of powers of creation was only a part of Lin Yuan's harvest from 300 years of cultivation. Lin Yuan also surpassed the 3rd stage in the perfection of the 8th stage martial Tao and entered the 4th stage. In Lin Yuan's conception, the 8th layer part is divided into 4 stages. Reaching the 4th stage means he's nearly at the end. This also aligns with many evolutionary paths in the main world, which are also divided into 4 stages for their 8th layer part. As for becoming invincible beyond the 8th layer, in essence, it's also in the 4th stage, but having mastered some kind of cosmic force, it's considered an unreplicable case. Unfortunately, the main world has a lot of restrictions on cosmic forces. My Taiji force is a cosmic force. Future martial Dao cultivators, even if they follow my footsteps step by step, will not be able to transform into this kind of cosmic force again. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. Of course, if the Taiji force doesn't work, one could try other forces. For example, the 5 elements force: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These 5 basic elements nurture and restrain each other. Once these 5 basic rules are fully understood, and the 5 elements rules are fused, it will probably be another cosmic force. Martial Dao encompasses all Daos and, theoretically, it has the potential to give birth to many cosmic forces. There's also the space rules model. Within the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes, faint spatial fluctuations began to appear. In 300 years, Lin Yuan has fully understood up to 4600 core spatial models. Aside from the 3000 understood 300 years ago, he has comprehended more than 1600 more in these 300 years. To know, there are over 7,000 core spatial models, and as the number increases, the difficulty of understanding them increases. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan was still able to comprehend more than 1,600, which is quite incredible. 4,600 core spatial models, taking the main world's 8th stage evolvers as a template, my inner world should have a size of about 680,000 miles in radius. The more spatial models one comprehends, the larger the inner world becomes. Theoretically, if 8th layer evolvers comprehend 7,782 core spatial models, their inner world could reach a size of 10 million miles in radius. But that's the size of a normal 8th layer evolver's inner world, the size of my inner world. A trace of peculiarity appeared on Lin Yuan's face. With the blessing of the mysterious gourd, Lin Yuan's inner world had nearly reached a staggering 70 million miles in radius. Such an immense inner world, let alone human 8th layer evolvers, even the Starry Sky Wanderer Kun of the Peak Bloodline and special beings couldn't compare. Theoretically, the upper limit of the Starry Sky Wanderer Kun's inner world is 50 million miles in radius, and that is why Starry Sky Wanderer Kun is known as a Peak Bloodline, with an upper limit 5 times that of humans. But now, Lin Yuan's inner world has exceeded the upper limit of the Starry Sky Wanderer Kun's inner world by a large margin, which is quite unbelievable. The most crucial thing is, an inner world with a 70 million miles radius is still far from Lin Yuan's limit. The gourd, the inner world size, surpassed that of other 8th-layer evolvers' spatial understanding by tenfold, naturally because Lin Yuan's absorption of the liquid inside the mysterious gourd had reached the 4th kind. Out of the 7 types of liquid red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, Lin Yuan had begun to absorb the green liquid. The color of the mysterious gourd also transformed into a grayish green. The difficulty of absorbing the green liquid is far greater than the first 3 types of liquids. I started absorbing this kind 20 years ago, but until now, it has not even increased my physical body's power in the inner world by 1-fold. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, predicting that the absorption rate would only slow down as he progressed, especially with the last 3 types, cyan, blue, and purple. Lin Yuan even suspected they might be prepared for 8th-layer life forms. No matter what, I've already made a killing. Having an inner world 10 times larger out of nowhere, even supreme beings would find it inconceivable, right? Lin Yuan didn't know if supreme beings could achieve this, but at least with his identities as a 7th-level citizen coupled with being the Star Lord and the founder of the Martial Path evolutionary path, he had never heard of such a thing. Now the power of my Taiji primordial spirit is far weaker than my true body, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Without the mysterious gourd, there wouldn't be much difference between the power of the Taiji primordial spirit and the true body. The true body mastered the powers of Taiji, open heaven, and other cosmic forces, which the Taiji primordial spirit could also wield. Even because of the nature of its soul energy physique, the Taiji primordial spirit could be a bit more troublesome. But now, due to the gap in the inner worlds, the Taiji primordial spirit's inner world is only 6 to 8 million miles in circumference. Your adventure continues at Empire. On the other hand, the inner world created by the true body has reached 70 million miles in circumference. With a tenfold difference, the true body and the primordial spirit are simply not on the same level. The 3000 Dao provinces. Xuanwang Domain, Martial Temple. With 300 years of development, today's Martial Temple has become a massive presence in Dongyun Dao Province. Its influence has transcended Dongyun Dao Province, spreading to dozens and even hundreds of adjacent provinces. Across the entire 3000 Dao provinces, the influence of the martial Dao cultivation system might not match that of the Immortal Path, but within Dongyun Dao province and the surrounding provinces, its influence is undoubtedly unmatched. Even the Immortal Path cannot suppress the martial Dao in the slightest. The reason is that the martial ancestor himself is personally stationed in the martial temple. Over the past 300 years, the martial ancestor has made several appearances to give lectures on the nature of martial Tao, leading countless geniuses and prodigies onto the path of martial Tao. Inside the cave abode, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Martial Tao now, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. After 300 years of promoting martial Tao, the current martial Tao cultivation system had become the strongest cultivation system beneath the Immortal Path, second to none. Over the past 300 years, the occasional tribulation, transcending celestial king sought to visit Lin Yuan, only to sense a fraction of Lin Yuan's strength, as had the man in the purple robe, before ordering their disciples and descendants not to oppose the martial temple. Over time, the influence of martial Tao grew larger and larger. It is predictable that, with time passing, martial Tao might truly reach the heights of the Immortal Path. The only dissatisfaction for Lin Yuan was that, to this day, martial Tao had still not produced an 8th stage powerhouse. Despite several lectures, they have only resulted in a large number of martial Tao 5th stage and 6th stage practitioners. However, the 8th stage of martial arts, comparable to a tribulation, transcending Celestial King, a warrior of the martial path alluding to an 8th stage powerhouse, has yet to emerge. Chapter 16, The Battle of Ascension, please subscribe. 8th stage of martial Tao, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The martial Tao cultivation system was so formidable solely because he, the martial ancestor, was present. Essentially, the foundation of martial Tao was still too shallow. Despite having a history of tens of thousands of years, apart from the 300 or 400 years when Lin Yuan was in charge, there weren't many achievements during other times. Just relying on a few hundred years to cultivate an 8th stage martial Tao from nothing was like a fool's dream. Even if Lin Yuan exhausted his own origin source to nurture a cultivator, When breaking through from the 7th rank to the 8th layer, if one's state of heart during the heart demon tribulation was even slightly off, it would all be in vain. As long as I can cultivate an 8th layer martial Tao cultivator before my time of stay runs out, the martial Tao cultivation system can become truly stable, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In Lin Yuan's heart, among the few who might possibly advance to the 8th layer, naturally were the old 7th rank cultivators Li Qing, Shanyang, and Ni Yun. Explore new worlds at Empire. As for those who started on the path of martial Tao in the past few hundred years, their accumulation was far from sufficient. The 7th layer of heaven. More than 20 supreme immortal kings, including Lin Yuan, converged in one place, their terrifying aura shaking billion-mile radius. In the era since the 3000 Dao states, over tens of millions of years, the number of supreme immortal king-level powerhouses born, added up, does not surpass 30, and now almost all of them were gathered here. The 8th layer of heaven. The open heaven immortal king stood towering, wielding a pitch-black giant axe on his back, his gaze sharp as he looked off into the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. There, enveloped in clouds and mist, fearsome auras circulated ambiguously, clearly the methods left behind by those supreme immortal kings of the prehistoric era to prevent later generations from entering the 8th layer of heaven and sharing the chance of the 9th layer of heaven with them. Last time during the Ascension battle, my strength hadn't broken through. This time it surely will. The open heaven immortal king glanced at the other supreme immortal kings, his tone filled with confidence. The power of creation he wielded belonged to a higher order. Moreover, it was a higher order power of creation adept in offense, making him the main force in each incursion into the 8th layer of heaven. And this invasion into the 8th layer of heaven was also referred to by the supreme immortal kings, such as the open heaven immortal king, as the Ascension battle. Open heaven, we believe in you. Exactly. Those old fogies from the prehistoric era are far too greedy, even trying to monopolize the opportunity of the 9th layer of heaven. I'll deal with that mist immortal king later. The numerous Ascension battles had left the supreme immortal kings present quite familiar with those old-timers of the 8th layer of heaven. As supreme immortal kings, even if they failed in their ascension, at worst they would only suffer heavy damage. It was nearly impossible for them to fall, so those supreme immortal kings from the 8th layer of heaven had never descended to the 7th layer of heaven to hunt them down. In fact, even if they did pursue them, it would be very difficult to completely kill a supreme immortal king. Lin Yuan stood aside, quietly listening to the exchange between the various supreme immortal kings. Among the more than 20 supreme immortal kings present, only Lin Yuan was a newcomer, having never participated in an ascension battle, so he remained silent at this moment. Lin Yuan looked up slightly toward the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. With his perception, he had already sensed that auras of supreme immortal king caliber kept converging, indicating that the supreme immortal king level forces of the 8th layer of heaven also knew that an ascension battle was soon to be initiated by the likes of the open heaven immortal king. The 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan also grew curious about what exactly the 9th layer of heaven contained that made the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era gather at the 8th layer of heaven and jointly prevent later supreme immortal kings from joining. I will know soon enough, Lin Yuan silently thought to himself, the 8th layer of heaven. Vast and boundless, a series of terrifying auras all appeared at the exit connecting to the 7th layer of heaven. Those little guys below want to fight their way up again, but what's the point with their power even if they get up here? A figure enshrouded in clouds and mist sneered. As a supreme immortal king from the prehistoric era, he was completely entitled to call the open heaven immortal king and the supreme immortal king little guys. We mustn't underestimate them. That open heaven immortal king holds the power of open heaven, and there's also the supreme immortal king who commands the immeasurable force. If they comprehend it to the 3rd heavenly realm, that would be troublesome for us. Another figure spoke slowly. The power of open heaven, the immeasurable force, both were higher order powers of creation. In previous ascension battles, the open heaven immortal king and the supreme immortal king had only comprehended these higher order powers of creation to the 2nd realm. That's why they were easily repelled. It's just a trouble, the 3rd figure stated calmly. What if they truly understood the higher order powers of creation to the 3rd realm? Those long-lived supreme immortal kings, almost all of them had similar methods. In terms of talent, they, the supreme immortal kings of the prehistoric era, were in no way inferior to those of the 3000 Dao States era. In terms of cultivation years, they had nearly spanned 2 eras, far surpassing the supreme immortal kings like the open heaven immortal king. Although longer years of cultivation did not necessarily mean stronger power, they certainly couldn't be weak. Leave that open heaven immortal king to me. I also cultivate the power of open heaven, a similarly towering figure said. The powers of creation in the spirit realm were not unique and could be comprehended by multiple immortal kings. Since the power of open heaven was a higher order, power of creation specialized in killing power, it naturally drew the attention of many supreme immortal kings. As the various supreme immortal kings were conversing, the novel ent. ire.u website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Boom! A fearsome gleam of an axe, coming from the seventh layer of heaven, cleaved through the void and crashed toward the hazy entrance of the eighth layer of heaven. Enormous amounts of clouds and mist were split apart, and though they quickly recuperated, they were immediately followed by a succession of further gleams of the axe. Chapter 16, The Battle of Ascension. Please subscribe. 2. The youngster from open heaven. Enshrouded in mist, the figure furrowed his brows. Let's take action. Don't let them really advance up here. Brother, open heaven's power of open heaven must have broken through again. The supreme immortal king muttered softly as he watched the axe lights cleaved by the open heaven immortal king. The other supreme immortal kings agreed upon hearing this. At this moment, the strength of the open heaven immortal king was terrifying. Every axe light was stronger than a full strike from a normal supreme immortal king. Such endless cleaving, even the supreme immortal king would not dare to intercept directly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entrance to the eighth layer of heaven. Several figures walked out. Among them, a towering figure also held a giant axe. But this one was entirely blue, the axe light pervasive, directly blocking the offensive of the open heaven immortal king. Lads, are you rolling down yourselves, or shall we knock you down? The leading figure spoke, his voice booming, echoing across the seventh layer of heaven. It's Ling Shu, immortal king, this old undying. The tone of the supreme immortal king carried a hint of fear. Ling Shu, immortal king, possessed a higher level power of creation and 6 ordinary powers of creation, and all these powers were cultivated to the third realm. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Yuan was sizing up Ling Shu, immortal king, with somewhat heated eyes. The aura of the power of creation emanating from Ling Shu, immortal king, included 3 types that Lin Yuan had never encountered before, one of which was a higher level power of creation. Let's go. Together. The supreme immortal king soared into the sky, and the other supreme immortal kings followed suit. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, dozens of supreme immortal kings were engaged in combat. Each supreme immortal king's offensives impacted for thousands of miles, and if the battlefield had not been in the 9 heavens but in the 3,000 realms, the mere aftermath of these dozens of supreme immortal kings' battles would have been enough to destroy the 3,000 realms several times over. Countless true immortals and half-step immortal kings would pretty much die out completely. But in the 9 heavens, especially in the 7th layer of heaven, these aftershocks did not cause much impact. Or rather, the impacts that did occur, such as torn spaces, would quickly recover. Lin Yuan followed at the back, taking the time to survey the battle situation. Open Heaven Immortal King was entangled by a Supreme Immortal King who also comprehended the power of Open Heaven. Their fighting style was almost the same, a straightforward axe for axe, but the power of Open Heaven involved between each axe strike caused even ordinary Supreme Immortal Kings to tremble. And the Supreme Immortal King was battling 2 Supreme Immortal Kings together, wielding the immeasurable force with each strike massively overwhelming. Even when fighting 2, he was suppressing the opposition. Lin Yuan just glanced around and felt someone watching him. It's been a long time since I've taken action. Young lad, as a senior, I allow you to strike first, otherwise you might not get the chance later. A slender man stood in the distance, smiling kindly at Lin Yuan. Allow me to strike first? Lin Yuan pondered. Seer I, the noelfire.9t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Considering how much effort to use, even though the strength of the Taiji primordial spirit was far less than the true body, but possessing the higher level power of Taiji, along with 4 other higher level powers of creation and dozens of ordinary powers of creation, even though the dozens of other powers of creation were all at the first realm, plus the enhancement of an inner world spanning millions of miles. Combined, Lin Yuan's strength, he believed, was not inferior to a supreme immortal king who mastered the third realm of higher level power of creation, perhaps even stronger. Yes, the slender immortal king nodded slightly. Suddenly, his expression subtly changed, because he realized Lin Yuan had disappeared. This disappearance was not movement or teleportation, but a true disappearance, vanishing from this world. Not good. The slender immortal king's expression drastically changed. Instinctively, he began to retreat explosively. But it was already too late. Lin Yuan's figure, unbeknownst to him, had appeared by his side. Then he gently threw a punch. This punch had no might leaking out, but in the eyes of the slender immortal king, it felt like his scalp was exploding, vaguely sensing a deadly threat. Split. The slender immortal king's skin burst forth with a lot of blood. The next moment, his figure exploded. Under Lin Yuan's punch, his body was smashed to pieces. Whoosh, stay connected through Empire. A phantom soul appeared, rushing towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven frantically. This soul moved so fast that even Lin Yuan felt unable to stop it, so he did not make a move. Pity. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The power of creation wielded by the slender immortal king, he had already comprehended it. Killing the opponent did not yield much benefit. The explosion of the slender immortal king's body immediately attracted the attention of other supreme immortal kings around. Those supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era looked at Lin Yuan with unbelievable eyes. The strength of the slender immortal king might not be very formidable, but it wasn't too weak either that he could be smashed so decisively by a single punch. Could it be that he had comprehended some high-level power of creation to the third realm? And was it a similar offensive power of creation like the power of open heaven? Only under such an unexpected situation, without the slender immortal king's prepared defenses, could he have been taken down so quickly. Ha ha ha, martial ancestor. I hadn't expected you to possess such strength. Open heaven immortal king laughed heartily. Although the slender immortal king did not perish, his physical body was shattered, and even if he could consolidate a physical body with his soul again, his strength wouldn't be fully displayed, and he certainly won't participate in this ascendancy battle. Martial ancestor? At the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven, Ling Shu Immortal King had not joined the battle. His task was to guard the entrance to prevent the Supreme Immortal Kings below from sneaking through and stealthily ascending to the 8th layer of heaven. Chapter 16, The Battle of Ascension. Please subscribe. 3. When did such a strong being appear in this era? The Ling Shu Immortal King's expression shifted slightly. Continue reading at Empire. He was constantly vigilant about the battlefield, watching the fight between Lin Yuan and the emaciated Immortal King. He vaguely felt that Lin Yuan's strength probably surpassed that of the Open Heaven Immortal King and the Supreme Immortal King. This won't do. The balance has been broken. The martial ancestor cannot be allowed to remain. The Ling Shu Immortal King made up his mind. He had not anticipated that this ascension battle would add someone as exceptional as the martial ancestor. Such strength, yet it was the first time he was participating in the ascension battle. It was inconceivable. Under these circumstances, in the ensuing war, no one would be able to withstand the martial ancestor, and the situation would likely turn disadvantageous for them. I must make a move. At the very least, I must heavily injure the martial ancestor. The Ling Shu Immortal King looked towards Lin Yuan. At this moment, several Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era joined forces, attempting to block the martial ancestor. But with Lin Yuan's casual movements, those Supreme Immortal Kings were clearly unable to hold on for long. The Ling Shu Immortal King still stood there, but his true body was hidden deep in the void, approaching Lin Yuan. As the strongest presence in the field, the Supreme Immortal King, the Ling Shu Immortal King, believed that with his methods, a stealth attack would gravely injure, if not kill, the martial ancestor. You are too weak. Too weak, and the power of creation you control is also quite ordinary. Lin Yuan looked at the several Supreme Immortal Kings surrounding him. With each strike he dealt, their aura would weaken significantly. Just then, a dusky shadow loomed over Lin Yuan from above. Destruction. The Ling Shu Immortal King raised his right hand, and a dusky aura enveloped Lin Yuan. An advanced power of creation. The Great Destructive Force. This was a killing power of creation that ranked alongside the force to open the heavens. The difference between the two is that the force to open the heavens attacks a single point or a line, whereas the Great Destructive Force attacks an area. Massive and overpowering, all in front of it will be annihilated. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. This kind of Great Destructive Force was indeed the bane of energy, spirit, and life. Disperse. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. He wanted to disperse his primordial spirit body, but immediately after, a binding force bore down upon him. I have cultivated the Great Destructive Force to the third realm, and 6 other ordinary powers of creation to the third realm as well. The combined strength of 6 third realm ordinary powers of creation is almost not weaker than a third realm advanced power of creation. It's akin to me wielding 2 third realm advanced powers of creation. The Ling Shu Immortal King was very confident in himself. Even the Open Heaven Immortal King could only defend when facing him. By lowering himself to make a stealth attack on this martial ancestor, he might even be able to shatter his physical body and completely rob him of the ability to continue fighting. No good, the martial ancestor, the Open Heaven Immortal King, who was far away, also noticed this scene and instantly became anxious. He slashed out several times in quick succession, trying to restrain the Ling Shu Immortal King. But he was immediately entangled by the opponent in front of him. The Supreme Immortal King was the same, his immeasurable force vast and boundless, but alas, he was desperately blocked by 2 peer Supreme Immortal Kings. Russell, Lin Yuan's brows were tightly knitted. Under the restraint of 6 types of third realm powers of creation, it was difficult for him to move in a short time, and he could only resist the pouring Great Destructive Force. The terrifying Great Destructive Force descended, quickly causing Lin Yuan's primordial spirit body to collapse and eventually be forcefully reduced to nothingness. This easily? The Ling Shu Immortal King was somewhat surprised. He thought that the martial ancestor's spirit might be able to escape. The martial ancestor. The Open Heaven Immortal King roared in rage. He could never have imagined that the martial ancestor would die. In the Ascension battle, the fall of a Supreme Immortal King was an extremely rare event. Despicable Ling Shu Immortal King. The Supreme Immortal King's gaze was icy as he stared at the Ling Shu Immortal King. He had seen the Ling Shu Immortal King's stealth attack from the shadows with his own eyes. The Ling Shu Immortal King let out a cold snort, unconcerned, suddenly. Just then, the Ling Shu Immortal King seemed to sense something and his expression changed slightly. What is that? See the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Ling Shu Immortal King looked down, toward the sixth-layer heaven, the fifth heaven, fourth heaven. Within his perception, he faintly detected dull and trembling sounds from the lower heavens, as if some colossal being was continually trampling on various marvels and phenomena, and, at an inconceivable speed, was piercing through one heaven after another, heading towards the seventh layer of heaven. The Ling Shu Immortal King could almost imagine that the myriad suppressions and restrictions of the nine heavens were almost as fragile as tissue paper in front of this colossal being. Even the barriers between the heavens were effortlessly torn apart by it. Boom! The next moment. The ground of seventh layer of heaven collapsed, and a figure exuding boundless vital energy appeared above the Ling Shu Immortal King, looking down from a great height with indifference. The oppression that felt like the heavens collapsing almost made the Ling Shu Immortal King suffocate. He nearly knelt down. Chapter 17, The Invincible Lin Yuan. Subscribe please. Seventh layer of heaven, silent and soundless. All the Supreme Immortal Kings who were fighting, whether they were born during the era of 3000 Dao states or the prehistoric era, all ceased their combat. They subconsciously looked towards the figure who, with absolute brutality and absolute strength, tore the barrier between the seventh layer of heaven and the eighth layer of heaven. In the spirit realm's nine heavens, from the first layer of heaven to the second layer of heaven, from the second layer of heaven to the third layer of heaven, from the seventh layer of heaven to the eighth layer of heaven, there are two paths. One is to follow the fixed entrances between each layer of heaven, which would allow one to ascend to the next layer. However, at these fixed entrances, numerous challenges exist, such as the endless wind calamity, the ninefold thunder tribulation, and so on. The other is to not use the fixed entrances and directly tear open the barrier between the layers of heaven to climb to a higher level. However, the barriers between the layers of heaven are not so easily torn apart. Even for a Supreme Immortal King, to tear the barrier between the first layer of heaven and the second layer of heaven requires considerable effort, far less convenient than simply entering through the entrance. And the barriers between each layer of heaven are more robust than the last. A normal Supreme Immortal King might expend some effort to tear open the barrier between the first layer of heaven and the second layer of heaven. But the barrier from the second layer of heaven to the third layer of heaven would require a Supreme Immortal King to give it his all. As for the barrier between the third layer of heaven and the fourth layer of heaven, an ordinary Supreme Immortal King simply cannot manage it. In this battle to ascend to the heavens, the Open Heaven Immortal King and Supreme Immortal King from the era of 3000 Dao states chose to ascend at the entrance leading to the eighth layer of heaven. The noshulfire.inst website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, because that is the simplest way. As for forcibly tearing the barrier between the seventh layer of heaven and the eighth layer of heaven, the Open Heaven Immortal King, the Supreme Immortal King, and more than 20 other Supreme Immortal Kings working together. It could indeed be possible, but it would at least take several days and nights. With that amount of time, the Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era residing in the eighth layer of heaven would have long been aware, and likewise would have prepared at the barrier above, making it no different from starting a battle from the entrance. The Open Heaven Immortal King, the Supreme Immortal King, and more than 20 other Supreme Immortal Kings working together would need several days and nights to barely manage to tear open the barrier between the seventh layer of heaven and the eighth layer of heaven. The barrier between the sixth layer heaven and the seventh layer of heaven, although not as tough as the former, would certainly also require more than 20 Supreme Immortal Kings giving their full effort for the better part of a day or even 2 days to hope to tear it open. But just a moment ago, the figure that suddenly arrived, how long did it take to shred the barrier between the sixth layer heaven and the seventh layer of heaven? A breath, or merely an instant? And this figure, it seems, did not only tear apart the barrier between the sixth layer heaven and the seventh layer of heaven, the barriers of the 5 major layers beneath were all brutally shredded without a moment's pause. Your next read awaits at Empire. This power is too terrifying, even for the likes of the Open Heaven Immortal King and Supreme Immortal King, such formidable Supreme Immortal Kings. It caused their hearts to tremble at this moment. Furthermore, in the moment that figure appeared, an invisible and terrifying chi and blood domain covered 1/10 of the seventh layer of heaven, enveloping all the Supreme Immortal Kings within it. Compared to the shock of the other Supreme Immortal Kings, Ling Shu Immortal King felt almost suffocated at this moment. Merely approaching that figure caused the higher power of creation in his body to fall into dead silence, not to mention the 6 other ordinary powers of creation. You, who exactly are you? Which era's powerful figure are you? Ling Shu Immortal King asked tremblingly. As a Supreme Immortal King from the prehistoric era, Ling Shu Immortal King understood that the spirit realm had gone through one era after another over countless millennia. The prehistoric era, the era of 3000 Dao states, those were just the 2 most recent eras. Before these 2 eras, there were even more ancient and inscrutable eras. Who am I? Just now, didn't you sneak attack me? Lin Yuan glanced at Ling Shu Immortal King and spoke calmly. The Taiji primordial spirit, under the great destructive force of Ling Shu Immortal King's third realm, transformed into nothingness. Although it was partly because Lin Yuan dismissed it intentionally, it was indeed due to Ling Shu Immortal King. At the moment the Taiji primordial spirit was sneak attacked, Lin Yuan's true body left the martial temple and directly entered the nine heavens, following the principle that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. He traversed through various marbles and phenomena, layer barriers, and arrived here. Sneak attack you? Ling Shu, Immortal King, was slightly stunned. Immediately, his face showed an incredulous expression. The martial ancestor earlier, was it this person in front of him? Ling Shu, Immortal King, found it hard to believe. The martial ancestor's strength was indeed very strong, even surpassing the Open Heaven Immortal King and Supreme Immortal King. But that was it. In a one-on-one situation, even without sneak attacking, Ling Shu, Immortal King, was confident he could suppress the martial ancestor. The reason for the sneak attack was merely to resolve the fight quickly and, as much as possible, erase this unstable factor that was the martial ancestor. For Ling Shu, Immortal King, who had lived through the long years, he no longer cared about whether it involved sneak attacking or not. The surrounding Supreme Immortal Kings were also closely watching Lin Yuan. They couldn't help it. Lin Yuan's method of appearance was too terrifying. With formidable barriers of the heaven, the appearance was like mere thin paper in his presence. It was utterly unimaginable. The martial ancestor? He is the martial ancestor? How is that possible? No, wait, the aura is similar. They could indeed be the same person. Many Supreme Immortal Kings, especially those from the era of 3000 Dao states, initially were utterly dumbfounded, but as they carefully felt it out, they vaguely discovered that the martial ancestor, who they had good relations with, indeed had similarities in aura with the person before them. This similarity was fundamental, possessing the same power of creation, as well as that vast power similar to the world's force of the spirit realm. The difference is that the earlier martial ancestor who possessed that type of world's force, if it were from the lower realms 1 Dao province, Chapter 17, Invincible Lin Yuan, subscribe please. 2. Then the martial ancestor now could casually release a strand of world power that was as vast as 3000 Daojo states. Impossible, you, how could you be so strong? Even if it's an avatar or incarnation, the gap between it and the true self couldn't possibly be this big, Ling Shu, Immortal King, murmured to himself, voicing the doubts that all the Supreme Immortal Kings harbored in their hearts. The difference in strength between the former and current martial ancestors was too great, and even though Ling Shu, Immortal King, knew such a powerful being would not deign to lie, he still refused to believe it. That's something you don't need to know anymore. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit was not much weaker than his true self. But alas, the mysterious gourd had brought about a tenfold increase both to the true body's internal world and to the physical body. What did a tenfold increase imply? The internal world expanded from 680,000 square miles to 70 million square miles, and the boost to the power of the world was far beyond 100 or a few hundred times. It was precisely because of his vast inner world that Lin Yuan was able to crushingly break into the 7th layer of heaven. Of course, apart from the physical body and inner world, the divine skill enhancements that Lin Yuan commanded also widened the gap between his true self and the Taiji primordial spirit. Enhancement is a physical body divine ability that can incidentally boost the spirit will of the soul, but its foundation lies in the physical body. The Taiji primordial spirit, which is only the primordial spirit body, is incapable of using this divine skill. However, the enhancement divine skill came with side effects. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not use this trump card. A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. The terrifying power of the world, following the spatial planes of the 7th layer of heaven, directly rolled towards Ling Shu, Immortal King. The physical body of Ling Shu, Immortal King, directly turned to dust, the higher power of creation, the power of annihilation, condensed into a sphere, and fell into the hands of Lin Yuan. The other types of ordinary powers of creation were also integrated by Lin Yuan into his body. These powers of creation, especially the higher power of creation, were highly valued by Lin Yuan. Taking them back to the main world would transform them into higher cosmic forces, greatly benefiting his 9th rank Dao. Swish! After the physical body of Ling Shu, Immortal King, shattered, an ethereal soul body flew out in escape. As a Supreme Immortal King within the Immortal Cultivation system, most of their methods are invested in the soul. Battles between Supreme Immortal Kings rarely end in life or death, largely because the Supreme Immortal Kings at most just give up their physical bodies. As long as they are willing to escape with their soul bodies, they could almost always get away. Too terrifying, the soul body of Ling Shu, Immortal King, trembled in spirit. Just now, under the pressure of the power of the world, he nearly failed to escape with his soul body. This martial ancestor, his background is definitely not simple. He must be one of those terrifying beings from the earliest eras. Ling Shu, Immortal King's soul body tore through the void, fleeing towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. You think you can escape? Swar the Novel Fire? Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, next to Ling Shu, Immortal King's soul body, a hand reached out and grabbed. Aha! Ling Shu Immortal King's soul body let out a piercing scream and was immediately grasped by Lin Yuan, who proceeded with a soul search and then refined it into the purest spiritual power, the 8th layer of heaven. An area of winding palaces, within a certain side hall. A man with a face that closely resembled Ling Shu Immortal King opened his eyes. As a supreme immortal king who had survived from the prehistoric era, Ling Shu Immortal King had many life-saving methods. Even if his true self perished, he could still resurrect within this body that had been prepared long ago. However, at this moment, Ling Shu Immortal King felt no joy from his resurrection. His gaze was filled with worry and unease. That martial ancestor is too frightening. I have cultivated the power of annihilation to the 3rd realm and supplemented it with 6 other ordinary powers of creation of the 3rd realm, but in front of that martial ancestor, I couldn't even struggle. Ling Shu Immortal King felt a chill in his heart. For the long years from the prehistoric era to now, he finally felt the breath of death. It was complete death. Given the strength of the martial ancestor, he will surely enter the 8th layer of heaven soon. Ling Shu Immortal King steadied his spirit. I must inform the chaotic celestial king and the others. In the prehistoric era, although Ling Shu Immortal King was an outstanding figure among the supreme immortal kings, he was not the strongest. Your journey continues with Empire. The ones who could truly be called the strongest immortal kings of the ancient past were the chaotic celestial kings, who had led Ling Shu Immortal King and the others to take charge of the 8th layer of heaven. These supreme immortal kings had mastered several high-level powers of creation and had all cultivated to the 3rd realm. Their strength was immeasurable. Of course, in the eyes of the Ling Shu Immortal King, even if the strongest immortal kings under the chaotic celestial king were added together, they would still be far from being a match for the martial ancestor. At least in front of the chaotic celestial king, he could still talk back for a while, but the mere thought of resisting the martial ancestor was something he dared not even entertain. But now, the Ling Shu Immortal King didn't have much of a choice, as the martial ancestor's entry into the 8th layer of heaven was imminent. The only thing he could rely on was the chaotic celestial king and his peers. The chaotic celestial king has been studying the 9th layer of heaven for so many years, perhaps he has figured out some kind of killing move that can stop the martial ancestor. The Ling Shu Immortal King had felt the power of the martial ancestor and didn't even dream that the chaotic celestial king and the others would be able to repel, let alone defeat him. If they could just barely hold him off, it would be a fortune from the heavens. After Lin Yuan conducted a soul search on the Ling Shu Immortal King, he learned many secrets about the 8th layer of heaven and the prehistoric era. So it turns out that the group of supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era, led by the chaotic celestial king, had realized 4 kinds of high-level powers of creation and had also cultivated them to the 3rd realm. After the end of the prehistoric era, the chaotic celestial king led a group of supreme immortal kings to ascend to the 8th layer of heaven and has been trying to reach the 9th layer of heaven ever since, but to this day they have yet to succeed. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The chaotic celestial king had realized 4 kinds of high-level powers of creation and cultivated them all to the 3rd realm. In this respect, Lin Yuan couldn't compare. Although Lin Yuan had also realized 4 kinds of high-level powers of creation, they were all at the 1st realm. But Lin Yuan also possessed an inner world with a radius of 70 million miles, and with the vast expanse of his inner world, he didn't consider the chaotic celestial king a concern. Has it not been long enough? And still, they have not ascended to the 9th layer of heaven? Lin Yuan was very interested in the chaotic celestial king. The 4 types of powers of creation the other party possessed probably included 1 or 2 that Lin Yuan had not realized. Lin Yuan's gaze turned to the battlefield, looking towards the other supreme immortal kings. Run, quick, back to the 8th layer of heaven. The supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era fled without hesitation towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. What a joke. If they did not run now, were they waiting to follow the same path as the Ling Shu Immortal King? Although they didn't know the full extent of Lin Yuan's strength, just based on the means he used to kill the Ling Shu Immortal King, he was far beyond what they could handle. As for joining forces and resisting together, when the gap in strength reached a certain level, the advantage of numbers would no longer be an advantage, unless it was the Sea of Bugs tactics used in the main world. Otherwise, dozens of supreme immortal kings in front of Lin Yuan would likely be no more significant than toys, to be trifled with at will. Lin Yuan did not stop these supreme immortal kings from their mass flee. There was mainly no need, since above was the 8th layer of heaven, so where could these supreme immortal kings even escape to, for a moment? Within the 7th layer of heaven, only Lin Yuan, the open heaven immortal king, the supreme immortal king, and more than 20 other immortal kings were left. Martial ancestor, a moment later, the open heaven immortal king mustered the courage, approached Lin Yuan, and tried to speak. Open heaven. Lin Yuan gave a faint smile, voluntarily reined in his aura, and casually greeted him. During the 300 years, Lin Yuan had a pleasant time interacting with the Open Heaven Immortal King, the Supreme Immortal King, and the various Supreme Immortal Kings. He did not intend to leverage his strength to overwhelm at this moment. The response from Lin Yuan let the open heaven immortal king breathe a small sigh of relief. At least by speaking this way, Lin Yuan was treating him as one of his own. He didn't need to be as terrified as those supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era. Martial ancestor, what kind of power of creation have you mastered exactly? Seeing this, the Supreme Immortal King stepped forward as well, unable to contain his curiosity. The power Lin Yuan had just displayed was terrifying, and if he had not lacked some of the characteristics that were legendary for a king above an immortal king, they would have almost believed Lin Yuan had already taken that step. What kind of power of creation? Lin Yuan shook his head. Should it be considered cosmic force? The cosmic force nurtured within the inner world was a power entirely different from the power of creation and cosmic force. It depended on the inner world one had opened up. It didn't require enlightenment. As long as one had opened up an inner world, one could master it. Chapter 18, 500 Years. Seeking subscriptions, Pyre of the World, Open Heaven Immortal King, Supreme Immortal King such as the Supreme Immortal King exchanged glances. They had never heard of such power of creation before. However, since Martial Ancestor said so, the power must exist. Let's go. Let's take a look at the 8th layer of heaven. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he headed towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. At that time, the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven no longer had the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era standing guard. It was empty, with wisps of illusory power drifting around. That was the trial from the 7th layer of heaven to the 8th layer of heaven, a natural phenomenon within the 9 heavens. Even if destroyed, it would recover. Just like the barriers between the layers of heaven torn by Lin Yuan were now quickly restoring themselves. Just go straight up from the entrance. Lin Yuan took a glance. Previously, when the Taiji primordial spirit was ambushed by the Lingshu immortal king, Lin Yuan, in his true body, was in a rush, so he bulldozed his way through with a brute force approach. Now, there was no need for that. The entrance was right in front of them. They could simply pass through. The trial from the 7th layer of heaven to the 8th layer of heaven, similar to a soul illusion, was not unlike the heart demon tribulation and the tribulation of the spirit, but it was many times stronger than the latter. However, the many supreme immortal kings present had been tempered over a long period of time, and the strength of their spirits, even without deliberate cultivation, was not so weak that they could not easily pass through. Although Lin Yuan had experienced a relatively short period of time, his mental will index, having been honed in a supreme being's body, coupled with the nurturing of his vast inner world, was no weaker than that of the supreme immortal kings present, if not stronger. Whoosh! Lin Yuan easily arrived at the 8th layer of heaven. The environment here was similar to the 7th layer of heaven. The only difference was that there was a mysterious aura faintly permeating the area, originating from the 9th layer of heaven above. There are people beyond man and heavens beyond heavens. Above the 9 heavens are the celestial beings. That's the age-old saying in the vast spirit realm regarding the 9th layer of heaven. The so-called celestial beings, as speculated by many supreme immortal kings, might be an invincible entity seated in the 9th layer of heaven overlooking the vast spirit realm. The reason why the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era and the many eras of the 3000 Dao states were so eager to enter the 9th layer of heaven was to seek the guidance of that invincible entity. This is the 8th layer of heaven? Indeed, it's extraordinary, different from the 7th layer of heaven. Open heaven immortal king and supreme immortal kings like the supreme immortal king followed closely behind. This was their first ascent to the 8th layer of heaven. During past ascension battles, they were all repelled by the Lingshu immortal king. Now, following behind Lin Yuan, they finally realized their long-standing wish. The 9th layer of heaven? Lin Yuan looked up, gazing into the sky. Compared to the barriers of the previous 8 layers of heaven, the barrier of the 9th layer of heaven faintly emitted a pale golden light, and even Lin Yuan was not sure he could break through it. Or to say, confident about shredding it, but it would take a significant amount of time, as the barrier between the 9 heavens, once damaged, would quickly regenerate. The speed at which Lin Yuan tore the barrier had to be much faster than the rate at which it recovered. Let's go to the entrance of the 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan made up his mind. After the soul search of the Lingshu immortal king, he was very familiar with the 8th layer of heaven and directly flew towards the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. The entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Dozens of figures stood there. These dozens of figures were the most powerful of the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era, each having cultivated at least one type of high-level power of creation to the 3rd realm. Most had mastered more than 2 types of high-level power of creation in the 3rd realm. The Lingshu immortal king had so oppressed the supreme immortal kings of the 3000 Dao states era that they could hardly breathe, find adventures at Empire. But among this group of supreme immortal kings, they were basically at the bottom of the ranks. In the prehistoric era, having experienced a complete era of time, plus the long years of the current 3000 Dao states, the number of supreme immortal kings was much larger and stronger than the immature 3000 Dao states era. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Yuan's figure appeared not far away. Open Heaven Immortal King and Supreme Immortal Kings like the Supreme Immortal King also followed behind Lin Yuan. So many powerful beings? Open Heaven Immortal King was a bit overwhelmed. Only now did they realize how ludicrous their battles for ascension had been. Among the many supreme immortal kings standing at the entrance to the ninth layer of heaven, just a few could easily suppress the 20-some supreme immortal kings. Supreme Immortal King was also looking tense at this moment. Had it not been for Lin Yuan standing in front of them, they might have had the urge to flee. The head of the various supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era was a tall figure with a chaotic aura. He stood at the very forefront of all the immortal kings, clearly the leader among the prehistoric era's strongest immortal kings. Chaotic Celestial King. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. Having soul-searched Ling Shu Immortal King, Lin Yuan naturally knew that the Chaotic Celestial King was the strongest immortal king of the prehistoric era. Square the novel FAIR.90 website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Martial Ancestor. The Chaotic Celestial King turned around, looking seriously at Lin Yuan. Ling Shu has already told me. Your strength, Martial Ancestor, far surpasses mine. Whatever you want, Martial Ancestor, just say it, and I will agree. The Chaotic Celestial King spoke frankly, as if yielding proactively was not a matter of shame. In fact, that was indeed the case. Ling Shu Immortal King had already shown to the Chaotic Celestial King and other Supreme Immortal Kings the happenings of the seventh layer of heaven. Including the Chaotic Celestial King, all the Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era acknowledged that they could not accomplish what Martial Ancestor had done. Even in many deductions made by the Chaotic Celestial King, even if all Supreme Immortal Kings joined forces, in the face of Martial Ancestor, they could at best only struggle to survive for a while before inevitably facing defeat. Knowing the outcome in advance, the Chaotic Celestial King naturally would not have any resistance, yielding and admitting defeat proactively. Oh? Chapter 18, 500 Years Subscription Request. 2. Lin Yuan did take an extra look at the Chaotic Celestial King. That was good, it spared him the extra effort. Separate your soul fragment, let me perform soul search, Lin Yuan said directly. He chose not to directly perform the soul search, which was a response to the Chaotic Celestial King's initiative to cooperate. Separating a soul fragment for Lin Yuan to perform soul search compared to being suppressed by Lin Yuan before the soul search had no significant difference, but it was much better in terms of saving face. No problem. The Chaotic Celestial King unhesitatingly split off a part of his soul fragment. This part of the soul fragment contained all his memories, and Lin Yuan only needed to perform soul search on this soul fragment to know everything he wanted to know. Lin Yuan took over the soul fragment from the Chaotic Celestial King. Within a few breaths, the soul search was complete. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan had some realizations in his heart. In the memory of the Chaotic Celestial King, there was the reason for the closing of the prehistoric era. A treasure fell from the ninth layer of heaven at the end of the prehistoric era. This treasure led to a great battle among many supreme immortal kings of the prehistoric era. That battle caused the spirit realm to seem like it had entered doomsday, with tribulation stage celestial kings falling in great numbers. Ultimately, as the victor, the Chaotic Celestial King obtained that treasure and entered the eighth layer of heaven with many under his command. After the prehistoric era, the spirit realm took a long time to recover, gradually entering the next era. The 3000 Dao States era. Up to today, the 3000 Dao States era is still in its early stage, not even a thousandth of the prehistoric era. Give me the treasure. Lin Yuan looked at the Chaotic Celestial King. In the prehistoric era, the Chaotic Celestial King was only one of the strongest. There were a few supreme immortal kings comparable to him, capable of compelling the Chaotic Celestial King to risk battling peers and initiate a supreme immortal king level clash. Clearly, the treasure was critically important. This is that treasure. The Chaotic Celestial King hesitated for a moment, then promptly handed over the treasure. Having completed the soul search on his soul fragment, Lin Yuan's understanding of that treasure was no lesser than his, with no need for any concealment. The treasure handed over by the Chaotic Celestial King was an irregular stone, with faint traces of a mysterious force emanating, suffused with a primordial aura. This stone contains an aura of power of creation beyond the higher power of creation. As long as one can comprehend it, even if unable to take that step, one can still advance greatly in the realm of the Supreme Immortal King. Read New Adventures at Empire. The Chaotic Celestial King explained in a low voice, looking at the irregular stone in Lin Yuan's hand. Unfortunately, after so many years, I have never comprehended it. Even though I've been nearing the ninth layer of heaven, I have never grasped it. The tone of the Chaotic Celestial King conveyed an indescribable sentiment. The mysterious aura emanating from the ninth layer of heaven was similar to that of the stone, and the Chaotic Celestial King believed that being near the ninth layer of heaven for a long time would aid in comprehending the stone. But over the years, the Chaotic Celestial King's understanding of the stone had reached a standstill, and the mysterious power of creation exceeding the higher power of creation remained elusive. This was also the reason he was so decisive in handing over the stone. Because the Chaotic Celestial King felt that even if given another era, 10 eras, he would almost never comprehend the power of creation within the stone. Power of creation beyond the higher power of creation? Lin Yuan observed the irregular stone seriously. Compared to the chaotic celestial king's limited understanding, Lin Yuan hailed from the main world, understood the essence of cosmic force, and knew that power surpassing higher cosmic force was something only a ninth-rank evolver could control. Lin Yuan carefully examined the irregular stone. Your discernment is exceptional, observing the mysterious origin, deepening your mastery over its power. Your discernment is exceptional, observing the mysterious origin, deepening your mastery over its power. Your discernment is exceptional, observing the mysterious origin, deepening your mastery over its power. Mysterious origin, Lin Yuan contemplated internally. One thing was certain. The aura within this irregular stone indeed surpassed the higher power of creation. Having observed it for a while, if it were any other higher power of creation, he would have at least grasped something, but facing this irregularly shaped stone, he still had no gains. Of course, the no significant gains here refers to the gains being too insubstantial to be noticed. The ninth layer of heaven. Lin Yuan stored the irregular stone and looked up towards the distant entrance to the ninth layer of heaven. Compared to the entrances of the previous 8 layers, the entrance to the ninth layer of heaven was incredibly broad, as if welcoming supreme immortal kings to ascend. However, in reality, after having executed a soul search on the chaotic celestial king's memories, Lin Yuan knew that the tribulations leading to the ninth layer of heaven were terrifyingly formidable. Inside the entrance to the ninth layer of heaven, there lie the life imprints of the 10 strongest supreme immortal kings in the history of the spirit realm. That is to say, to enter the ninth layer of heaven, one must defeat the 10 strongest supreme immortal kings ever to have existed in the spirit realm. In fact, to call them the 10 strongest supreme immortal kings is somewhat imprecise. They should be referred to as the 10 strongest beings, because perhaps some of the supreme immortal kings have already taken half a step beyond. The prehistoric era, the 3000 Dao provinces era. These are just the 2 most recent epochs. Before these epochs, there existed even more ancient epochs. No one knows when the spirit realm was born, and although the supreme immortal kings existed alongside the spirit realm, it doesn't mean they won't die. Not to mention, the end of the prehistoric era saw the demise of a great number of supreme immortal kings. With the strength of the martial ancestor, one could certainly make a breakthrough at the entrance to the ninth layer of heaven, the chaotic celestial king murmured. He had attempted it, but was unable to defeat even the first supreme immortal king's life imprint, and was nearly crushed, managing to retreat only with great difficulty. Do you want to watch me make a try? Lin Yuan glanced at the chaotic celestial king. No rush. Even Lin Yuan would not underestimate the 10 strongest beings in the history of the spirit realm. It's not a matter of one era or one epoch, but since the birth of the spirit realm itself. Lin Yuan indeed intended to challenge the entrance to the ninth layer of heaven, but not now. He would wait until his power reached its peak before trying. Currently, although Lin Yuan surpassed such beings of an epoch as the chaotic celestial king, he was far from reaching his own limits. The green liquid in the mysterious gourd could still be absorbed further. The Martial Tau Evolution System 8th stage had yet to be completely unlocked. A complete core space model had also not been fully realized. The cultivation of the Taiji Power 2 had not yet reached the 3rd realm. The several other high-grade powers of creation, along with many ordinary powers of creation, were merely at the 1st realm. There was also that irregular stone obtained from the chaotic celestial king, which contained a mysterious power of creation surpassing the superior powers of creation. The chaotic celestial king might not have deciphered it, but that doesn't mean Lin Yuan couldn't. It was only a matter of how much time it would take. Lin Yuan was still far from his ultimate limit. During this traversal, Lin Yuan's allowed residence time had a limit of over 900 years, of which only just over 400 years had passed. Before clearly understanding what kinds of unexpected events might occur upon entering the entrance to the ninth layer of heaven, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't rashly proceed. The chaotic celestial king had previously made an attempt but quickly retreated because he faced the first life imprint. That's why retreat was still an option. Lin Yuan wasn't sure whether, if he ventured deeper and failed, he would still be able to retreat. In such circumstances, Lin Yuan naturally opted for stability. Other supreme immortal kings yearned to ascend to the ninth layer of heaven because they wished to take that next step. Lin Yuan did not have this desire. In the main world, many evolution paths were perfected, and Lin Yuan had many directions for advancing into the 9th rank. His task now was to securely spend the rest of his allotted time, converting it into gains to take back to the main world. Right, all of you immortal kings, hand over a strand of your powers of creation to me. Lin Yuan surveyed the chaotic celestial king and other prehistoric era supreme immortal kings and commanded. Yes. The chaotic celestial king hesitated, unsure of what Lin Yuan needed so much power of creation for, but dared not ask further and obediently shared a strand of his own power of creation. Very good, very good. Swarthenor.fire.et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lin Yuan looked at the dozens of strands of powers of creation, including several high-grade ones he had never seen before, feeling quite satisfied. And so it was. Lin Yuan, in his true form, stayed stationed before the entrance leading to the ninth layer of heaven and once again began his meditation for enlightenment. Time passed. 500 years flew by like flowing water. Chapter 19, The Strongest Life Form Since the Birth of the Spirit Realm. Please subscribe. Xianyao City, Lin Residence. Lin Yuan and Lin Jianping, along with Shen Zhen, sat facing each other, eating spiritual dishes while chatting. Over the past 500 years, the fame of martial ancestor had spread across the 3,000 Dao provinces. Even the strongest immortal king from the prehistoric era, the chaotic celestial king, had voluntarily submitted to him. However, very few knew about the parents of martial ancestor, which was also the result of Lin Yuan's deliberate suppression. His time residing in the spirit realm was limited. Unable to protect Lin Jianping and Shen Zhen at all times, he could only try his best to detach them from the association with martial ancestor. Chang'er, try this spiritual dish, Shen Zhen said with a smile, as Lin Jianping also expressed great interest. The three of them finished eating. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan took the initiative to say, I might not come back for a long time. With only a few more years left until his time limit, according to Lin Yuan's plan, this was supposed to be his last meeting with Lin Jianping and Shen Zhen. A long time? Lin Jianping and Shen Zhen looked somewhat disappointed, but they had also expected this, as Lin Yuan was simply too dazzling, overseeing the 3,000 Dao provinces, hailed as the strongest in the era. Such a great being surely had more important matters to attend to. Chang'er, go ahead and do what you need to do. We are very satisfied with our current lives, Lin Jianping said. Were it not for Lin Yuan, their Lin family would still be a minor clan in Xianyao City, nowhere near their current exalted status. If you need help, seek Li Qing. She will arrange it well. Lin Yuan nodded. Search the noshellfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After leaving the Lin residence, Lin Yuan walked on the streets of Xianyao City. In the past 500 years, Xianyao City had already become the most prosperous center of Dongyun Tao province. The city, having undergone dozens of expansions, now covered an area of several million square miles. Every day, numerous true immortals and half-step immortal kings came in and out, and even the presence of tribulation. Transcending celestial kings was felt. Stay updated with Empire. The martial Tao cultivation system had spread across the 3,000 Dao provinces, in no way inferior to the immortal cultivation system. In fact, in the several dozen Dao provinces centered around Xianyao City, the martial Tao cultivation system even surpassed the immortal cultivation system. It could be said that the prosperity of the martial Tao cultivation system had reached its pinnacle. Not even those tribulation, transcending celestial kings or supreme immortal kings dared to shake it. My current strength has already reached a certain limit, Lin Yuan thought to himself. More than 200 years ago, Lin Yuan had already thoroughly perfected the 4th stage of the 8th stage martial Tao. Since then, the 8th stage chapter was pioneered, and as for the 9th rank chapter, Lin Yuan also began to try integrating the Taiji rule into the space rules, making some progress, with the integration currently at 20 to 30%. In addition, Lin Yuan had already mastered over 5,500 core space models in his comprehension of the fundamental space rules. In 500 years, Lin Yuan had comprehended over 900 core space models, a pace not comparable to the 1,600 models understood in the previous 300 years. But it should be noted, out of 7,782 core space models, the difficulty of comprehension increases towards the later stages. Many evolvers at the peak of the 8th rank had been stuck on certain space models for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. In just 500 years, Lin Yuan had almost effortlessly comprehended over 900 core space models, truly an abnormal and monstrous feat. Only over 2,000 core space models left to completely master the complete space rules, Lin Yuan thought. The space rules are a foundational rule of the main world, and many 9th rank powerhouses have yet to master it, although, in theory, the 8th rank has the potential to master the complete space rules. But that's just theory. In the long history of the main world universe Starry Sky, which 8th rank powerhouse has actualized this theory. The breakthrough from 8th rank to 9th rank requires the fusion rules, but as a foundational rule, the space rules do not require full mastery for integration. At the 8th rank, attempting to grasp the space rules or to discover more cosmic forces are both extremely time-consuming endeavors, arguably delaying the breakthrough to the 9th rank. With 5,500 core space rules, enough to uphold an inner world of 750,000 square miles, plus the 13-fold base enhancement from absorbing the fluid in the mysterious gourd. Now, the size of my inner world has already surpassed 9,750,000 square miles, approaching 1 billion square miles, the green fluid inside the mysterious gourd being far more difficult to absorb than the previous 3 types. Lin Yuan had only managed to absorb nearly 99% over 500 years. In theory, absorbing all 4 types of fluids in the mysterious gourd could enhance the inner world by up to 13.32 times. Now that Lin Yuan had already reached 13 times, he wasn't far from completely absorbing the green fluid. Power of creation, Lin Yuan thought of the greatest gain from this traversal. The many gains before, for Lin Yuan, could be accomplished anywhere, not exclusive to the spirit realm. However, the power of creation, only the spirit realm, with the easing of restrictions on such a cosmic force and the cooperation of various celestial kings, had Lin Yuan made astonishing progress in comprehending the power of creation. So far, I have mastered 12 kinds of superior power of creation and over 60 ordinary ones. In fact, in the last 300 to 400 years, Lin Yuan had essentially given up on comprehending ordinary power of creation. Since each superior power of creation encompassed the essence of multiple ordinary ones to some extent, comprehending a single type of superior power of creation was equivalent to understanding several, if not dozens, of ordinary ones. 12 kinds of superior power of creation. Lin Yuan's gaze grew fervent, his focus not on these 12 kinds of superior power of creation, but on feeling the strand of primordial essence of power of creation in his inner world. Chapter 19, The Strongest Life Form Since the Birth of the Spirit Realm. Please subscribe. 2. This power of creation that had been grasped was precisely what Lin Yuan had comprehended from the treasure that had fallen from the 9th layer of heaven given by the chaotic celestial king. The end of the prehistoric era was related to this stone-like treasure. The chaotic celestial king speculated that this treasure contained a mysterious force that transcended higher power of creation, but after spending an unknown amount of time and even dominating the 8th layer of heaven, he had not comprehended the slightest bit of it. Primal force, Lin Yuan's heart burned with eagerness. Relying on his against heaven's understanding, it had taken him over 400 years to comprehend it from that treasure. Lin Yuan named this power of creation the primal force, symbolizing the initial power of all things. The primal force of the first realm could suppress the higher power of creation of the third realm. Even Lin Yuan was somewhat shocked by the formidable might of this power of creation. There are still over 10 years left to stay. It's time to make a challenge in the 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan had made up his mind, and this was also the reason why he had bid farewell to his parents. Even if he were to continue his seclusion for another decade, it would not be of much benefit to him. Instead of doing so, it would be better to enter the legendary 9th layer of heaven to take a look. Martial Temple Hall. Lin Yuan was seated at the main seat, with dozens of warriors from the martial temple standing respectfully below. In 500 years, plus the previous 300, Lin Yuan had intentionally nurtured 8 7th-rank practitioners within the martial Tao cultivation system. And as Lin Yuan's direct disciple in the central divine continent of the lower realms, Li Qing had even created his own inner world, stepping into the 8th stage of martial arts. Martial Ancestor. The dozens of martial temple powerhouses spoke fervently, bowing towards Lin Yuan. In the span of hundreds of years, martial Dao cultivators have been emerging endlessly, often suppressing cultivators of the immortal path. But from today on, you need to be more discreet. Lin Yuan scanned the crowd, speaking calmly. Martial Ancestor is the strongest in the 3,000 Dao states, even those tribulation. Transcending celestial kings treat you with the highest respect. Why should we be discreet? A young 7th stage martial Tao asked softly. Lin Yuan glanced at him. This 7th stage of martial arts practitioner who possessed rare martial talent followed the path of thunder and comprehended the Tao of world-ending thunder, excelling in the aspect of attack. After today, I won't return to the 3,000 Dao states, and you will have to rely on yourselves. If you're not discreet, you're going to suffer. Lin Yuan said, his gaze distant. With Li Qing, an 8th stage martial Dao cultivator stationed here, and the might left by Lin Yuan, even if he truly disappeared, for at least 1 million or even 10 million years, the martial Dao cultivation system would not encounter any problems. Lin Yuan said this as a reminder to these strong figures of the martial temple. Where are you going, martial ancestor? The expressions of the other martial temple powerhouses changed. What did the martial ancestor mean by saying he would not return to the 3,000 Dao states? Just take care of yourselves. Without further explanation, Lin Yuan disclosed that although consuming 10 strands of world-breaking origin force could allow him to descend once more into the spirit realm, however, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not do such a thing. Even if the martial temple were to be destroyed one day, as long as the martial Tao cultivation system was still being spread, Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to intervene. The 8th layer of heaven. The chaotic celestial king, open heaven immortal king, supreme immortal kings gathered at the entrance leading to the 9th layer of heaven. The martial ancestor has summoned us here, but what for? Could it be that he wishes to challenge the 9th layer of heaven? With the martial ancestor's strength, penetrating the heavens and the earth, he might indeed possess the capability to enter the 9th layer of heaven. At the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, there are the imprints of the strongest 10 life forms since the birth of the spirit realm. The martial ancestor is indeed powerful, but compared to the strongest 10 from ancient times to the present, the supreme immortal kings discussed softly. The history of the spirit realm was unfathomable, but in those earliest ancient epics, there were even existences born concurrently with the spirit realm. Even if the martial ancestor was extraordinary, compared to those beings born with the world, he would likely fall short. At that moment, Lin Yuan's figure appeared silently. Martial ancestor, martial ancestor, martial ancestor. The chaotic celestial king and other supreme immortal kings immediately ceased their discussion, bowing slightly to the martial ancestor. I am going to enter the 9th layer of heaven. If you want to watch, just stay here and watch. Lin Yuan glanced at the many supreme immortal kings. Having said this, Lin Yuan vanished, appearing at the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Is the martial ancestor really going to challenge the 9th layer of heaven? Quick, let's watch. This is an event that may not happen even in an entire era. I wonder how far martial ancestor can get. Sear A the novel F Air.yet website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Many supreme immortal kings were invigorated, quickly engaging in discussion. There are 10 layers in the passageway leading to the entrance of the 9th layer of heaven. There is a lifeform imprint on each layer, making a total of 10 lifeform imprints. These 10 lifeform imprints come from the 10 most powerful lifeforms since the birth of the spirit realm. Although I possess the strength of the strongest celestial king of the prehistoric era, I had no power to resist in front of the first layer lifeform's imprint. Can martial ancestor defeat the imprint of the first layer lifeform? The chaotic celestial king was somewhat expectant. 500 years ago, knowing he was no match for martial ancestor, he didn't resist and submitted willingly. The chaotic celestial king only knew that martial ancestor was very strong, but he didn't know exactly how strong. Now, he could take the opportunity to gauge martial ancestor's true strength as he braved the 9th layer of heaven. The first layer lifeform, Lin Yuan, stepped into the passageway, where clouds and mist swirled and quickly condensed into a humanoid silhouette. This silhouette, clad in red armor, stood there as if it were the great sun of the spirit realm, radiating endless light and warmth. The first layer lifeform imprint in the passageway of the 9th layer of heaven is the weakest among the 10 layered imprints, but it still ranks among the top 10 existences amongst the countless mighty of the spirit realm since its inception. Even for a dominant figure of an era like the chaotic celestial king, there was no ability to resist before it, utterly overpowered and trounced. You, the figure in red armor, look down on Lin Yuan, its resuscitated lifeform imprint driven only by battle instincts, devoid of emotions. Outside the passageway, the chaotic celestial king and other supreme immortal kings widened their eyes in shock. The true combat power of martial ancestor could almost be seen from his fight with the first layered lifeform imprint. I wonder how many moves martial ancestor can withstand. The chaotic celestial king watched closely, expecting a drawn-out battle where martial ancestor might win, but only with a Pyrrhic victory, and that was if he could win at all. Inside the passageway, Lin Yuan also sized up his opponent. Don't recognize. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Throughout the epics of the spirit realm, countless strong had vanished into the annals of history. Lin Yuan was at most familiar with the epics of the 3,000 Dao provinces and knew some of the prehistoric era, but his knowledge of the mighty from the more ancient epics was very limited. The power of creation that it mastered is something I have already figured out. Lin Yuan immediately felt somewhat lackluster, planning to end the battle quickly. Boom. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and pressed forward. Terrifying world power surged out. The figure in red armor resisted for only a moment before it was crushed to dust by the immense world power. With Lin Yuan's nearly 100 million miles of inner world, coupled with the augmentation of many powers of creation, his strength was already extreme. No special moves or secret techniques were needed, just an overwhelming force. What? It's over already? Martial ancestor is too strong. Outside the passageway, the crowd of supreme immortal kings was dumbfounded. They had been guessing how many moves martial ancestor could withstand before being defeated, but to their surprise, the situation was entirely the opposite. The life form that ranked 10th in the history of the spirit realm didn't even withstand a single move from martial ancestor. Martial ancestor, even the chaotic celestial king, couldn't believe it. He had tried to breach the first layer and knew how terrifying that life form imprint was. Yet, the life form represented by this imprint seemed as fragile as an infant before martial ancestor. Inside the passageway, Lin Yuan breached the first layer and quickly arrived at the second layer. Then came the third layer, the fourth layer, the fifth layer. These life forms, represented by the life form imprints, weren't limited to the human race and included true dragons, skywinds, keelins, and many other formidable beings. These beings were entirely above the supreme immortal kings, but in front of Lin Yuan, they were still as fragile as ants, no different from the figure in red armor from the first layer. A single strike penetrated them. Before long, Lin Yuan had reached the 10th layer. This layer's life form was the most powerful since the inception of the spirit realm, bar none. Continue reading stories on Empire. Surrounded by clouds and mist, Lin Yuan stood still, waiting. Soon, from deep within the clouds, a tall figure slowly emerged. This towering figure looked young, with boundless vitality coursing through its body, mighty and endless. Chapter 20. Where is everyone? Please subscribe. Outside the passage. Chaotic Celestial King and many other Supreme Immortal Kings were stunned. Initially, they thought that after Martial Ancestor defeated the opponent on the first layer with one move, he would need to engage in a tough struggle against the subsequent layer's opponents. But unexpectedly, for Martial Ancestor, the opponent on the first layer was just the beginning. Second layer, third layer, all opponents were defeated with a single move. How was this possible? Could it be that the strength of the opponents in the first, second, and third layers were all the same? Many Immortal Kings thought it through and realized it was impossible. The only possibility was that Martial Ancestor was too strong. Just like how Chaotic Celestial King, a Supreme Immortal King, could resolve any tribulation, transcending Celestial King with one move, whether they were just beginning or at their peak. My God, that is the Dragon Ancestor, the true dragon progenitor of the Spirit Realm, born at the dawn of the Spirit Realm, vanished before the endless ages. A Supreme Immortal King saw that Martial Ancestor's opponent on the 7th layer was a million-jong-long true dragon, its dragon horns golden, exuding a noble aura. The true dragon progenitor. As the ancestral origin of all in the spirit realm with true dragon bloodline, it was said the dragon ancestor intended to merge his own bloodline into all beings' bodies. Thus, even though countless millennia had passed since the dragon ancestor vanished, the true dragon bloodline still lingered. In the Zhujiang domain of the 3000 Dao provinces, a dragon rising sites once bore a tribulation, transcending Dragon King. Of course, that Dragon King was no match for the true dragon progenitor. The former, upon facing the latter, didn't even need to make a move, being completely suppressed by the innate differential in their bloodlines. The dragon ancestor was too famous, its bloodline lingering in the spirit realm without vanishing into history, so many Supreme Immortal Kings recognized it at first glance. In fact, the power of Dragon Ancestor was indeed terrifying, situated on the 7th layer at the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. That is, in the Spirit Realm's judgment, the Dragon Ancestor was ranked the 4th strongest life form since the creation of the Spirit Realm. However, in front of Lin Yuan, even the formidable true dragon progenitor was merely punched through, his dragon body pierced, the residual force of the punch shattering his remaining body. The many immortal kings fell silent. Chaotic Celestial King's gaze was empty, that is, the Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor is even stronger than the Dragon Ancestor, located on the 3rd layer. By the time Lin Yuan reached the 8th layer, the many Supreme Immortal Kings revived their spirits, looking towards this layer's opponent, starting to discuss amongst themselves. The Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor was similar to the true dragon progenitor, both powerful lives born at the inception of the spirit realm, and the Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor also infused its bloodline into other beings. In many places across the 3000 Dao provinces, numerous phoenix nests fostered lives bearing the phoenix bloodline. Although the Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor sparked a lot of discussion among the Supreme Immortal Kings, remembering the fate of the true dragon progenitor made everyone sigh internally. The Novel Chiri Ak, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Facing the formidable Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor, Lin Yuan threw out another punch, tore through the phoenix body, and entered the 9th layer. Soon, he entered the 10th layer. Up to this layer, all the Supreme Immortal Kings, including Chaotic Celestial King now doubting himself, were suddenly shocked. The 10th layer, the final layer on the pathway to the 9th heaven. Also, the layer where the life stamps of the strongest beings since the birth of the spirit realm are located. To pass this layer, one must defeat the strongest life form since the spirit realm's inception. Stay updated via Empire. How high is this difficulty? This isn't just a strongest life form of an era, not merely of an age, but the strongest life from since the inception of the spirit realm? One might guess, the strongest life form since the spirit realm's birth must have an enormous gap compared to the 2nd and 3rd strongest beings. Who knows what the strongest life form since the spirit realm's birth actually looks like? Many Supreme Immortal Kings focused intently on the 10th layer, also conversing. Could it be from my human race? Probably not. Look at the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers, those life forms aren't from the human race. Compared to naturally powerful beings like the Dragon Clan and Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor, our human race doesn't hold any advantage. Supreme Immortal Kings shared their views. If not for the passage of eras, those with powerful ancestral bloodlines vanishing from sight, the rulers of recent eras really might not have been immortal kings from the human race. Probably like the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan, a powerful life born at the dawn of the world, an immortal king spoke, causing other immortal kings to nod in agreement. As all the Supreme Immortal Kings were conversing, from the deep mists of the 10th layer's entrance, a figure emerged. This figure was humanoid, its sleeves fluttering, merely standing there. It exuded an immensely terrifying aura, its life force enveloping the 3000 Dao provinces. Martial Ancestor? Is this Martial Ancestor? The life stamp on the 10th layer is actually Martial Ancestor? Martial Ancestor is the strongest life form since the spirit realm's birth? The scene exploded with chatter from the many Supreme Immortal Kings. Being the strongest life form since the inception of the spirit realm was such a lofty accolade that they had never considered that this strongest being might be Martial Ancestor, who existed in the same era as them. Indeed, easily piercing through the previous 9 opponents, Martial Ancestor, Chaotic Celestial King murmured to himself. The previous 9 opponents were no match for a single punch from Martial Ancestor. If not Martial Ancestor, then who would be the strongest life form since the Spirit Realm's inception? The strongest life form since the birth of the Spirit Realm. I never imagined I would have the honor of witnessing such a powerhouse. Yes, surpassing Dragon Ancestor and Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor, Martial Ancestor is just too abnormal. The Supreme Immortal Kings were greatly moved, but subsequently, the many Supreme Immortal Kings then realized Martial Ancestor was the strongest life form since the Spirit Realm's inception, possessing the unquestionable greatest combat power. Chapter 20, Where is the Person? Please subscribe. 2. But could this combat power and killing force defeat Martial Ancestor himself? It's unfair. There's no way to get through the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Right, if it's not the 10 strongest beings since the birth of the Spirit Realm, even the first layer can't be breached. To be the strongest being since the birth of the Spirit Realm, yet to fight against one's own life imprint? How can one win? Swar the noahfire.uet website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. All the Supreme Immortal Kings started discussing animatedly. The opponent formed by the life imprint would not suffer the slightest depletion of combat power, being capable of using all the methods, abilities, talents, and divine skills that the original owner possessed. That's why the reaction of the Supreme Immortal Kings was so intense. For any powerful being, defeating an enemy was one thing, but defeating oneself? How could one defeat oneself? Moreover, the opponent formed by the life imprint had no emotions, only fighting instincts, which made them even more formidable. Of course, since both had identical abilities and methods, it was almost impossible for the opponent to defeat Martial Ancestor, but it was also nearly impossible for Martial Ancestor to defeat the opponent. This 9th layer of heaven really doesn't want us to pass, sighed the Chaotic Celestial King, looking up at the Martial Ancestor on the 10th layer, the 10th layer. Lin Yuan looked at the opponent on this layer. Indistinguishable from himself, with the same aura, the same fluctuation of vital energy, and even faintly emitting the scent of the inner world. The only difference was that the opponent's gaze was indifferent and cold, like a machine. This Spirit Realm, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, although he had not actively integrated his life imprint into the Spirit Realm. But as long as one had existed in the Spirit Realm and exerted themselves, reaching a certain level of strength, their life imprint would be automatically recorded by the Spirit Realm. Lin Yuan stood there momentarily. The condensed Martial Ancestors made the first move. These strong beings formed by life imprints had no emotions or thoughts, only one idea, which was to defeat Lin Yuan. Boom! A terrifying aura pierced directly through the entrance of the previous 9 layers and spread over the 8th layer of heaven. So strong? Martial Ancestor didn't use much effort in the previous 8 layers. The Supreme Immortal Kings felt a chill run down their spines and immediately began to resist with all their might. On the 10th layer, even just the residual effects of an exchange between Martial Ancestor and Martial Ancestor, after passing through 9 layers and reaching the 8th layer of heaven, were still like heaven and earth collapsing. One could imagine, if the battlefield had not been on the 10th layer but in the 8th layer of heaven, probably the entire 8th layer of heaven would be destroyed. Explore stories at Empire. It might even affect the 7th and 6th layer heaven. This was simply inconceivable. Keep in mind, even with the fall of the prehistoric era, the Chaotic Celestial King and a host of other Supreme Immortal Kings fighting with their lives only affected the surface of the Spirit Realm. As for the 9 heavens, not even the first layer of heaven was affected. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefield of the 10th layer, Lin Yuan and Martial Ancestors exchanged hundreds of moves in an instant. Martial Tao cultivation system, numerous powers of creation, even that wisp of primal force that surpassed the higher powers of creation, the forces of the inner world nearly hundreds of millions of miles around. Any method that Lin Yuan possessed, the opponent possessed as well? This is troublesome. Lin Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. The opponent, Martial Ancestor, could be said to be strong, and yet not strong. Lin Yuan felt it was not strong because the opponent was a replica of himself, and who in the world understood himself better than he did? But in this situation, there was no way for the opponent Martial Ancestors to defeat Lin Yuan, yet it was also difficult for Lin Yuan to defeat the opponent. Sadly, my strength is still too low. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The life imprint replica at the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven also had its limits. For example, it definitely could not replicate a complete supreme being. Just that Lin Yuan's current strength couldn't compare to the entire volume of the Spirit Realm, the inner world nearly hundreds of millions of miles in radius, not even comparable to a great realm of the Spirit Realm. So replicating everything about Lin Yuan was quite easy. Should I try the physical body divine ability enhancement? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The physical body divine ability enhancement was indeed the divine ability awakened by Lin Yuan's body during this descent. Once used, all of one's own being, including the physical body, chi, blood, soul, and mind, would be enhanced tenfold. Of course, it could only last for 10 breaths, and after those 10 breaths, Lin Yuan would enter a period of weakness. Ever since he had awakened this divine skill, Lin Yuan had never tried it, as there was no need. None of the opponents he faced had ever pushed him to the extent of needing to use this divine skill. Due to the side effects of the divine skill enhancement, this divine skill could only be used as a last resort. What if the opponent has also replicated the divine skill enhancement? Lin Yuan looked at his opponent, Martial Ancestor. He then suddenly burst forth, using his left arm as a sacrifice. He crushed the opponent's right arm. Whoosh! The physical body, divine ability, blood rebirth, automatically activated, and Lin Yuan's left arm quickly regenerated. Lin Yuan looked towards his opponent, Martial Ancestor, and noticed that the opponent's right arm was also rapidly recovering. Blood rebirth has been replicated, presumably enhancement has been as well. Lin Yuan immediately had a clear understanding. He knew that once he used the divine skill enhancement, the opponent would likely instantly use the enhancement divine skill as well. Although this divine skill has the effect of increasing one's own capabilities tenfold, if everyone is amplified, it equates to no amplification at all. The 8th layer of heaven, entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Although the clash and slaughter between the two martial ancestors affected the 8th layer of heaven, with supreme immortal kings mutually defending, they could still hold on for a while, unwilling to give up viewing the battle on the 10th layer. The fight between the strongest beings since the birth of the spirit realm, perhaps after today, there would be no next time. All supreme immortal kings would watch, even at the cost of their physical bodies. Although Lord Martial Ancestor is not at a disadvantage, he hasn't gained any advantage either. Dragging on like this will only lead to a deadlock, spoke the chaotic celestial king in a low voice. Even though the combat level of the two martial ancestors was exceedingly high, the basic advantage and disadvantage could still be discerned. Beyond man, there's always another. Beyond the heavens, there's another sky. Above the 9th layer of heaven, there are heavenly beings. But this 9th layer of heaven, it's practically unreachable. Even the martial ancestor, the strongest being in history, is struggling so much, who else could ascend it? A supreme immortal king spoke in a disheartened tone, feeling that the 9th layer of heaven he sought was nothing but an illusion. Beyond man, there's always another. Beyond the heavens, there's another sky. Above the 9th layer of heaven, there are heavenly beings. The chaotic celestial king remained silent. This saying had existed for who knows how long. Even among the 3,000 Dao provinces, it extended into another meaning. That is, beyond the strong, there are stronger ones. Even for a supreme immortal king, invincibility is not guaranteed. At this moment, using it here seemed quite appropriate, even for the historically strongest being, Martial Ancestor, who was blocked on the 10th layer. Even if Martial Ancestor were able to surpass the 10th layer and enter the 9th layer of heaven, perhaps he would meet even more formidable opponents. The 10th layer. Lin Yuan was still clashing with his opponent Martial Ancestors. To conquer the opponent, the only possibility is to use a method that he cannot replicate, Lin Yuan thought calmly, yet his eyes were glowing. Unable to replicate, Lin Yuan looked at his opponent Martial Ancestor. You may possess everything I have, but can you possess my understanding? Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding came from the door to the Myriad Realms, and since even the supreme beings in the spirit realm could not replicate it, how could they replicate the door to the Myriad Realms? Your understanding is against heaven. As you fight the opponent, you gradually discern the opponent's weaknesses. In an instant, many vulnerabilities of the opponent, Martial Ancestor, appeared in Lin Yuan's realization. Primal Force. Lin Yuan activated the power of the world, merging it with the primal force, which transcended higher creation powers, forming a terrifying strike that instantly penetrated his opponent, Martial Ancestors. With that, the battle ended. The opponent, Martial Ancestor, stood there stunned. His inner world began to collapse rapidly under Lin Yuan's strike, and his physical body started to disintegrate into dust. Crashing sounds, the opponent on the 10th layer disappeared. Lin Yuan stepped forward, vanishing from the 10th layer, the 9th layer of heaven. Clouds billowed. Endless and vast, Lin Yuan stood alone on the peak of a mountain. They say there are always greater skies beyond the heavens, and greater people beyond men. Above the 9th layer of heaven there are heavenly beings. Lin Yuan looked around. All creatures and matters lay beneath his feet, standing alone on the mountain peak, overlooking as though in the vast world he was alone. But where are the people? Chapter 21. Return. End of this volume. Please subscribe. 8th layer of heaven. A host of supreme immortal kings fell silent. Martial Ancestor. Has Martial Ancestor ascended to the 9th layer of heaven? After a long while, Supreme Immortal King's voice trembled slightly. As Supreme Immortal Kings, even those born during the epochs of 3,000 Dao provinces who ruled over the universe had long since ceased to feel shock. Continue your saga on Empire. But in the last few hundred years, due to Martial Ancestors' emergence, they, the Supreme Immortal Kings, had their understanding refreshed time and again. Now, he had even ascended to the 9th layer of heaven, achieving the ultimate goal that all immortal kings had aspired to throughout the epochs. He must have ascended. The open heaven immortal king took a deep breath. Beyond the 10th layer lies the 9th layer of heaven. Martial Ancestor is now in the 9th layer of heaven. The many immortal kings at the scene exchanged glances, their thoughts numerous and complex. Though ascending to the ninth layer of heaven had nothing to do with them, they all bore witness to martial ancestors' ascent, feeling an inexplicable sense of involvement. The novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Who knows what lies in the ninth layer of heaven? Is it like the previous 8 layers, filled with wonders and anomalies? It's unclear, but it is said that there are Tianren in the ninth layer of heaven. I wonder if martial ancestor has encountered them. We have witnessed a grand event in the history of the spirit realm, making this life worthwhile. The supreme immortal kings conversed in detail, previously segregated into factions of prehistoric era kings and 3000 Dao provinces era kings, based on the epics they hailed from. But now, all supreme immortal kings, forsaking their factional divides, faced the significant event of martial ancestor ascending to the ninth layer of heaven, aware that there was no difference among spirit realm beings in its presence. Ninth layer of heaven, there probably will be no one else who can ascend to the ninth layer of heaven after this. The chaotic celestial king looked towards the entrance of the ninth layer of heaven and sighed softly. The other supreme immortal kings, hearing this, felt an immediate connection. Ascending to the ninth layer of heaven was the goal of all powerhouses in the spirit realm, and in the distant past, during ancient epics unknown to all present immortal kings, perhaps some powerhouse had ascended to the ninth layer of heaven, such as the dragon ancestor, whose place in the 7th layer of the brand of life mysteriously disappeared, possibly entering the ninth layer of heaven, and the phoenix ancestor, among others. The older the era, the fewer the life brands etched in the fabric of the spirit realm, leading to relatively weaker strength for the 10 strongest life forms within the ninth layer of heaven entryway. The difficulty of passing through was accordingly lower. Of course, this was all speculation by the chaotic celestial king. He did not know whether the vanished dragon ancestor or phoenix ancestor actually ascended to the ninth layer of heaven, but there was at least this possibility, this hope. But now, the chaotic celestial king was certain those who come after would definitely not have the possibility, definitely not have the hope of ascending to the ninth layer of heaven. With the presence of martial ancestor, with martial ancestor's brand of life placed at the 10th layer, the chaotic celestial king truly could not fathom just how cruel a blow it would be for the future era's supreme immortal kings who aimed for the ninth layer of heaven. Martial ancestor's strength, in comparison to the last 9 of the strongest life forms in the first 9 layers of the spirit realm, was an absolute chasm. Even if the strength of those 9 lives were combined and increased 10-fold or 100-fold, they would probably last but a punch, or a few punches at most, in front of martial ancestor. Imagine a supremely talented supreme immortal king of future generations, who has mastered all higher and ordinary powers of creation, unbeatable through tens of epical ages, then confidently attempting to venture through the ninth layer of heaven. After grueling battles, vanquishing layer after layer of opponents, they finally reach the 10th layer, only to be slain by the slap of martial ancestor's life brand. How utterly despairing that would be. From the 1st layer to the 9th layer, the difficulty of overcoming adversaries increased gradually, labeled as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then, upon reaching the 10th layer, the difficulty of victory suddenly spikes to 10,000. Therefore, in the eyes of the chaotic celestial king and other supreme immortal kings, the feat of ascending to the ninth layer of heaven would probably be characterized as no followers to come. For countless epical ages afterward, the strongest of many eras in the spirit realm would have to live under the shadow of martial ancestors' terror. Ninth layer of heaven. Lin Yuan stood alone on the peak, deep in thought. This ninth layer of heaven holds no life. Could I possibly be the so-called Tianren? Lin Yuan's expression was somewhat odd. The legendary Tianren of the 9 heavens is said to oversee the spirit realm, immortal through countless ages, and these are things Lin Yuan seemed capable of achieving if he wished. Though there was a limit to the time he could remain, with the current strength of Lin Yuan's physical body, he indeed could achieve immortality through countless ages. One must know that Lin Yuan's physique was not just the pinnacle of the 8th stage of martial arts, but, with the enhancement and increased from the mysterious gourd, his physique had also been strengthened by 13 times. However, the mysterious aura here is indeed much denser, which is beneficial for comprehending the power of creation, Lin Yuan concluded after a thorough observation. The 9th layer of heaven lacked the numerous wonders and anomalies of the previous 8 layers, offering only an unbounded rolling sea of clouds, along with the mysterious aura pervading the void. This mysterious aura existed in the 8th layer as well, but compared to the 9th, it was too thin. Based on Lin Yuan's tests, the mysterious aura allowed a clearer perception of the nature of various powers of creation. Primordial stone. Lin Yuan glanced at the peak beneath his feet, which was similar to the treasure stone he had obtained from the chaotic celestial king. The stone contained an aura that transcended the higher powers of creation, the primal force. Lin Yuan called this kind of stone primordial stone. That is, Lin Yuan looked up, gazing in the direction above the 9 heavens. Chapter 21, Return, end of this volume, please subscribe. 2. At the highest point of space, where all meanings converge to the highest, a corner of a vast world countless times larger than the spirit realm came into view. The immortal realm. This is the legendary immortal realm. Lin Yuan's expression was pensive as he thought about the legends of the immortal realm, which were always prevalent in the spirit realm. That was the true upper domain, the dwelling place of the ancestral master. The so-called ancestral master, or ancestor of the immortal path, is the source of the immortal cultivation system, and if described by the main world, it is the ultimate in an evolutionary system, that is, the supreme being. Back in the central divine China world, Lin Yuan had faintly sensed the fearsome nature of the immortal cultivation system, which was hardly inferior to those 9 supreme evolutionary systems of the main world. Therefore, Lin Yuan speculated that perhaps there was already an ultimate existence in the immortal cultivation system, and the flourishing of the immortal cultivation system in the central divine China world could also be the will of that ultimate being. It was for that reason that Lin Yuan did not spread the immortal cultivation system in the main world. For ultimate beings, they can clearly sense every life that cultivates their own system. The spirit realm and even the space-time where the immortal realm exists are not in the same dimensional plane as the main world. Even beings as strong as the supreme ones cannot cross different dimensional planes to descend into another space-time. But if there was a guiding mark, it would be different, akin to a compass in the vast sea. And the lives that cultivate the immortal cultivation system serve as a guiding mark for the ancestor of the immortal path. Spreading the immortal cultivation system in the main world would not only increase the intangible foundation of that ancestor of the immortal path, but also stand a chance of enabling them to lock in the space-time coordinates of the main world. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not engage in something with such great potential danger. Moreover, this approach had another downside. If he could sense the ultimate existence of the immortal cultivation system, so too could the supreme beings of human civilization in the main world. At that time, how would Lin Yuan explain to the supreme beings of human civilization? Spreading the martial path evolutionary path was because it was established by Lin Yuan himself, and it had never brought forth an ultimate. The first world that Lin Yuan traversed was the place where he got the initial inspiration for the martial arts evolution system, and the subsequent development of martial Tao was completely his own path. This immortal realm, since it can give birth to an ultimate existence like the ancestor of the immortal path, it must not be much weaker than the main world, and even if there are differences, they are probably on the same level, Lin Yuan thought to himself as his gaze still fixed on the corner of the immortal realm at the highest point in space. This was the second time Lin Yuan had seen the immortal realm. The first time was before traveling through worlds, when he extended a thread of his spirit into the door to the Myriad Realms and took an overall look at the spirit realm with the perspective of the door to the Myriad Realms, also noticing the massive world located above the spirit realm. The second time was right now. The novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Over the past few hundred years, Lin Yuan had fully cultivated and even managed to tear through the spirit realm's space to enter the chaos of void outside the world, but he had not felt the aura of the immortal realm. It was as if the location of the immortal realm was in a different spatial layer than the spirit realm. Only after reaching the 9th layer of heaven could one detect the specific location of the immortal realm. Of course, with the perspective of the door to the Myriad Realms, Lin Yuan could also detect the immortal realm purely because the door to the Myriad Realms was of too high an essence. From the perspective of the door to the Myriad Realms, no matter how many spatial layers separate the immortal and spirit realms, neither can hide. The immortal realm, Lin Yuan closely observed the massive world at the highest point in space. Just at that moment, deep within Lin Yuan's mind, the towering and magnificent door to the Myriad Realms suddenly began to glow. An invisible wave seemed to spread instantly towards the immortal realm. A moment later, information passed from the door to the Myriad Realms. The immortal realm, the world coordinates of the immortal realm, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The 9th layer of heaven in the spirit realm and the immortal realm are on the same spatial layer. That is why it is possible to see a corner of the immortal realm. Under such circumstances, it is possible to determine the coordinates of the immortal realm from the 9th layer of heaven. The door to the Myriad Realms being capable of replicating world coordinates was something Lin Yuan already knew in the central divine China world when he copied the world coordinates of the spirit realm via the Ascension platform. So now, being this close to the immortal realm and locking onto its world coordinates was not something strange. From the 9th layer of heaven, flying straight up, one day I could get close to the immortal realm or even enter it, Lin Yuan thought to himself. If you tear open the space of the spirit realm to go beyond it, there's hardly any chance to get close to the immortal realm because the spatial layer of the spirit realm is not the same as that of the immortal realm. But the area of the 9th layer of heaven is on the same layer as the immortal realm, and flying continually towards the target can get you increasingly close to the immortal realm. Never mind, there's not enough time. Lin Yuan thought it over and abandoned the idea of entering the immortal realm. One reason is that he has only a little over 10 years left before his stay duration limit. Even if he flew straight up from the 9th layer of heaven, he would probably have to return to the main world mid-journey. The second is now that the coordinates of the immortal realm have been obtained, whether to descend into the immortal realm and when to make the descent is entirely up to Lin Yuan. In the next decade or so, I'll just cultivate in the 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan glanced at the endless rolling sea of clouds beneath his feet and made up his mind. The ninth layer of heaven was thick with a mysterious aura, especially suitable for comprehending the power of creation. Although Lin Yuan's comprehension was heaven-defying, he would not reject such assistance. Time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 17 years had gone by. Name, Lin Chang, Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the Myriad Realms gate-bonded talent, heaven-defying comprehension divine skills, blood resurrection divine skills, strengthening current status, consciousness descent, remaining residence time. One day, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and glanced at the ethereal text below his line of sight. It's about time to head back. Lin Yuan stood up, overlooking the boundless sea of clouds below. For the last decade or so, Lin Yuan had spent most of his time comprehending the power of creation. His understanding of the Taiji force had already reached the third realm. In addition, 7 types of higher power of creation had also been comprehended to the second realm. You should know that for the supreme immortal kings of the spirit realm, advancing further in the power of creation could take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. In just over a decade, Lin Yuan managed to achieve such results. In addition to his own heaven-defying comprehension, the environment of the ninth layer of heaven also played a significant role. Lastly, I need to decide how to deal with this body. Lin Yuan's expression became contemplative. This body, refined over nearly 1,000 years, could genuinely be considered the fruit of his labor. Once Lin Yuan returned, his spirit will would go back to the main world, and his body could not be directly taken with him. This would be somewhat wasteful. Well then, I'll give you a break. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly, and a palm-sized bell-shaped treasure appeared in front of him. It was the Origin Fine Gold. Sometime after returning to the spirit realm, Lin Yuan had summoned this piece of Origin Fine Gold and had been nurturing it within his body. Origin Fine Gold, with its terrifying potential for growth, required continual nurturing. In the main world, Lin Yuan's strength was increasing too rapidly to have time to nurture the Origin Fine Gold. Therefore, on his 6th and 8th journeys through worlds, Lin Yuan brought the Origin Fine Gold with him for nurturing. After all, it was just an extra strand of world-breaking origin force, a price Lin Yuan could afford to pay. The Origin Fine Gold hovered in front of Lin Yuan. At the same time, inside Lin Yuan's body, a strand of primal force exceeding the higher power of creation began to circulate through his limbs and bones. Primal force, known as the most original and initial force, also had the capability to turn everything into the purest primordial chi and essence. It could return to the source. As the primal force continuously operated, Lin Yuan's bodily blood and chi were completely transformed into the most initial energy. Then it entered the Origin Fine Gold, continuously elevating its essential quality and foundation. Unable to bring his flesh directly back to the main world, Lin Yuan could, however, use it to enhance the Origin Fine Gold. By then, returning to the main world with the greatly strengthened Origin Fine Gold, he wouldn't suffer much loss. Continue your story on Empire Russell. Accompanied by Lin Yuan's body continuously turning into the purest primordial chi and essence, merging into the Origin Fine Gold, this bell-shaped treasure emitted an awe-striking fluctuation. Half a day later, Lin Yuan's body had fully merged into the Origin Fine Gold, and his inner world had collapsed into the most primal origin power, integrating into the Origin Fine Gold. Immediately, the Origin Fine Gold, along with the mysterious gourd and Lin Yuan's spirit will, surged into the door to the Myriad Realms, returning to the main world.